After 4 months of a summer break, we return for the Virtual Endurance Championship. And last season's 9-month marathon ended with a really close battle at Le Mans, with both the GTE and LMP2 champions being crowned there. But we're here at Monza for the start of another season, this time only 6 races, but also a very close battle before getting to Le Mans in June for once again a 24-hour race. I'm Cameron Roger, taking you through the opening part of this race. Alongside me is Zach Sweeney. And Zach, I think we're in for another really amazing championship where everything is going to be on the line.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, looking at the tail end of last season, it was very close. I think it was just over 10 points between the two LMP2 championship leaders. So, and of course, with the shorter season, it means every round counts just that little bit more, and the drivers and the teams are going to have to be on their tail. And of course, with this new season, we've got the new introduction of the DPI class, which is just going to add that little bit more uncertainty. Of course, it's a new sort of step forward for the Virtual Endurance Championship, and it's an unknown for the teams and for the drivers. So that's going to add that little bit extra spice into Monza.
Oh, absolutely. So yeah, last season we only had the two classes, the LMP2 and then the GTE class. Obviously you had the hub car at the beginning, but then they sort of merged, whereas now we have the distinct DPI class, then the LMP2s and the GTE class, as we always have. But also this year, we've also got the new Ligier LMP2 has come in, so there's a bit of a chassis battle now in LMP2s. And also for GTEs, we have the new C8 Corvette as well, so just adding in another car there. So I think, yeah, we're in for a really good season, and that addition of the third class really brings back that slightly different part of the action, because especially for the LMP2s, they're now going to have cars flying past them as well. So I think that's really going to just change their strategy a little bit with the traffic management, because obviously in a 6-hour race you've got to make sure you're getting through to the end. But yeah, overall I think we're set up for a really good season, because especially in the LMP2s, top 2 teams from last year, Barger and Burst Edge Esports, they both are not in that championship anymore for various reasons. Burst have gone up to the DPI, Varga are not here, so it really opens the door for someone new to come and take the title.
For sure, it opens up that door. Of course, the two were very dominant, 1 and 2 pretty much trading for the majority of the season. So it opens the door for someone new, someone someone maybe a little bit different to come and challenge and show their worth. But yeah, with Burst going up to DPI again, it gives them a breath of fresh air and something to try and go for. And I mean, they missed out the title last year. Can they go and do it in DPI this year? Well, we'll just have to find out. And getting the season rolling and getting that confidence boost at Monza is definitely going to be the best way to start it.
But what you said earlier is very important, how there's a few less races this year, so every race is just as important. Here's the calendar on the screen. So we're starting at Monza before we go to Spa. Then on the 8th of January we will be at a track, of course, but that is yet to be announced, before ending the season with Sebring, Nürburgring, and then obviously the 24 hours of Le Mans there in June. So obviously really nice calendar. Everyone knows these tracks as well, so they're going to be able to just get on it, get up to speed as quickly as possible. And especially once we get, after this race, we go to Spa, then already yet to be announced track, we're already going to be halfway through the season. So these guys need to be making sure they're getting the results very quickly and making sure they're getting all the points that they can, because at the end of the day, everyone is here to win the championship. And I think it's going to be quite important for these guys to make sure they're getting in early doors, because if you start falling behind, it's always difficult to catch up.
For sure, and with the shorter season, each race counts for a more percentage of the total points available. So you cannot afford to have a bad round, and if you do, you cannot afford to have 2, because once you get to that point, your title hopes are pretty much done. 6 races, you have to be on it week in, week out, making sure you deliver. And even if the track, say, if you're not particularly strong at Spa or Sebring or Le Mans or wherever, you need to make sure that you can limit the damage and just keep consistent, because consistency in endurance racing as a whole, but definitely in the shorter season, is going to be pretty important.
Yeah, so let's take a look around the track here today. Monza, first race of the season, obviously coming into this really tight chicane for turns 1 and 2, and I think that's going to be one of the best overtaking opportunities. But also getting the slipstream up around the Curva Grande to the second chicane is going to be another really good place before it gets a bit tight and twisty in sector 2.
Yeah, and then down in towards the De La Roja because, yeah, again, good overtaking opportunities, especially for the first lap. The De La Roja, very tight and twisty chicane. You're sort of looking for that 100 board, and you just have to be careful because the sausage curbs here, Cam, are really high, especially for the second part of the De La Roja. And if you make a small mistake, you are going to find that gravel trap really quickly. In towards the first of the two Lesmos, again, you just have to really hug that inside, bring it out to the apex, and the second Lesmo, a very important run because otherwise you're going to be slipstreamed all the way down towards Ascari.
And those two Lesmos are going to be very critical for traffic because you can overtake in between the two Lesmos, but then the apex of Lesmo 2 is so tight, you've got to make sure that you're past. But then if you don't get past, it doesn't really matter too much because then obviously you can come up to the wonderful Ascari chicane. Again, you can overtake on the inside, but you just do not touch those sausage curbs. Otherwise, you will be going all over the gravel in turn 9 before the flick of turn 10 out onto the effectively the back straight down to the final corner, newly renamed to the Alboreto curve as well. And this is another place where you're going to see the DPIs steaming down the inside into the final corner. Very actually fast, even in these cars, you're really taking loads of speed through here, but make sure not to touch the Astro on the outside because you will be going for a bit of a spin as you lose your grip. And then once again, coming onto the start-finish straight with your pits on the right-hand side. And the pit lane is going to be very important because strategy is really going to be, I think, what's going to win some of these races this year. The DPI, there's quite a lot of strategy options with what you can do, different tires, different fuel mixtures, and even in the LMP2 category as well. I think you're going to see slightly different strategies with when people are pitting, what tires they use, and I think that's going to be very crucial to make sure that you're getting your fuel numbers correct so that you effectively have either the shortest pit stop at the end or maybe even one pit stop less.
For sure, yeah, strategy, especially at a track such as Monza, because you're spending upwards of 3/4, maybe even 80% of this lap at full throttle. So being in the tow, saving fuel, and making sure you can minimize your time in the pits. I mean, to be fair, Monza isn't the longest pit lane. It's not like Silverstone where it's a long and slow pit lane. In and out at Monza is not going to be particularly too long. But then again, every second counts, even in a 6-hour race. You need to maximize or limit the amount of time that you're spending in the pit lane. And yeah, it's all good being quick and consistent, but you need a good strategy to back that up. And I think towards the final hour, we'll see which teams have got it right and which have got it wrong.
Well, we certainly will. The 6 hours actually breaks it up quite nicely because, for instance, the GTEs do give or take an hour on a stint. So obviously, they're going to be doing 6 stints, 5 pit stops. And for the LMP2s and DPIs, they roughly do 3 stints every 2 hours. So you're looking at roughly 9 stints. So 6 is quite nice for the maths on that one. And obviously, the teams, most of them will have maybe 2 or 3 drivers that they're going to use during the race as well. So they will obviously need to sort of work out when they're going to be putting their drivers in. And here we see on the grid, you can already see there, that is the Bicolors Burst eSport car on the pole position, followed by Aslan for Axel Sports, which is a new team. Very good to see them. We'll talk about them a bit later on. Before you have Nita Velix and Ajira Racing rounding out the top 4. And obviously Nita Velix and Ajira have been around for a long time, always battling at the top. And I'm sure we're going to see a really good battle between especially those 4 cars at the front of this DPI category before we have Wanako, Seawolf, DX Droids and Rickymondas rounding out the top 8. So really actually competitive category here for DPIs. So it's good to see new category, but still loads of teams joining in. Before we get to round out DPIs, we have Edge Esports and Satellite, VRS Satellite Racing there in that 10th place before we move over to the LMP2s with Antonovsky there getting on pole with the Ligier. The Netrex there in 3rd place before BHK Esports as well in that 4th place in the LMP2s. Then Go Team Racing and another BHK car rounding out that next row for the LMP2s. Then we got Waveframe and Go Team Racing there at in the LMP2s as we go on to Waveframe Esports and Juice's Motorsports Club. I would expect that Waveframe car to make some improvements before we have Mugen, Burst Esports, Butler Powell, and also Arms Cyber rounding out the LMP2s. So it's going to be quite an important battle at that back of the LMP2s to get yourself up the front. Then we have Waveframe Esports, your champions from last season there at the front, followed by Rebel Racing Esports in that brand new Corvette, John Lacey Esports there as well. Then we got another one of the satellite cars, P29 overall, followed by Your Name Here Racing, Sim Racing for Holland and World of Sim Racing. That Sim Racing for Holland car, they won quite a few races last season. Speedy Mike Racing, Volante Racing, Angry Bull Racing Team and RGPL. here for the GTEs. You're going to see there's quite a few Astons this year in the GTE category as well. Then we got Seawolf, Virtual Drivers by TX3, Go Team Racing, and Juice's Motorsports Club. Once again, Juice's Motorsports Club there in that BMW, not the most picked car anymore, but that BMW is still very competitive. Blackhawk Racing, Ramada Motorsports there as well as we get towards the end of the grid. And Zach, these guys obviously come around for their formation at the tents. It's getting all tense. It's all getting very critical for these drivers to make sure they're getting themselves focused, getting themselves in line with what they want to do for the strategy, and trying to get a good start.
So remember, turn one.
Sure,
that is
it's just about warming the tyres up left to right, getting those tyres into good temperature, and just warming yourself up mentally. You're starting a new season. It's the first lap, and we know how turn one at Monza can be so infamous for mistakes and things that happen. You want to just keep it clean. You've got all that time as a driver thinking about it, how you're going to take turn one, how aggressive you're going to be. But the main thing is just prioritizing saving those tires and saving that fuel for the long run. A 6-hour race is not going to be won into turn one.
Well, it certainly isn't. We've, in other series in the last few weeks at Monza, we have seen a few little issues here and there in turn number one, but it's a 6-hour race. Not going to win it in the first corner, but you might certainly lose it. And that is the important factor. Is sometimes in endurance racing you need to have yourself in a position where you're going to get yourself towards the end of the race. You don't want to be putting your, because it's also your team as well. It's not just you, your team. Don't want to put yourselves in jeopardy and in difficult situations. But the start is always very critical. And interestingly, the pole is actually on the outside. So if Michi Hoyer gets a bit of a bad launch, then I think Aslan's going to be trying to steam it down the inside as well.
6 hours ahead of you guys. Have fun and good luck.
As we come around the final corner, they will get the green flag and they will go racing for 6 hours. The brand new DPI class, this new Cadillac DPI, being introduced into VEC this season. Let's see how that gets on. Back to 3 classes in VEC as well, and all classes starting in one long line. Could be some chaos into turn one. Let's hope that they get it. Season 14 is now underway, and it looks like Mitchell has got a pretty good launch as well. There's already a crash in the background, one of the Rookie Monsters cars. Let's hope that doesn't cause a big pile up, but it looks like actually we're getting a bit of a slipstream train here down in towards turn number one. Is Nita Felix actually going to try and go round the outside of Axel Sports? And it's actually been contact. Mitch Hoy has been hit there by the Nita Felix car. He's going to have to go over the grass, and I think Axel Sports are going to be taking the lead here with Wanako and Ajira come through there, and that's really not the way you wanted to start season 14.
Definitely not. No, Michi Hoyer just did what he needed to off the start and just got rear-ended, and that's why these things can sort of happen down into the ret video. You can see he's still under pressure from that red and white car looking to the inside of De La Roja, but Michi Hoyer crucially didn't go around and was facing the wrong way. Otherwise, he would have had to wait for the entire field to go through. You can see just trying to pick his way through. They're all just trying to funnel their way through. But yeah, under a code 80, I think a big crash, and that is to be expected at Monza.
That didn't take long, did it? Code 80 within the first few seconds. I'm assuming there's going to be, or there was some more incidents a bit further back as well. Obviously, we only sort of focused on the DPIs at the front there, but the LMP2s and GTs would have been coming through at the front there. Mitch Hoy, that is not what he would have wanted, because he's probably got damage on at least the diffuser of the car. That's going to make it a little bit unstable. But yeah, Axel doing a really good job there to get themselves up at the front, and I'm sure they're going to be pretty happy with that in obviously their debut here in VEC. But it's really hard to say, because turn one here is just so tight. It's almost inevitable that a crash like that's going to happen. But I think, the driver of the Nita Felix car there, maybe just the tiniest bit. I think, Turk Hakkinen's in that car at the moment. Just maybe the tiniest bit impatient, because I didn't see Mitch Hoy sort of braking early. But of course, he just got... Hakkinen just ran into the back of him a little bit. And as we said earlier, you're not going to win the race on the first lap, but you might lose it.
Yeah, but as I say, luckily for Michi Hoyer, he didn't go round, because before the Code 80 come out, I was just saying, he would have had to wait for the entire grid to go through and then started to go, and then have to pick his way through. I think we're just going to take another replay of it. This was the Ricky Monsters car. I think you said this went round. Just look at the car in front, just didn't move, and then because of that poor launch, got rear-ended from behind, facing the wrong way round, and just look at that. That must be so, just scary as a driver to see an entire just a flood of other cars coming at you, and then more contact. And yeah, these things happen at the start of Monza. Your slipstream went all the way down to turn one, and it's such a big grid that you really have to be careful. But yeah, I mean, for the most part, it was kept relatively clean, and with such a big grid, I think we got relatively lucky.
Yeah, it's just a shame. I think that was the Seawolf car just obviously didn't quite go on the green. So then you've got a weird situation when the Rookie Monsters car basically then had to, I guess, brake, and then yeah, the cars behind just don't really expect that, because once it's green, you expect everyone just to pull away. But unfortunately, that isn't the way it happened. So that Rookie Monsters car is going to be a little bit sad. That was the number 8 car driven by Maliki at the moment. And then hopefully the guys will be able to have a bit of a better restart when we get going back green. Obviously, there'll be a couple of cars with some damage. I'll be getting back to the pit lane. Once they're there, we will be able to have a nice clear track and go racing. But this is actually... Oh, here it is. It's the other Seawolf. Oh, that's a bad start of the season to Seawolf. But yeah, that car's crabbing all over the place. And this is essentially why we have the Code 80s, because this car... to prevent once, he is still struggling, even at 80 kilometers to go back to the pit lane. But he's going to be able to get back. He's going to be able to repair and at least continue with the race.
Yeah, that is the main thing. The Code 80 gives these guys the opportunity to sort of keep themselves in. I mean, luckily it happened now as opposed to an hour left to go, because otherwise they'd have no chance to recover. But just look at how much he's having to wrestle that car. Even at pit lane speed at 80 kilometers an hour, he's having to go sideways down this straight, crabbing his way along, and he's just limping it back to the pit lane. But yeah, luckily we have the Code 80. Otherwise he would get swallowed up. And just imagine an entire field of DPIs, LMP2s and GTs all trying to... being close at the start and all trying to find their way through a car that's going absolutely sideways. This is what happened off the start. Just look at how many cars there are. He's towards the sort of the mid pack, which is not where you want to be at Monza. And just look, that's the Rookie Monsters that went up in the air. Everyone trying to avoid, and just look at how many cars are involved. It's just that is the definition of a pileup.
That I didn't realize initially just how many GTEs were caught up in that. That is quite a shame. There's so many cars in the pit lane at the moment. I would try and count, but I think it's something in the region of 19 cars or so are in the pit lane as we speak, which is obviously not what you want. Some of those will be for damage, of course, but a couple of might be doing it for fuel reasons as well, because this Code 80 is going to be, well, in terms of minutes, it's going to be fairly long. Obviously, once Crooks gets back in the pit lane, we should be able to go back racing. But that fuel is actually going to be quite good for those guys either staying out or stopping, because it's just going to put you a lot further into the race in terms of time, and it might mean that you don't have to save a bit of fuel here or there. So I think this could work out for those couple of guys. Unfortunately, yeah, quite a few teams there already having a few issues at the start of the season.
I mean, can I just say, Ben Crooks, if this was under any other circumstances, he didn't have to crab his way through. That'd be a lovely drift through Alboreto. But he's finally managed to get his way back into the pit lane. And just look, he's sideways in under the braking. But can we just talk, perfect start for Axel Sports and for Nakib Aslan, because for their debut, just kept it clean. Just kept it clean in towards turn one, took the inside line, broke enough, and managed to stay clean.
Indeed, and now, once we get going again, we are back to green flag racing, and Axel Sports going to be leading the way. We've already got a bit of a battle there, back further in the DPI category, coming into the Ascari chicane, and it looks like the couple of guys trying to get a bit of a jump as we go back to green racing. Hopefully we'll make it through turn one this time around as we come out of the Alboreto curve for the start of the, I think it'll be the third lap of the race, and hopefully everyone's going to get there nice and safely. So here's Wanako, already good start for them, already up into that second place actually. So they have been able to capitalize on a couple of people's issues, and someone who's going to be a little bit disappointed is I think Michi Hoyde is already on the back of the Ajira car driven by Nick De Silva at the moment. He's going to be trying to get down the inside there. Nice slipstream. He's going to be able to get it under the brakes this time for turn number one. Looks like he's going to be easily past there. So Bicolor's Burst Esport already back up onto the podium places, but we're actually take a look back to the LMP2 category, which we have not looked at the moment. Blackhawk Racing leading the way there from Netrex P1 Sim, as well as we come around Curve Grande. So it looks like they've actually had a fairly clean start to be able to keep themselves in a line, and leading the GTEs is Wojtek Pelesny, but I saw up in the top corner he got a penalty. So I'm not sure whether that was for jumping the start or maybe cutting over the chicane, but he has got a penalty, so at some point he's going to have to come in and serve that, and you're not allowed to serve that under code 80, so he's going to be losing quite a bit of time with that.
Yeah, gonna definitely not help his course at all. I mean, 3.5-second lead. That's obviously going to come down when he serves his penalty. But a relatively clean restart. The 22, the actual sports car, just managed to get away, keep it clean off the start. But for Michi Hoyer, it's just about recovery and trying to like make up for that lost time. He's already up into the top 3, not that far off the number 3 in front of him to get him on into P2, and only 2 seconds off. And you can see the LMP cars that have to cut their way back through the traffic after that first lap, and it's just going to lose them so much time. Traffic is bad enough as it is, but when you've had a spin on the first lap and you have to negotiate an entire field of GTE cars while they're trying to squabble and do their own thing, it's just so frustrating. But you have to keep that patience, otherwise you will go round. But Aslan setting the fastest lap time of 34.694, just trying to extend that gap. But the number 3 is keeping him honest and staying in that slipstream. That's going to be very, very crucial, both for fuel, but also just to keep him with that virtual tow hook.
Yeah, this point of the race is actually always a fun one, as you said, where the prototypes basically drop back into the GTE traffic, and they're effectively fighting for the overall position at that point, even though in VEC the points aren't given for the overall places, it's given for places in class. But here we're having a look first time at the Ligier. So Timo Andonovski racing for the racing team, as it's called, just racing team, and number 31. And this is, as I said, the first time we've seen the Ligier, so we need to just see really how fast it is. Unfortunately, he obviously got caught up a bit at the beginning of the race, although I want to see actually if he was one of the ones who was in the pit lane. I want to see actually if that was for strategic reasons, because obviously he's lost the track position, but he's going to be able to go a little bit longer, so we'll have to see. And also Edge Esports, so no longer working with Burst, but they have moved up into the DPI category. Obviously the Burst Edge Esports car, not only were they champions in the previous season, but they were second this last season as well, so a very good car. Let's see what they can do on their own now.
Yeah, independent and fighting for P7. Of course, they've only got a couple of seconds up to the 206 for P6. Do they want to scrabble amongst themselves, or does Keersmakers want to get that Edge Esports up into P7? He's going to have a nice little look as long as he can get a good run off the exit of the Alberto curve and be tucked up in the slipstream. They've got a little bit of GT traffic just in front of him, but let's see how much the closing speed is going to be. Of course, that was a big tap to the rear end of that BMW. I think the car in front was just trying to defend, but here comes Keersmakers closing at a rate of knots, pulls to the right-hand side. Can he get it under brakes in towards the rFactor chicane, or is the number 21 going to go all the way around the outside? You can see pretty much door scrubbing as they go through, but just about managing to hang on for P7. But I think the BMW tried to move out of the way, and the 21 just tried to sort of defend it, and that sort of made them tap. And I think the 21 slowing down because I think he's realised he's made a bit of a mistake.
21's just disappeared. They've obviously had some big issue there. They've completely gone out of the way, really slowed down there in the back of the picture as Keersmakers gets past. Well, that's the Butler Powell LMP2. So not sure what actually happened there for the 21. Not sure why they slowed down so much. It's a bit of a weird one. I should say, the BMW, there's obviously just a bit of a body language miscommunication. Hopefully we might be able to get a replay to see what happened there, because it's always a bit weird when you see a car spinning or being spun on a straight like that, because normally, you just keep it in a straight line, one goes around the other. It's normally a pretty simple maneuver, but we certainly had a few bits of action and incidents at the start of this 6 hours. So drivers really trying to push the limits already, and we've only had 11 minutes.
Yeah, 11 minutes into a 6-hour race, and it's not a 1-hour sprint, guys. You can sort of take it a little bit easy, but just look at the gap between the Axel Sports and the number 3 in the DPI class. 3/10 separate them. Chris Shepherd in the 1 Eco car, tucked up nice in the slipstream. Could we see a move for the race lead? You can see the Axel Sim Sports car going to the right-hand side to defend. You can see Chris squeezing him all the way in towards the rFactor chicane, but look at the slingshot with the toe. He gets around the outside ahead before the braking zone, and that was a very, very easy affair up into the race lead for 1 Eco. That was probably a dream start. They managed to get into P2 off the start, and well, the Axel Sports didn't have much to say about that, and they might respond, but we never know. But that number 3 definitely looking very quick indeed.
Well, yeah, let's see actually how the racing is with this DPR. Obviously, we've never seen it before at all. Jan Wozniak, I think, had pretty much a 4-wheel lock-up there, so battle for the lead in both the prototype categories. But yeah, the DPR, obviously, a new car to VEC, so we need to find out how that racing is going to be. We know with the LMP2s, you can have some really close battles, but it is one of those cars where you sort of have to set up the move. So let's see how Jan Wozniak can do that for Netrex P1 Sim. They did race in VEC before, but then they sort of left, and now they've come back, and they've come back with 3 really strong lineups in each category. So we're going to see a bit of a replay here, and Jan is going to just lock the rears. You could see 2 nice black lines really pushing the limits of that car.
That was a very respectable save. I think he just sort of broke a little bit too late, and sort of his left leg just cramped up trying to avoid the car in front and not go into the back of him. But well held, and for him to still be in this fight for the race lead, he actually still made the corner. He didn't have to go and abort to the slalom in the runoff, and he actually kept it on the track, and he's still within 8/10 of the race lead. His tyres aren't going to be liking that one too much, but I think that's going to be a heart and mouth moment. He's going to be counting his lucky stars that he is still fighting for this race lead. And in fact, the 2 leaders in the LMP2 class, 4 seconds clear of the 35, and we're seeing is this the again the fight for it's for P4 in the DPI class. Michi Hoyer had a decent start. He sort of closed the gap onto the 2 leaders, but after the last couple of laps, maybe some traffic has sort of held him back a little bit, and he's under pressure. He might again lose that spot down to 4th place after trying to recover, and this is a nightmare for Michi. I mean, he's still in the top 3, still a good result, but after starting pole, he'd have wanted this to go a lot more in his favour.
Oh yeah, he would have wanted. Oh, that's a huge chunk of the curb he took there. But yeah, he obviously would have wanted to remain in the lead and sort of be able to control, as such, the race a little bit there. But it's not going to be too bad as we see the battle. That is for P8 in the LMP2 categories, BHK and the number 49 Burst Esport battling the way. We've got Morante with Rasmus Andreasen trying to go side by side as we come around Curva Grande now into the braking zone. Who is going to come out on top? Who's going to be bigger on the brakes into the second shin? Looks like Andreasen's going to hold you there on the inside, but he's going to go over the curb a little bit, and that means Morante is going to be able to get that position as we come up to Lesmo 1, and he's got back up into 8th place.
That was a beautiful move, surgical precision there from Morante to just keep it on the outside, just trail in with the brakes and let the car go through. And you don't often see moves around the outside of Della Roger, obviously, because that inside sausage curve for the second part of it, he managed to pull it off. And again, great racing between the two. You'd have probably hoped that that move didn't go in the favour of Morant, seeing it is your team they're getting overtaken by. But hey ho, they're still in the slipstream and can definitely come back with a toe and a run down to the Retfield chicane, because you can see still keeping them honest through Ascari, but yeah, just needs to stay in the toe. But further up in the DPI class, 6/10 separate the 2 race leaders, and he is still keeping them honest in the Axel Sim Sports car. But yeah, Morant and well, your team, Cam, are fighting for the scraps in LMP2.
Yeah, well, to be honest, this is how this LMP2 field, I think, is going to be throughout pretty much the whole season. Let's see how it goes if Andreasen can come back. But I think we're going to see some really close battles. Let's see how the slipstream is for Andreasen. He's going to be getting very close indeed. Just looking down the inside there. Is he going to have enough to be alongside under the brakes? It looks like he's going to just about get to the apex. But Morante around the outside will have the inside then for turn number 2, and a nice clean battle there from these 2 guys. Seen a bit of contact already from some of the guys, but Andreasen really trying to get back, but they do have a car behind them of one of the DPIs. That's the number 8 actually. That's the one that had a bit of an issue. But Andreasen once again down the inside. He's actually going to go down the inside of the DPI. He's going to have a bit of contact, lose the rear end. He's going to have contact with Morante. I think Andreasen just got a little bit caught out there with the DPI. It looked like on the in the braking zone. Maybe not tried to, but just had to go 3 wide to avoid some contact. And unfortunately, going over the grass, and he's going to have a bit of damage from that.
That was huge. I think, again, it's going to show the tide that traffic is going to sort of play in this race, because just sort of caught out. Maybe he just looked to the inside, wanted to follow the DPI through and use that gap to get Morante back, maybe. But again, just got caught up. And as soon as you're on that grass, you just have no grip whatsoever. You can see Rasmussen just going over, and yeah, wow, that is a big one. I think they're very lucky. In fact, that was a lovely pirouette from Morante to carry on in a straight line. But yeah, definitely going to be suffering a little bit of damage. And again, they're going to be a little bit frustrated, and it's going to knock them out the swing of things for at least a couple of laps.
Yeah, it's always so difficult when you're battling and you've got one of the faster cars coming through. And the interesting thing with the LMP2s and the DPI is that in the corners and with the braking zone, you can see that with Maliki there. Yeah, a bit unlucky there, really. But you know, they're just so close in the corners. It's really the straights where the DPIs come past. So you have, as an MP2 driver, especially, you have to judge that a little bit. But let's see now if Wayfring can try and get back past Morante. Though we got the Seawolf car. That's the 373. I think coming out of the pit lane, it looked like, so finally getting rid of some damage repairs that he had. Obviously, that was a huge crabbing in-lap that he had with all the damage in that car. But hopefully, Morante and co can continue without having too much long damage repairs. And this is Andrea Terzi for Waveframe, trying to get around him for P8, but I think he's going to have to hold back for now.
Yeah, and the fight for P2 in the GTE category. Of course, we know these Corvettes are going to be relatively quickly in a straight line, and at Monza, it definitely does go a long way. This is Yuri in the Red Bull Racing Esports on the back of the 66, just in front of him, tucked up nicely in the slipstream. And, well, it's nice to see a variety of cars doing well. Of course, we've got the Corvette versus the Ferrari through the Curva Grande. And in towards the Della Rosa chicane. Shouldn't be close enough in the toe for a move, and if he does, it's going to be an almighty send. You can just see looking to sort of spot his braking points and keep it close. But the crucial thing is you can't really go for a move at this point in the track unless you get an insane run out of the Della Rosa. It's just about biding your time, getting that good run of Lesmo 2, maybe into a Ascari if you have the run. You're not on the brakes for very long for a Ascari, and you can see the Ferrari definitely having to look in his mirrors because kicking up a bit of gravel off the exit of Lesmo 1, that could, again, both of them going quite wide off the exit of Lesmo 2. That's just going to allow Yuri to sort of play the mental game and bait that Ferrari into a couple of mistakes here and there as the LMP, I believe is that one of the DPIs just coming through and lapping these guys. Again, traffic going to play a factor, and for Yuri, it's just about capitalizing off it, not losing too much time and being able to stay on the back of the Ferrari and maximize his run through Ascari. And if he can get a good enough run off Alboreto, he's going to be tucked up nicely in the slipstream and have a little look into the rec video.
And these guys, Kastorp and Zweis, ex-teammates back in the day as well, so they know each other very well. So I think this is going to be a nice little battle for these guys. But they do have to be careful because the 69 ahead is getting away just a little bit at the moment with Pelesny at the wheel of that one. Though, I said I did see a penalty earlier, so I'm not sure if at some point they're going to have to come in and serve that. But let's see now, Kastorp getting a nice run. The brand new C8R, though he's actually just lifting off a little bit there. Maybe using Zweis to actually save just a little bit of fuel, because one interesting fact about the Corvette C8 is it's actually quite good on the fuel consumption. So if he can stand there, stay there behind Zweis and actually increase that even more with the slipstream, then that means that this Red Bull car could be going pretty far into the race. We'll have to find out just exactly how they do that one. It looks like Kastorp staying there at the moment as the DPIs all just do a massive train past them. So that train at the front of the DPIs is certainly looking very close.
It is very close indeed. Of course, only 20 minutes into a 6-hour race, but it promises to be close, and that is thanks to the tow and, of course, the traffic keeping it very, very close indeed. This is Kiersmakers in the Edge Esports. Just behind him is the number 22. Is that the Axel car? I believe it is. Indeed, it is. This is Aslan. Something happened to them. They were fighting for P2. I did see they sort of tumbled down the order in the tower a little bit. Maybe a spin, maybe coming to the pit lane. Actually, it probably wasn't a pit stop, but they're on the back. They're trying to negotiate their way through the traffic, but also fight amongst themselves for position. At this point, Cam, do you just sort of work together, pick your way through, and then once you've cleared the traffic, then start battling to sort of avoid clumsy little mistakes in finding the way through? Or do you look for the GTs to maybe open up a gap for you? But it is a 3-car train, and it is for P5 in the DPI class, and of course P5 overall. And I believe Kiersmakers is on the back of that 206. Down in towards the right video chicane, you can see he's got a very, very good run indeed. And the 206 going to be having to look in his mirrors on board with Aslan, who's just having a front row seat to all of it. You can see Kiersmakers go into the left-hand side. It's going to be the long way around. How late can he break? It seems to be very late. Soars all the way around the outside, keeps it for the inside for turn number 2. And oh no, Aslan looking to the inside, and Katao just getting a little bit caught up. I think he wanted to set up the switcheroo, go underneath him at Curva Grande, and then Aslan sort of saw that open space and thought, I'm going to try and stick my nose in. But again, those little things just sort of don't work. A bit of contact, but no harm done for the time being.
Yeah, I had a look on the lap previous to this. Aslan had a lap that was about 5 seconds slower, so he obviously had a little bit of an issue, and all the cars around him had normal lap time, so it looks like, yeah, he just had a bit of an issue. A couple of guys went past, which is a bit of a shame for them, obviously having been in the lead of the race at one point. So we come back to the battle for the lead in the LMP2s. Woznica trying to go around the outside now of turn number 1, but didn't quite work out. So he needs to get the slipstream once again. with Roman Jakubovic having a really good time here at the front of the LMP2s, but can Wozniacki for Netrex P1 Sim try and get a move done coming up to turn number 4. Then De La Rogia, is he going to be able to go around the outside? Although the Aston's actually sort of blocking his way just a little bit, so he couldn't quite probably send it as much as he wanted in that number 27 machine. Now up to Lesmo 1. I think Black Hawk's going to be able to get down the inside, but this is just how traffic can sort of end a battle and start a battle in some ways, because Wozniacki is now going to get past at a slightly worse point, and that battle he's going to have to resume once again. But I think this battle is going to go on for quite a while, because Jakubovic is a very, very fast driver, certainly fast enough to be in the position that he is. And at the moment, it looks like Wozniacki is able to hold on to him. So I think as the tyre wear starts kicking in, as we get towards the latter points of the stints, I think we're going to see maybe where the better driver is, because a lot of these teams will be at least double stinting their tyres. So if you can hold on to your tyres a little bit better, it will mean that you're a lot faster in that second stint.
For sure, it's just about conserving those tyres, making sure you've got that tyre life left, and just keeping a consistent pace. You don't want to go too hard at the start and then have a massive drop off at the end. It's better to just keep a consistent, slightly slower pace all the way through, so then the grip is actually more predictable and you're not having to wrestle the car towards the end of your stint. And if you do swap the drivers out at the end of the first stint, then they're not going on to a set that's really bad, and they can actually acclimatise themselves slightly quicker. This is the fight for P4 in the LMP2 class. This is Leroux in the Go Team racing on the back of, is that his teammate in front? They are very similar, well, exactly the same livery cars, the 47 versus the 37 in this little sort of train, the fight for P3 as it stands. And of course the two leaders are very close in fighting, so a very close grid, and I think the toe is keeping it very close indeed.
Oh yeah, the toe is really good around here, because you effectively have like 4 straights just with with a corner in between them, apart from the couple of Lesmos, so you can really stay with someone. But obviously the traffic can see they're just the second Go Team car, just losing out just that extra 10th here or there in that braking zone, which means he's going to have to try and catch that back up. But I think Arduini here in 3rd place for BHK is going to be having quite a nice run of it. But at the moment they are they're quite in some ways quite a way behind, about 7-8 seconds behind the next car as Go Team goes off in the background there. So if he can hold on to this position, it might work out well for him, but for Go Team they might just be dragged along here, which might help them in the long run.
Indeed. We're back to this fight for P2 in the GTE category. This is Yuri in the Red Bull Racing Esports, still on the back and staring at the rear end of that Ferrari. He's got a very nice look. He's got a nice slipstream down towards the Rettifido chicane. Is he going to be close enough? We've seen him lift off just to save that little bit of fuel, but is this time around going to be the time that he goes for the move? He's certainly close enough, but again, saving the fuel, going for that longer run, saving it, and just making sure he can get to the end of his stint pretty comfortably, and of course play that long game, because the longer you can go, the less pit stops you're going to have to do, and the less strain you get when it comes to the maths, because then at least then you're not having to sort of panic and then you haven't got the worry of a splash and dash or anything. But yeah, Yuri definitely has the pace and the sort of the opportunity to go for the move, but just isn't quite wanting to, I suppose. And they're getting lapped by a couple of the P2 guys, and again traffic playing a big old factor. Monza isn't the longest lap in the world, and with such a big grid, it's just about managing for the faster guys to get through, but also as a GTE, managing to sort of not panic when they do come through. You can see the Ferrari getting a little bit caught out by the LMP2 guy, but Yuri still unable to find a way through as it stands. He's got a really good run off Lesmo too. Is he still going to stay behind, or is he just going to actually go for the move now he's got a clear opportunity?
Let's see what he does, because he's got this really nice throttle graphic in the bottom right screen, and yeah, he's definitely lifted off a bit of lift and coast there as well before hitting the brakes. And if you saw what he did in Lesmo 1, was very smart indeed. He lifted off and he just cooperated with the DPI coming past him, and that meant that he didn't really lose that much time, and he's still in the battle. Because obviously when we talk about overtaking the traffic, it's always the faster cars prerogative to overtake in a safe manner. But obviously the GTs and the LMP2s as well, they can help the DPIs get past in a nice way. And you can see Kazorp still in this battle as well. But let's see once again, is he going to have a bit of a lift off? He's going to go into that 6th gear, get right underneath the rear wing, and just a little bit of a lift off. So he's obviously just saving that bit of fuel. And it's a difficult situation for Zvias to be in, because he knows the guy behind him is just saving loads of fuel. But if Zvias starts slowing down or tries to maybe swap positions, etc., then Kazdorp will just slow down as well. Then they're just going to both lose time. So all Geordie can really do is just do his race and see what happens. But I think Kastorp's playing a good game here.
And it must be really scary just having that Corvette. It's a mean-looking car right behind you in your mirrors for an entire stint, knowing that he's probably not going to go for a move, but just having that in the back of your mind that he probably could if he wanted to, and you're still always looking in your mirrors. It's going to be a ton of pressure for the Ferrari to be under, but he's just got to drive his own race. Of course, as you say, he can't slow down because he risks slowing them both down, because Yuri's going to stay behind, and if the Ferrari slows down, then they, of course, are both going to lose time. They're sort of in no man's land at the minute. They've got a couple of seconds back to the 58, and they're a couple of seconds off the leader. So they're both just sort of doing their own race, second and third, not really fighting or costing each other too much time. Maybe just working together. I mean, maybe Yuri is just using the Ferrari. The Ferrari's got no intention of working with the Corvette, and if he did go, they'd have a bit of a battle. But Yuri definitely showing a nice bit of racecraft here, just to save that fuel and play the long game, because strategy, as we always say, is going to probably win or lose this race.
And the important part for the GTEs is, as we said, doing roughly an hour per stint, 5 pit stops. So if you can do that, but you can go a bit over the hour, once that multiplies after 5 pit stops, your final stint is not going to be an hour. It might be 45 minutes or 30 minutes even. And then you have such a short final pit stop, you basically just gain 10-20 seconds from, well, basically just filling up less fuel. So you have obviously a shorter stop at the end of the race. So that is why it's so crucial to do these things early, because it multiplies over the course of the race. But I think obviously while Kastorp is sort of saving a little bit, we certainly have seen some battling, because the LMP2s and the DPIs, the leaders are both separated by half a second in those categories as well. It's getting very close, and I saw the 206 and the number 11 in 5th and 6th place. They were also having a bit of a battle swapping around as well. So I think we're in for pretty much a good race here at Monza, as obviously the race progresses on. And just behind these guys as well, you can see the battle for the LMP2 lead. Wozaka still sat there behind Jakubovic, but once again just losing out a little bit with the GTE traffic.
Yeah, it is always going to play a factor. You can just see they're trying to find their way through, and the 27 just trying to pick their way through, trying to use the gap that the 30 opens, and then pick their way through, try not to lose too much time. But as long as they stay in the slipstream, they should be perfectly fine in order to just carry on like nothing happens. But yeah, we're being treated here. We've got very close grids, thanks of course to the slipstream here at Monza. And of course battles up and down, which definitely the best way to start off the season. And you can see Yuri getting all sorts of out of shape through Ascari, pretty much sideways through the long right-hander, but still managing to keep it in check. And you can just see how the P2s having to negotiate the GTs and being really patient. Of course, it is their responsibility to lap cleanly, but when you're in the heat of the battle and when you're trying to stay close to that 30, and you can see when they get through at a nice point down the straight and you have to stay behind during a corner, it must be really frustrating that you're losing that time, and then you sort of maybe feel inclined to send a bit of a move. But we're seeing a fight is this between Michi Hoyer. He's managed to get himself up into P2, the fight for the DPI and the overall race lead. You can see Michi looking to the inside of the Alboreto curve, and now on the back of the number 3, he's going to have the slipstream down in towards the rFactor chicane. Or are these going to come in? I think one of them had a bit of an off, because Michi Hoyer was down in 3rd for a second, but he's got the slipstream. Is he close enough to go for the move into the rFactor chicane? Not quite going to be able to go for it, but it's a nice thing that only half an hour into the race, after he was rear-ended into turn 1, that he's already fighting for the race lead again.
Yes, really good for him. And also from a championship perspective, obviously Cetrez Nitavelix are still down in 8th place at the moment, 18 seconds behind the final car, because obviously they were involved in that crash that you were talking about as well. So if we're looking at sort of championship implications where people were in qualifying, see Axel having a bit of an issue, Nitavelix having a bit of an issue. So if Michi Hoyer can get out the front and try and pull away a little bit from these guys, that could work out pretty well in their favour, while those cars are starting to come back through as well, because it looks like Michi really has the pace. And so the viewers are aware, Michi Hoyer and also Yuri Kastorp that we were on board with earlier, they're both streaming their points of view as well, and I believe they'll be doing it for the entirety of the race as well. So if you want to specifically watch them as well, you can catch up with how they are doing on their respective channels, because also Michi Hoyer, he's been streaming a lot of his practice for these races as well. He's really done his homework of trying to work out how this new car is going to work. Obviously they've had a lot of prep as well in the LMP2s in just previous seasons with other championships going on at the moment. So then to jump into this DPI, to get up to speed with it, work out what to do, you really got to put in the hours, and let's see if that is going to work out for him. But Chris Shepherd is actually holding on really nicely at the moment, but how long will it last?
That is the question. I mean, Michi Hoyer is a driver with many, many accolades under his belt, and he's going to be probably one of the last people you'd want in your rearview mirror, especially after his pure hunger to recover after that first lap incident. He's going to be looking to go for some moves and try and put that pressure on. But you say about preparation, and especially with this new car, how these drivers must put hours upon hours, especially for the VEC, and wanting to do well, and just making sure you prepare, because you don't want to go into a race. Michi Hoyer, a bit of a snap under the rears into the De La Roja there, but just, you know, you need to set up the car. Of course, it's an endurance series. You need to make sure the setup's catered to everyone, and of course you're feeling comfortable, because comfortability is going to be the main thing. You do not want a quick car that's going to be squirming all over the place and not suited to everyone. You can see sending it up the inside of the Ferrari, trying not to lose too much time. He's lost probably a good second on this lap trying to get through the traffic, and the Azura just behind as well, now closing onto the back of Michi Hoyer. So it could turn into a 3-horse race for the race lead here, Cam. But yeah, in terms of preparation, you know, it's got to take a lot in order to compete at this level.
Oh, it absolutely does, especially if you want to win. I mean, you know, you can, you know, do some practice, show up and finish, you know, 10th, but that's not what you want to be doing, especially if you want to be fighting for the championship. And that was actually quite an important factor that we saw. So Jordi Zwijs then lost out and is now behind Kasdorp. So we need to see what Kasdorp is going to do, because Kasdorp, is he going to let Jordi back past and try to save the fuel, or is he now going to use the fuel that he saved and try and pull away a little bit? We'll have to find out. Indeed, I wouldn't be surprised if he actually just lets Jordi back past, depending on obviously what he feels like with his fuel level. But let's see if Jordi's now just going to do the same thing and do it straight back to him, which actually looks like he is. So now it's Jordi's turn behind. And that situation into Lesmo 1 was kind of what I was talking about earlier with GT's cooperating as well, because obviously Michi sent it down the inside and Jordi tried to stick it around his outside, and then that obviously meant that he went wide and off into the gravel as well. So if he'd maybe just break the tiniest bit more and let him through, he probably would have still got, you know, Kasdorp might still have got past him, but it may not be so significant as well. So it's always a difficult game to play, because everyone's trying to go as fast as they can, and Jordi's in the middle of a battle as well, which is always the fun part. That's why we go, you know, for 6-hour races, because incidents like that happen, positions get switched around, and then all of a sudden you've got a battle switching in 2 categories, and Michi Hoyer's, oh, look at the traffic ahead of him. Michi Hoyer's got to hold on for Majira here, but look at all this traffic he's got to get past, and that's actually worked out quite well for him. He's got past the Mugen car, but yeah, it's getting to that point now where the traffic's still so congested. You've got to be careful and not make a mistake.
Yeah, you really just have to pick your way through, find the opportunities, and sort of just negotiate your way through. For Michi Hoyer, that was probably one of the best places he could have got. He got the car between himself and the Azura behind, but the Azura just straight back down the straight towards the Alberto. The sheer speed difference between the DPIs and the LMP2s, of course, through the corners, not much in it, but down the straights, especially at a track like Monza, the DPI is going to be very quick indeed. You can see Michi Hoyer just trying to clear the traffic, but also the Azura behind trying to pick a way through. Now they've sort of cleared the vast majority of it. It's still a long way to go. You can see a couple of P2s just up the road, and then of course the race leader a couple of seconds up there as well. 2.1 between Michi Hoyer and the number 3. The fight for in the LMP2 class still raging on as well. This is Jan Woznica in the Netrex, still on the back of that car. As this battle has been raging on. It's a similar situation between Yuri and Jordi in the GTEs. They're sort of maybe just sitting behind each other, playing the long game and just preserving that fuel.
I think the important point here for Woznica is in the LMP2, it's not, we've seen with the DPIs, they can literally just slipstream, get past them, and have a fairly comfortable braking zone. With the LMP2s, it's slightly more on the limit with that into turn 1, so you really have to make sure when you get an opportunity, you can send it. But unfortunately, I think for Woznica, he hasn't really been in that position just yet. We did see him go side by side one time, I think it was, into turn number 1, but he needs to make sure he's getting there. But you can see with the traffic, a lot of the time, Woznia's losing out because Jukovic can just get past, and then the GT's in between them in the corner. Because it's actually a lot easier to be the first one coming up to the traffic, because you have a lot more sort of options. You can really choose your success as such. With Woznica, he's just got to go wherever the GT is moved to get out the way of Kubovic as well. So being this close to someone can make the overtaking the traffic that little bit more awkward.
It can, yeah, and you just have to sort of, again, it's just about patience, and for the GTEs, it's just about, being predictable. That is the main thing. Stick to a line, or choose a line and then stick to it. Because if you're then staying on the racing line, then you think, oh no, I'll just move out of the way to let the MP2 guys go through, and they've already committed to going down the inside of you. That's when these things sort of happen. But also, it's about patience, but it's also about commitment. You can't just sort of show your nose and then back out when you realize you've gone for a bit of a send. Once you've committed, you have to go for it, and that is probably going to be your better option rather than backing out, because the uncertainty, the lack of confidence is where the incidents will happen, and especially when you're in a fight for the race lead in class, and just making sure that you can stay on the back of the person in front of you without losing too much time, and commitment, and just, I think, experience is probably the main thing that can help with traffic, being in the faster car, but also being the car that's being lapped, so you can sort of be in their mentality, be in their shoes, and just having that overall experience with an endurance race will definitely help you when it comes to negotiating traffic.
Oh yeah, there's nothing like experience in these sorts of situations, because you have to just have that extra little thought of not just what's happening now, but what might happen in the next corner. And when, for instance, with Chris Shepard here coming up towards this Aston Martin down the inside there, he knows he's going to be able to then come back to the racing line. But sometimes you're just close enough that you're not going to be able to do that. So you need to have that judgment and sort of look ahead to make sure that you're not getting yourself in any sort of awkward situations. But here, talk of awkward situations, we've got a battle for the DPIs coming past, a battle for the lead of the LMP2s, and let's see if the Ajira can get past as well. This might be a little bit difficult for Jakubic, but it looks like actually De Silva's going to get past there. So Cam was going to capitalise this into turn number 1, or maybe in turn number 2. He couldn't quite get alongside enough from what he needed, so he's going to have to sit back once again. But yes, a little traffic situation like that, if Wozka can try, if Jakubic gets a little bit sort of almost blocked effectively from that DPI, if Wozka can get his car alongside, that's probably going to be one of his best opportunities.
For sure, it's just about capitalising it and looking for the gap. Jakubovic under an insane amount of pressure, and now Woznica definitely looking. You can see, looking to the left-hand side just to see if there was a gap that opens. But again, as you say, letting the DPIs through and then using the gap that they open up to the inside. Follow them through. Of course, they're going to be the quicker car. They're going to have that space on the inside that you can just sort of snip your way through and say thank you very much. And of course, negotiating the GTEs as well. When they're slower, you can definitely close up a lot of speed, and if you've got that backwards momentum coming off a corner, when if Jakubovic has to lap a car going into the Lesmo down the inside, and Woznica can just take a nice wide line, cut back in, he's going to have that backwards momentum down the straight, and that really will help him. But yeah, he just at the moment can't quite find a gap, can't quite find a way through, and as good of a track at Monza is, ironically, it is pretty difficult to overtake.
Yeah, it's I don't know if it's because of how you set up the car, maybe just because of the way the corners are onto the straights as well. But yeah, it's not just because it's a long straight you're going to be able to overtake, especially probably because of this Alberta curve now. It's so fast, you're really on the limit, and if you just make a slight wiggle, you just lose all your momentum coming out onto the straight. So you've got to make sure that you're really nailing the corners. But one good thing about that, though, is it keeps these battles really close, and it allows, because the fact that Jan has stayed here for so long in the number 27, I think if he gets in the lead, he might be able to pull away just that little bit. But what this is allowing Jakubovic to stay in this position for a little bit longer, and this battle to continue, which is always good. It's always what we want to see. As we see Hakkinen up there, getting the fastest lap, and he's obviously trying to come back through. So he's in the Cetras Nitavelix car, currently 8th position, the number 10 in the DPIs. He's the one who hit the back of the Bicolors Burst Esport Michi Hoyer in the first corner. So if he's obviously got good speed, that's going to be a good battle later on as well. So I think, yeah, these battles that keep close and sort of work themselves up, I think it's going to be really good once we get a couple of hours into the race. We see some different tyre strategies, different fuel strategies. It's going to be a really good middle part of the race.
Sure, and then you've got that overlap between the strategies where some people are staying out, others are on that fresh set, and you've got that sheer difference between the two strategies. This is Mario Tump in the 91 car off the race start. This is where we saw a massive pile-up. You can see the rookie monsters going around, and he's the one that had to dive out the way, but in doing so got tagged to the rear left and then tagged another car, and that is the sort of the catalyst that caused the entire pile-up there. It was just his natural reaction to swerve out of the way, and these things happen. He just couldn't predict pit that there'd be a car on his left-hand side, but he's running P10 in class as it stands. He must have picked up a ton of damage, but the number 3, probably one of the first of the DPIs to come into the pit lane, as is the 27 in the LMP2 class.
Yeah, saw Vosika there coming in, but that's interesting because he was behind. So in theory, he should have saved a bit of fuel. But obviously, that's just what they were thinking. So yeah, so the LMP2s, they've done 23 laps. The DPI there has done 24 laps in this race. That's roughly what we're looking at. So that's just over 40 minutes into the race. Obviously, we had the formation lap to take away from the fuel tank, but then we also sort of gained a little bit more with the code 80. So that's, yeah, give or take roughly what we're going to be seeing. The number 11s coming in too. And I think, yeah, this fuel strategy is going to be very important. We'll have to see obviously how that works out, but the number 27, the Netrex P1 Sim, he's going to be effectively getting an undercut as well, so he's going to obviously be fresh now, but the issue is he's just filled up. So he's going to be heavier now, and obviously on the same tyres because they didn't change tyres there. You saw the car stayed down. So it's always a bit of a weird situation. Sometimes it's better going longer. We'll have to see how this one works out. Once Jakubowicz makes his pit stop, we'll have to see what the gap is.
For sure, but at least for Jan's sort of in his favour, he's got that clean air. He's not stuck behind Jakubowicz. If he was genuinely quicker, I mean, of course he's got a heavier car, heavier fuel load, and usually undercuts work in people's favour, especially if they've taken tyres. And you can see Jakubowicz responding the next lap, and of course I think is Davide gonna respond and also come in. I think, yeah, it's pretty much the pit window for all of the P2s to come in, as it is for the DPIs. You can see the 4, the 7, the 2, pretty much everyone now coming into the pit lane around this 45-minute mark. And yeah, for the sort of the prototype classes, this is going to be a very chaotic stage of the race.
But Axel Sports have continued, and they are still going. So whilst quite a few cars have come around, obviously the number 10 stayed out, but they did go into the pit lane at some point. So let's see what they can do. Have they done something magical with fuel saving, with different engine mixtures, with driving style? We'll have to find out indeed. As Mitch Hoyer comes out now, that's going to be a bit awkward with the Ricky Monsters car coming through, but fortunately they'll stay nicely. And he's ahead of the Wanako car there. So Mitchy Hoyer has actually got himself ahead of the number 3 there in the pit stop sequence, and that has worked out pretty well for him because he's effectively leading the race now in the DPIs once it all works itself out. So that's been really good. So obviously there's small variances here and there with how you come into the pit entry, etc. But normally it's quite set. But Mitch Hoyer has obviously done some magic there, and he's got ahead.
Yeah, good stuff in the pit window. That is where you can really lose or gain a lot of time. Of course, a lot of cars are coming in. You might get caught up in traffic. It's all about finding that gap on the track. You don't want to come out in a set of GT traffic, and that might be where Mitchy Hoyer sort of capitalized. Is Aslan going to come in now as well? He probably wants to have that lap on the lower fuel tank and have that clean air to try and regain some of that time back. Of course, was leading the race for the first couple of laps or so. This is all kicking off now in the LMP2 class. This is David in the Mugen sim racing car on the back of the 37 and the 47. They're still in this 3-car train for P5. And of course, around about the pit window, they're all just trying to sort of make up time and capitalize at this point of the race, because it is going to change the tide for the remainder of the next half of the race. You can see David looking to the right-hand side of the second. Lesmo has a little look, but again, that's not the most, the best overtaking opportunity in the world. You can see he's now got an even better run down in towards Ascari. Can he go for the move? They've got a little bit of traffic in front. He probably wants to be the leading car going into it, going the long way round into the Ascari chicane. Not somewhere you often get it done, but he looks to be ahead maybe just before the corner. How late can he brake? He's going to have a look, but again, the 37 just going to etch his way ahead, and David just going to have to sit behind for the time being.
Yeah, he certainly is, and obviously got all in the GTEs there actually at the front. See, Jordi Zvaz has got past Yuri Kazdorp as well in the GTEs, so there's obviously been a bit of a swapperoo there, but also Kazdorp has dropped a few seconds as well, so wonder how that one's happened. But let's see these guys now onto the start-finish straight. Looks like Clockseyes just had, just lost a couple of tenths there, and he's not quite in the slipstream, so he's going to have to rework that back into a battle as we get a little bit further around the lap. But certainly this middle part of the LMP2s is looking very competitive, and he's already on the back as well. So yeah, he's done pretty well there. But back to the front of the LMP2s, and we've already got this lead battle come up to lap the burst car with Andreasen there in the car at the moment. But it looks like once again Wozniak is getting stuck behind a GT into Lesmo 1, and that just opens up that battle a little bit.
Yeah, Wozniak getting really unlucky with the timing of the traffic. Always has to go to the inside, whereas Jukovic just has that run and can do it sort of seemingly down the straight and not lose much time. But the LMP2 cars sort of stalemated during the pit lane sequence, and Wozniak has sort of stayed station for the moment, which, to be fair, is probably what he could have expected being on the heavier fuel for the lap. And of course, the tyres have had a chance to the tyres have cooled down during the pit lane, so it takes a little while to warm up an old set back up to good temperature, whereas Jukovic had that longer sort of the time with warm tyres and of course lighter fuel, so it's sort of just stagnated as it stands. But Wozniak, definitely still going to be wanting to find a way through, but again, he just can't quite get close enough. As soon as he maybe has a look and has that momentum, they're straight away on the back of more traffic, as is the case with Monza, because it's a very short track.
Yeah, let's see what they can do on this now second stint on the tyres. So the lap time is going to be a little bit slower, and obviously whoever used more tyre in that first stint is going to hinder them, because obviously the tyre never gets better as such. And obviously the more laps you do, the snowball effect happens with the difference in tyres. But now Clockside round the outside, coming towards turn number 1. Is he going to have enough top speed and enough brakes to get it on the apex of the corner? Or is just going to slide the rear a little bit? That might help him actually just a little bit, but he's gone too wide in turn 2, and that is going to allow Go Team Racing to try and come back around the outside. Let's see if LaRue can hold it around the outside of Curva Grande. Obviously, it's more meters that he's going to have to do, but he got a better exit. But there will also be the inside to the Della Roggia chicane, so who is going to be later on the brakes into turn number 4. It looks like it's going to be side by side once again, and Clockside there, really good on the brakes. Nice manoeuvre there to get himself back up into that 5th place. Manages to hold on to the position on the exit of the corner as well, and that was a hard-fought move, but he's got it done.
That was, again, very, very very good move from Coloxide to get himself into the top 5. He looked around the outside of Ascari, but he said, well, if I can't do it at Ascari, I'll do it at the Della Roggia chicane. And very, very beautiful. Just trailed the brakes in and managed to soar around the outside. But again, very hard fought from 37 to just sort of try and keep it honest. Got that good run off of turn 2. Tried it around the outside and to claim the corner, but again, being nice, having that mutual respect between the two drivers gave him the space into the Della Roggia chicane. But Coloxide now, he can sort of just set his sights forward 3.5 to the next car in front, and a decent amount of traffic, as is the case, and the common theme that we're seeing. But yeah, in the LMP2 class, very, very close, and the two leaders still separated by only half a second.
Yeah, it's going to be a good battle, because these guys, I mean, there's a bit of a, to be honest, the number 35 has dropped off, by about 10 seconds out, but behind them, we're getting this this really nice battle in LMP2. So it's going to really, the battle there is going to be who's going to get on that final podium position as we speak, as Clockside dives down the inside there. I believe that's for the satellite VRS satellite car for the GTE category, and that's just going to open up that battle a little bit more. But that means that Alex Beji here for Waveframe Esports is going to be now coming onto the back of Go Team Racing. So never-ending battles here in the LMP2. And I think that this, it's going to continue for quite a while, because it looks like LaRue maybe, just lost those couple of tenths here and there. And I think that's going to mean these guys will be battling very soon.
For sure, and it's for P6 in class, Alex Beggy in the Wave 3M Esports, trying to negotiate his way through that little bit of traffic and get on the back of LaRue for P6. And again, it's just about managing to limit the amount of time loss you lose going through the traffic and just staying on the back of him, because if you lose that toe, that is a big helping hand. Even if you're not quite on the pace in comparison to those in front of you, if you've got the toe, you can make up the lost time that you lose through the corners down the straight, and it can definitely help and go a long way. For Beggy, he's just going to want to stay on the back of LaRue and capitalize off any mistakes that he possibly can. 9 tenths is the gap, but maybe with P5 sort of inside the Mugen Sim Racing just in front in P5 1.2, if they sort of work together and not battle and not lose too much time, they might just be able to catch back up to the back of Coloxai.
Let's see, is he... Oh, actually, they're just a little bit too far actually this time around to get the slipstream there towards turn number 1. But something I'm noticing on the timing tower is at the front of the DPI category, number 4 with Bicolor's Burst. Meteor's got into the lead and he's pulled away by about a second and a half or so, but he hasn't just run away with it. So he's obviously maybe got a tiny bit more pace than the Wanako car, but he hasn't run off just yet. And I wonder if maybe he does have a tiny bit of damage. Obviously, looking at the pit stop times, he didn't do any sort of repairs, but surely he has a tiny bit of damage from the contact on turn 1. But he's certainly just trying to pull away a little bit now. So we need to see. Now he's finally got back into the lead after spending most of the first 45 minutes or so not there. Let me see what pace he's got now. The only cars ahead of him, obviously, the traffic, just like everyone's got. He's not been held up by any DPIs, or DPIs for position anyway. So you need to see if he can pull away just a little bit, because then he'll be able to sort of control the pace and see what strategy he's able to get out of it. And that's obviously going to be quite important once we get a few stints into the race.
For sure, and I think it's definitely for Michi Hoyer a sort of a sigh of relief. He's done the hard work. He's made up less than an hour into the race after that sort of tap into the ret video off lap 1. He's made up for it. He's back into the race lead, and now he can sort of show and use that pace that he had in qualifying to sort of maybe stretch the gap. You can see 2.3 is the gap. He sort of opened it up once he cleared the traffic, and now it's just about getting his head down. He's got some clear track. He's got no one to really chase down. Stick to his strategy, keep it consistent, and hope the number 3 and the number 7 have a bit of a battle behind, because that will just allow him to sort of stretch his legs and open that gap up a little bit further down the line. Just keep to a strategy and play the long game, because still we're not even an hour into this race. We haven't even done sort of a sprint race distance, and we've still got 5 hours left to go. So as it stands, these results definitely well and truly are provisional. Michi Hoyer might win this race, or he definitely might not, but he's definitely having a helping hand in getting himself into the race lead.
Oh, he certainly is. And what you were saying about the 3 and 7 battling, I think they're just about to do so. The gap has also increased by about a second on that previous lap between Hoyer and Shepherd as well. So De Silva in that Azura car is really starting to get close, as we now have GTEs coming into the pit lane. So first of all is the number 77, which is an interesting one. That's after all that fuel saving, Kasdorp is going to pit a little bit early, so I have to work out see how that one works out for him, which means Speedy Bite now with Sean Jacobs at the wheel have moved up into that 4th position at the moment. So it's good to see Speedy Bite having a nice competitive race today, because obviously they haven't quite been at the top in the previous season, so hopefully they can get some nice results this season with that number 84 machine, and let's see how that one works out. But for the Red Bull car, I'm wondering how this is going to work out, because he's also pitting before the hour, so at some point they're going to have to do a longer stint if they don't want to do a splash and dash. So I don't know if maybe this is some sort of undercut to try and maybe fill up less to get ahead. I don't know, we'll have to find out.
They saved fuel for pretty much the entirety of their first stint. They cost themselves track position to save that fuel and to presumably go longer, but they've stopped probably, I think, one of the first people to go for a genuine pit stop in the GTE class. So not quite sure what they're saving. Maybe just give them that little bit more comfortability for the rest of this race, and having to fill up less when they do pit stop, go into the pit lane. And that costs them a crucial couple of seconds. It can save those couple of seconds that can get them those places up. So saving that little bit of fuel here and there can save you the time in the pit lane. So maybe they're not thinking of going longer in the stints, but rather spending less time actually stopped in the box.
Yeah, certainly quite a good strategy, really, because saving time in the pit stops is really what it's all about, as long as you've got good pace. Because if you spend a minute longer than your rival in the pit lane over the course of the race, then obviously that's going to add up to quite a lot of track position. But we now come down to the battle for P9 and 10. So we've got Team RGPL with Zetak in the car at the moment, with Tump just behind them as we come towards the final corner. And it's quite interesting here that the RGPL car is the number 371. And the leading number 3 basically means they started in Division 2. So during the pre-season races, they got promoted up to Division 1. And now they're battling here for the top 10, which is always really good, because the GT is such a difficult class, really, because there's 20 cars there in the GTE field. So you've got to make sure that you are getting yourself towards the top if you want to get the decent points. but it looks like he's able to hold on from the number 91 at the moment. But I think this battle is going to be quite good because Tumper's obviously having to recover a little bit from the issue on that first lap.
Yeah, and it's good that he's managed to recover inside the top 10, as you say, in a very competitive field. And Dennis Zatak going to be under a ton of pressure, obviously both in the Aston Martin. So no excuses in terms of cars. It's down to the driver and who's going to be coming out on top. And you can just see pretty much breathing down his neck for pretty much the entire first sector in this entire lap so far, putting that pressure on. And the mental game really does play half the part. If you're Zatak, you have to be looking in your mirrors and making sure you don't make that mistake to let Mario Tump come through. In the 91, he's tucked up in the slipstream. He's putting that pressure on, and it's a similar situation to Jordi in further up when he was fighting with the Red Bull racing car. When he had him in his mirrors for the entire stint. That's a ton of pressure on your shoulders, and you're having to look in your mirrors, monitor your fuel, monitor your tires, and actually drive the car relatively quickly as well. It's a lot on a driver's mind, and you can see Mario Tump getting a lovely run off of Ascari. He's going to be tucked up in the slipstream. Can he go for the move into Alboreto, or is he going to bide his time and wait for the Retifido? But it's definitely a really good fight for P9. They're just getting lapped by a couple of the prototype cars, and he's just probably going to bide his time. He's lost a little bit of time there, having to let the LMP2 car go through though.
Yeah, Vosnica just lost out a little bit there once again in the traffic. Is really just it's just swings and roundabouts with how this stuff happens. But he's definitely lost a couple more tenths to Jakubovic there for the lead of the LMP2 category. And as I said earlier, that's why it just helps to be in the lead, because you just have a bit more control of when you get past those cars, and it generally just seems to work out a little bit more in your favor. So Vosca maybe just needs to almost stay there until we get towards the driver swaps as well, because the driver swaps is such a crucial part on endurance racing. It's not just about how fast you are, it's about how fast your overall team is. And if you've got someone who's maybe half a second a lap slower, obviously over the course of 2 or 3 stints, that's really going to add up. So you've got to be careful and with when you put your drivers in and who you come up against, because often you put your best driver in at the first stint. So maybe Wozniak, Jakubovic are their best drivers. Then once they do the pit stop, if one or the other is slower, then maybe that will give Netrex the opportunity to actually get past into the lead. But it's certainly a difficult situation for him at the moment.
For sure, and of course, yeah, the team dynamic as a whole is going to affect the course of this race, because you don't want to put all your eggs in one basket and tune the car for one particular driver, because you've got maybe 2 or 3 other teammates that have to get into the car, have to settle in, and still go relatively quickly. So it's just about having that balance and having your weakest link in the team actually be relatively quick and have everyone at a nice balanced pace, so you're not losing too much time. And as you say, over the course of 2 or 3 stints, over the course of maybe an hour in the car, it really does add up, and you can lose a lot of time in doing so. So yeah, this first stint probably is going to we can see the pace of a number of cars, but that's going to fluctuate, and different cars are going to be up and down depending on who gets in. And of course, as the strategy starts to sort of level itself out, but I think we sort of reached the main GTE window with a lot of cars now coming in.
Yeah, pretty much bang on the hour as well. So obviously by the time they come out of the pit stop, it'll pretty much be an hour, which is what you want to be doing. But Jordi Zwijs, despite having Kadstorp behind him for half the stint, he's actually going longer, and he's getting that number 66 John Lacey Esports Academy car a lap further than quite a few of the other cars. 5 hours remaining. There we go. And he is going to be, I would assume, coming into pit stop this lap, because normally we only see maybe 1 lap difference. It's very obviously difficult for you to save 2, 3, 4 laps in just one stint. That's generally the sort of thing you have to snowball over the course of a couple of stints. Let's see what he does coming out of the Alboreto curve. Is he going to come into the pit? No, he's actually going to continue. That is interesting. So he's done a decent amount of fuel saving there, actually, because he is going to be going quite a bit further, and this may not be good, or it may not help him so much now, but it's definitely going to help him a lot further into the race. So we'll have to see on that one. Also see with these GTs is if they're going to double stint the tyres or not, because that is obviously a good way of you saving some time as well.
Yeah, 100%. And I think it is sort of ironic how the Red Bull and the Jean Alesi cars have sort of flipped what we would have expected them to do. I mean, Jordi has gone long, and that definitely wasn't what we expected him to do. But we've got a fight now for P5 in the LMP2 class. This is LaRue under pressure from the Mugen sim racing car down the inside of the Alberto curve, gets it stopped very nicely and having to still duck and dive their way through the GT traffic. And you can see the Mugen car now coming back at him side by side down this pit straight. He's going to maybe have to tuck back into the slipstream. You can see he does. They've cleared the majority of the GT traffic. LaRue going defensive down this pit straight all the way to the white line to cover off that inside. Is the Mugen car going to be able to launch an attack? You can see that slingshot. He's going to pull to the long way around. How late can he be under brakes? We've seen him be very late before. Is he going to stick his nose in? He tries, but LaRue just closes that gap, and now the Mugen car is going to have to come back at him towards the De La Rocha chicane. But yeah, a lovely bit of racing for P5.
Yeah, these guys, these two guys have been battling, swapping positions multiple times, which is always great to see. You do have to be careful when you do this too much that you're not actually losing time, because you can see the cars just in the foreground there of the BHK and the other Go Team car. They've sort of lost a few seconds now, so you've got to be careful that you're not losing yourself too much time with the battling. But certainly really good indeed to see these guys having this nice little squabble 1 hour into the race, but also a squabble, it seems, is the lead, the overall lead of the race in the DPIs. Michi Hoyer, he did start to pull away, but got up to about 2.5 seconds or so, but Shepard has closed him back in that number 3 Wanako car, and it looks like the Bicolor's Burst car isn't going to be able to pull away, and Shepard is really giving him a run for his money at the moment.
It really is. We might see a change for the race lead as they again have to negotiate the GT traffic into Ascari, one of the quickest corners on the track. That's probably where the difference between the DPIs and the GTEs are going to be the highest, because it's such a high-speed corner. You rely so much on that downforce, and you can see Michi Hoyer has gained probably a good, pretty much a second, 1.5. The gap has opened up from 6/10, so he's lost a good second there. Michi Hoyer definitely going to have maybe a little bit more of relief that he's opened that gap back up a little bit, and that's going to delay the pressure from Chris Shepard, who seems to have a second wind of pace. You can see now closing the gap back up to 1.2. But yeah, Michi Hoyer going to be looking in his mirrors very soon indeed, and you can see the Azura car just behind the number 7. Also might be able to turn this into a 3-car train for the DPI race lead, but it's pretty much been a 3-horse race between these three for the majority of this race. They've definitely been the sort of the 3 tyrants, the 3 dominant forces.
Oh yes, certainly, and I think that is going to continue, and it would be good to see as Vars finally comes in. Maybe not this race, because they're probably a little bit too far behind, but in the next races, seeing Nita Velux, if they can actually get involved in this battle at the front too, I think that's going to be great. Red Bull have actually had a driver swap there, so Dennis Jordan is back, or not back, he's starting his first stint now in the car. And interesting that they've swapped already after that first stint, because normally you obviously would sort of change tyres and everything, which means it looks like they're not going to be doing doubles, as there's also a driver swap for Jean Lacey Esports Academy with Martin Darland. They're coming into that car, and that has meant that Red Bull, they're actually quite a few seconds up the road after being a good couple of seconds behind. Actually, look at the big gap that they've got there, which is quite an interesting point. So this is what I was saying about maybe John Lacey is not going to help them now, but maybe those extra couple of laps can help them later on in the race. We'll have to see, but it certainly worked in the favour of Red Bull by probably about 6 or 7, maybe 6 seconds over the course of the pit stop sequence.
Yeah, but again, the strategy is all certainly provisional, and that time will add up. They're going to have to maybe even do 1 less pit stop. Maybe if they can save enough fuel, that's probably going to be a very extreme and a very optimistic stance to take in terms of their strategy. But towards the end of this race, they're going to take a lot less time in the pit stops, and the Red Bull car, it might have to do a splash and dash, which is going to cost them a good maybe 15, 20, even more seconds that are going to have to close up in the final stages, which means they're not going to have much time to do it. So definitely 2 sort of extremes in terms of the strategy. You can the Jean Alesi going long, the Red Bull sort of going slightly shorter and taking less time in the pit lane and being a little bit quicker. But as it stands, it's advantage Red Bull. How that will play out for the rest of the race, we do not know.
Well, that is the whole point. And obviously, because they pit so early, they're going to need to do some longer stints at some point as well. So I'm not sure whether this obviously decision was to get track position, or maybe there was a bit of an issue for Kazdorp. We will have to find out, and that is obviously why we come to do 6-hour races, because if it was just a 1-hour sprint, with the 90 minutes sprint, then obviously the teams would do their races in quite different fashions. So yeah, good to see some different strategies and some different ideas, because that's quite a few laps difference between those two cars as well, and hopefully that continues as we look at DX Droids in the number 2 machine trying to catch down Ajira there, which is interesting because Ajira was the number 2 last season, but they've changed numbers. But also just behind them we've got cars as well. I think it's a Seawolf car just behind them trying to get a bit closer, and looks like, I don't think the the top part of the DPI is going to be opening up too much. There is a bit of a gap to the top 2, but I think this battle for the final podium position is going to be really great, as it looks like Jan Keitao is trying to get very close here to Fernandez as we come down towards turn 1.
Yeah, he's slipstreaming. You can see Fernandez weaving around left to right, trying to break that slipstream, the 206, looking to the right-hand side. Is he going to be late enough under brakes? Has a little look, has a bit of a send. Fernandez, though, even later, moves across, sort of under braking to cover off that inside. Very well defended for P4 as it stands in the top 3, sort of doing their own thing further up. I mean, the number 7 has sort of fallen off the back a little bit. Maybe a small mistake has closed up, and they can maybe have a look at closing down the fight for the podium. But as it stands, the 2 and the 206, Juan Carlos Fernandez in the DX Droids car doing a really good job of holding on for that P4, really getting his elbows out and making that DPI car twice as wide as it needs to be.
Yeah, you got to really defend these battles, to be honest, because as we've seen, especially in DPIs, that you can actually kind of overtake. So you want to, if the car behind you is getting close, then you do need to actually think about defending compared to some of the other categories when you can sort of be like, oh yeah, they're not really going to dive it. But yeah, definitely DPI's got to do that. And it looks like actually DX Droids have just lost a few tenths to that Ajira car. So at some point, Ajira have lost quite a bit of time, now being almost 15 seconds really behind the number 3. So I wonder if that is something to do with how the pit stop sequence worked out as well. Didn't quite see what happened to I think it's De Silva who's in that car at the moment, but they've lost a bit of time, and hopefully for DX Droids they can try and grab that position, but it's looking like he's not quite able to battle him, at least in the next few laps.
I mean, when the number 3 was chasing down Michi Hoyer, the Ajura car wasn't that far off. It was only a few tenths, and they actually had a look maybe at putting some pressure on. So not quite sure as to how they've ended up 15 seconds behind. Maybe a small mistake or something has definitely happened. But yeah, definitely between Katao and Fernandez, a nice bit of battling going on for P4. It's just about finding that gap, and we've seen how skittish the DPI cars can be under the brakes. I think it's something the drivers perhaps weren't expecting, especially with such heavy fuel, and of course the tyres now double stinting. The brakes seem to be really skittish, so maybe that affects the confidence of drivers to maybe have a little look down the inside. And again, you need to be confident in the machine you're driving in order to actually be able to go for the move, because it's all good going for a move, but if your car then snaps out under brakes, you're going to be facing the wrong way, as we saw on lap 1 between Hakkinen and Hoyer.
And we've seen a change of position, so Dylan has now got past Jordan there. And also, I've just noticed they've sort of lost quite a bit of time to some of the guys ahead as well. So GTs have had a very interesting pit stop sequence, and I'm sure maybe that's because a couple of teams maybe didn't change tires. We'll have to see how that one works out. But certainly, yeah, the 77 has now dropped back behind the 66 as well, as we jump back towards the battle at the front of the LMP2 category, with the number 30 and the number 27 continuing their battle over the course of this opening hour and a half of the first race of the season. Black Hawk Racing being followed by the Netrex P1 sim car. Wozniak trying to get a bit of slipstream there off the DPI, and it might just work, but he couldn't quite get his nose alongside, so he's going to have to try and go back in line. But it looks like Wozniak, yeah, he's just struggling to get those last couple of tenths that he needs, but a little bit of traffic like that with the DPI is what he's going to be looking out for. As you see Shepard there coming around the outside of him now. For Wanaka, as we come up to the De La Rocha chicane for another time, and Wozniak just looking down the inside, trying to get Jakubovic out of his rhythm, but Jakubovic is doing a really good job because he's held on for quite a while now.
He really has. He's been looking at his mirrors under a ton of pressure from Wozniak pretty much for this entire race. An hour and a half in we are now to the race, and well, just shy of an hour and a half, I should say. We've just gone past the hour mark, probably about an hour and 10 minutes. But yeah, Wozniak has been on the back of Jakubovic for quite some time now, and it's just about managing and not falling out, because Wozniak has sent some fake sends. He's looked, and now you can see he's got a really good run. He's to the right hand side. It's the long way around of Ascari, probably his best chance since the start of the race. But Jakubovic hangs on, and of course Wozniak Wozniacki definitely not going to be going around the outside of Ascari. It can be done, but it's very difficult. But it's things like this. Get into his head, make him make mistakes, put him under that pressure, make him look in his mirrors and let him know that you are there. And Jakubovic definitely knows that Wozniacki is there. He's now into the Alberto curve. He's on the inside line. That's going to compromise his run, but Wozniacki definitely probably the quicker of the two. And Jakubovic just needs a really, really good run off the exit of this corner. And you can see Jan just tucked up in the slipstream. Is it going to be enough? I mean, he's closing, but he's not closing quite enough. And we've seen how late he can be under brakes. He's closing. You can see Jakubovic now going to the inside, and Wozniacki going to pull to the left-hand side. He's going to be very late under brakes. Can he go the long way round? You can see Jakubovic locking up the rears a little bit, squirming under brakes. Wozniacki going to set up the double switcheroo, but just slides, four-wheel slide through turn 2, and that's going to cost him that momentum. But yeah, this battle is going to be raging on for quite some time.
Oh, it certainly is. But you can see there with Wozniacki, if he was just that extra 10th closer out of the final corner, he probably would have been able to do something about it, because with the slipstream, it sort of the effect sort of ramps up the closer that you get. So you could see just as he got to those final couple of car lengths, he really sort of started accelerating towards Jakubovic ahead. So if he can just put himself that extra 10th closer out that final corner, that's what he's going to have to do. But obviously, these guys are racing on the limit of the car. They're pushing. There's definitely, with the battle they'll be doing, you've seen, they're not really saving as such. They are really pushing. So when you get to that level, it's so difficult to find that extra last 10th, which is what he needs to do. But it's not a bad position. Like they've got 6 seconds behind them to the next car. They're easily, at this moment in time, it's just those two cars batting for the lead. He doesn't need to sort of rush it as such. He just needs to stay there, put him under pressure, and just see what happens a little bit later on in the race. Because obviously right now, as we've seen with right at the start of the race, there's no point getting into any sort of issue now. Just stay there, put the pressure on, and then wait until you get the good opportunity.
Yeah, definitely. It's just about biding your time. He's got the time. He has the gap behind it. Doesn't need to make any rash judgments. It's not like it's the last lap for the championship or anything. He needs to send a move. He can wait. He's definitely analysing his opponent and seeing where he is quicker, and just negotiating his way through, making sure he can get that run off the traffic or just get the run off a corner and use that slipstream to his full advantage. And we've seen how slippery that NetRex is down the straight, and especially when it's in the toe and using the DPIs. He's trying everything to find a way through, sending the fake moves to try and put Jakubovic off his line or something, just to try and bait him off and affect him mentally, because the mentality side of it is very, very big. Because you can be a very quick driver, but if you succumb to pressure when you're in such a high stakes fight, you're not going to be going very far.
Yeah, the not often talked about part of the race, or part of sim racing, I should say. That's obviously the whole mental side of it. And you see, Wozniacki's actually just lost a bit here, but once again, he doesn't need to. Doesn't need to get sort of agitated by that. He's obviously, he's not really in the battle now, but that will come back to him. They've clearly got some good speed. So as long as he keeps it calm, puts in the good laps, then he'll keep himself in a good position as we get towards the middle point in the race. Hour and 15 minutes just gone past. We're just about to go past, I should say, in this first race of season 14 of the VEC, and it's certainly been quite a good one so far, as we've got a couple of the Go Team cars there getting past each other. And this battle looks like it's going to be raging on still for third place. The number 35 holding on to that position at the moment. But the 47 Go Team Racing is really has been really putting on the pressure. It's just they've lost 14 seconds to the top two at the moment. But let's see if he can get any closer.
Yeah, just trying to chip away. Again, he's got the benefit of the slipstream. That's going to be helping him stay in touch with the 35 and allow him to just chip away that little bit more. Anytime he loses through the corners, he can gain back pretty quickly down the straight. And of course, as you say, they've lost quite a bit of time to the top two. Which, I mean, the top two have just been in their sort of own world. Jakubovic and the 27 just been sort of they've been fighting, but in a sense sort of just slipstreaming off each other, and that's allowed them to sort of extend the gap a little bit more. And I think it's definitely going to be a fight for P3 as it stands. But we've got a little bit of a fight going on here. This is the Axel car, the 22, which was leading the race for some portion of the first stint. Of course, a little bit of a mistake here and there, just sort of set them back a little bit, but he's under pressure from Qatar and has been for the last sort of couple of laps. And Aslan definitely going to be looking in his mirrors as he sort of ducks and dives his way through the prototypes and the GT traffic. But Qatar just wants to get a good run and use that momentum to try and find a way through.
Yeah, it certainly does, as this is still obviously a nice battle for the points, because you have to remember the way back to the start of the broadcast, we're saying, there's only 6 races. These races count. After this one, there's only 5 left, so you really have to make sure you're getting the good results. So even if you had a bit of an issue like the 22 had, or even the Seawolf car had a bit of contact as well on that first lap, or the race start incident, we should really say, it doesn't matter if you're having a bit of an issue like that. You just got to keep going, get yourself towards the end of the race, and make sure you're getting those points, because at the end of the day, it's just the points on the board that are what are going to count as we get to Le Mans. A bit of contact there between the Seawolf GTE and the Axel Sports DPI there. So Aslan just diving it a little bit into turn number 1, but it looks like they were all unscathed, as the Seawolf DPI then also comes past as well. So a number of these teams having entries in multiple divisions. But yeah, I think the Axel Sports car, they definitely got some good pace. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see them up the top again, but they just need to make sure that they're not missing out on points with giving up in this race.
Yeah, definitely go to the checkered flag. It's points that win the championship. They definitely have the pace. They showed that pace in qualifying, and during the first stint, things sort of didn't go their way. We didn't quite see what happened to Aslan and Axel Sports, but they've definitely got the pace. They can keep working at it. Still 4 hours and 42 minutes left to go. They're not that far off 4th, who's not that far off 3rd. And if anything happens, mistakes can happen, driver swaps. Axel Sports might have an absolute alien of a driver lined up to come in after Aslan, who will chip that time back down. So we don't know, but certainly their strategy and their consistency and their pace, pretty much 3 of the best ingredients for a good endurance team, and they've certainly got it. So if anyone can recover, it's going to be them. This is the fight between Mel and Arduni for P3 in the LMP2 category. 3 attempts separate them as it stands, the 35 versus the 47 for P3. And they just have to, again, negotiate their way through a bit of traffic, and then they're going to be free to battle amongst themselves. And of course, yeah, this is probably for the scraps, because the 2 at the front have just sort of taken off, and they're doing their own thing.
And yeah, Moritz Mel, he is really, he's a top quality driver in VEC. Been with Go Team for a couple of seasons now. And last season, I can't remember exactly which race, but I think it was the Spa race last year, the 8 hours of Spa, when Go Team they were really challenging at the front, and Moritz Mel was really one of the ones driving them forward in that race and pushing them towards a really good result there. In the end, I think unfortunately they got a penalty, which is what took them out of a position in that race specifically. But certainly, Go Team Racing have been making some good moves over the last couple of years, and now trying to fight for this podium. But as you say, this number 35 has been holding on really well indeed. Arduni has been doing a good job there, trying to hold on for that podium. Unfortunately, they have lost that time, but certainly, as we've seen with Jakubovic at the front, it seems in this LMP2 category, it is possible that you can stay out in front for at least some laps. And you just have to see if that holds on and make sure your strategists give yourself a good strategy to hold on. But yeah, Mel, he's getting a bit closer, so I think we are going to see him having a bit of a look fairly shortly.
For sure, he's definitely got the benefit of that slipstream that's going to help him chip away. You can see almost pushing him through Ascari, getting very, very close indeed, trying not to let sort of the toe that's going to increase the speed, and then, of course, cause a little bit of understeer. This is the fight still in the LMP2 category. We've got a fight for P1 and for P3. Jakubovic still having Jan Woznica on his rear end for quite some time. Woznica, we've seen very slippery in a straight line, especially in the slipstream. You can see that gap coming down and coming down. Jakubovic going half defensive, Woznica reacting to go the long way around, putting Jakubovic on sort of a very compromised line. He might go for the double switcheroo and have that run down towards Curva Grande. He's going to be in the toe, but again, 3 attempts, that's a big gap to close, and it's not that much of a run down towards the De La Rocha. So I think once again, he's going to have to sit behind and just and play second fiddle really to Jakubovic, who's really hanging on very well. But I mean, I might have spoke too soon, because they're negotiating through some Aston Martin traffic. There wasn't a look into the inside, both on a compromised line, but still, he just can't find a way through.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see how this battle goes once we get towards the driver swap part of the race as well. That's really going to give us a good idea of when these guys are going to be or where the teams are going to be as we get towards the later part of the stint, because the NetRx P1 Sim team they've got a pretty good lineup. They've got Viktor Ivanov, Ivan Leonov, and Kas Rietveld in that car as well. And I saw on the practice server they have been doing some very competitive times as well. For Blackhawk Racing, they've got a Kutsak, who actually I don't recognize, but also Mark Veit. And I know just from experience, I think Jakubovic might be leading that team a little bit. So I have to see how that one works out when we get to that point. But I've seen the DPIs come in already, so I wonder if that means if we're going to get the LMP2s coming in fairly shortly as well, because we're getting to obviously that point of the race where we are going to be obviously looking at the pit stop sequence. And once again, Wasika is going to come in. Can't see on the graphic. Is I guess the 30 has continued up the road. So once again, NetRx pitting a little bit early, and maybe that will hinder them later in the race.
Again, we're hitting that pit window, aren't we? And NetRx still coming in just that little bit earlier, maybe trying to go for an undercut. But again, it depends on if they come out in a clear slot in the traffic and hope that Jakubovic just sort of gets held up, maybe. And that's probably what they're hoping for. They've come in a little bit early. They're doing sort of a similar strategy to the Red Bull guys in the GTE category, coming in early, spending less time at the stop. But we've still got this fight for now. A provisional P2 between Mel and Davide Arduini in towards Della Rocha chicane. The 35 is going to come back. It's going to be the long way round. Mel going to squeeze him to the outside. Can Davide go the long way round? Not quite. And I think Mel has finally managed to find a way through on Davide, and probably a very, very crucial point indeed. You don't want to be behind at the pit window sequence. You want to be that head car. You want to be the proactive one and trigger the sequence. And Mel finally finding a way through. But Davide in the BHK Esports might actually have another look. They've got a bit of a traffic in front. You can see that Porsche just sort of getting in the way a little bit, and Davide going to look to the inside, being tucked up in the toe of the Porsche. But just look, Mel really has got some good straight line speed, and you can see the Mugen just behind coming through to get onto the back of him. 1.7 back to the 37 for fifth, so they can't really squabble amongst themselves too much.
They certainly can't, and I wouldn't be surprised if they're going to be coming in into the pit lane at the end of this lap, because I believe this will be the 24th lap. So I think this is probably going to be the one that they're going to come into, unless they've been able to save some fuel. So let's see how if any of them keep tight out of the final corner, or are they actually going to continue for another lap. No, it looks like actually Go Team Racing have continued, but both BHK and Mugen are coming in. So it looks like Go Team Racing just saving a bit of fuel in that final stint, but then again, they were behind a car pretty much the whole time. And it looks like both of them are not going to be changing tyres. It looks like they're still on the ground. So that looks like a triple stint for those guys, where we saw the NetRx P1 Sim of Jan Mosca, his tyres, or his car went up in the air. So it looks like they're actually changing tyres. So difference in tyre strategy already coming out.
Yeah, and I think we just need to take a bit of a break from the stream, just to step away for 5 minutes, because the software not being on our side, these things happen. But I think we will just take a bit of a break. Do not go anywhere, because this is a very, very spicy point in the race.
And welcome back to the 6 hours of Monza here for the opening race of the 14th season of VEC, and it's certainly been a very interesting first part of the race. Just had to do a little restart of the broadcast there, so we're now back, and with the pictures, we just had the pit stop sequence as well. For some of the cars, still a couple need to come in, but it's been quite an interesting sort of change of events especially in the LMP2 category, because Blackhawk, they're still leading the way, but they've got quite a big gap now because the number 27 of Netrex P1 Sim, they actually changed tyres where the others didn't. So the Netrex P1 Sim is doing a triple when the other guys are doing. They're doing a double when everyone else is triple stinting tyres. So that might be quite interesting when we get a bit later on in the race. Because then obviously on the next stint they will effectively have worse tyres, whereas now they've got better ones. So they really need to be capitalising on this first part of the new set of tyres. But it's been quite chaotic in some situations as well. But we've seen some really good battles.
We have, up and down the grid. Of course, we've had the battles in the DPI and the LMP2, and of course in the GTEs we've had a few squabbles here and there, and of course that very chaotic start. If you haven't seen the race start, definitely go back and have a little cheeky gander at it, because it was textbook Monza, I think, is probably the best definition to put it. That is what you expect with such a big grid and of course different classes going down that pit straight for the first lap of a 6-hour race. But yeah, it definitely was chaotic. But once everything settled down after we got off that code 80, it's been a really good couple of stints. The 22 at the moment still is leading over the number 3, the 4, and the 2 in the DPI category. The 22. The Axel Sports have managed to get themselves back into the race lead. I'm guessing they're going for an extra stint on some old tyres.
Yeah, I think they just haven't quite stopped yet, because we saw them going longer in the previous stint as well. So obviously if you go 1 or 2 laps longer in the first stint, means you're effectively 3 or 4 in the next stint. So obviously it takes a little bit, so we'll have to see on that one. But if they're doing this longer spin strategy, it could help them, to be honest, when we get towards that final pit stop sequence. If they've gone a lot longer into the race, then that could really help them out there with having a shorter stop, or maybe being able to save a set of tyres, etc. And tyres is actually, I think, really the big talking point here, because we're now seeing, at this point in the race, we're seeing some people going onto a triple stint of a tyre, which is always quite a tricky one, because that's obviously when your tyres are the slowest, and then the people who've pitted are now at their fastest because they've got brand new tyres. So there's going to be a huge speed differential, maybe 1.5 seconds lap, etc. So we might see, even though that 27 is 31 seconds off the lead, we'll have to see by the end of this stint if they actually have been able to get themselves back in contention, or at least part way back in contention. We'll have to see how that one works out. But it's good to see that there's a bit of a difference between some of those teams, because it's always good when you see some different strategies working out.
Yeah, for sure. There's definitely many different routes to go about this race. Not one particular strategy is going to reign supreme. I mean, we've seen that it can, but there's definitely different routes different teams will take, and that will definitely be definitely better suited to different teams than others. This is a look at the race start. Just taking a look at how chaotic it really was, and you can just see some cars getting really swamped off that green flag, didn't react very well, and then the rookie monsters, you can see that Aston taken off with the LMP, or the DPI I should say, and yeah, it just absolutely took off. And behind that, a lot of people managed to get away unscathed. Some people couldn't boast the same fortune.
It's just such an annoying situation to have at the start of a season, obviously, because it's the very first bit of action. It literally is as the green flag dropped, as we started the season, and then we get into that. Your Name Here car obviously went to the right, because I think it was the Waveframe car sort of put them that way, but then just tried to come back on when the Rookie Monsters car was spun around. Have the Rookie Monsters car not been there, they probably, everyone would have been okay, but that's just race starts and how it all works out. And I'm sure the stewards will be reviewing things where needed, and hopefully get a bit more of an idea of how they want to do race starts. As we jump back to this GTE battle, so Dennis Jordan, he's dropped off the back of Jordi's Vars just a little bit. for that battle for 4th place, but he's now got the Virtual Drivers Bike TX3 car, the number 98, right behind him with Kurjan at the wheel, and he's starting to get a little bit close. So I wonder if, because Dennis has been a little bit slower since he's got in the car, I would say. So I wonder if he's doing some fuel saving to try and get back some of those minutes that they lost from pitting early. We'll have to find out. But for now, he's got to have this battle on his hands.
Yeah, definitely got to focus at the job at hand. Dennis Jordan has done a really good job after taking over the reins from Yuri. He's just sort of course, the Red Bull, they're doing a really unorthodox strategy in that they're pitting relatively early. We saw their first stop was 5 minutes before the hour, which is not something you typically see with GTEs. That's 5 minutes before the conventional pit window, a good couple of laps. So they're going early, and in fact, they save some fuel. So yeah, Red Bull Racing, they definitely know what they're doing. They're an experienced esports team, and of course, in endurance, and experience is going to be the best teacher. So they know what they're doing, but it's definitely just a different outlook to this race. But yeah, they've definitely got a fight for P6 on their hand with Johan just behind in the 98, the Aston Martin. And it's good, I think, Cam, because we've got a variety of different cars in the GTE category that are doing really well. It's a really mixed up grid, so it's nice to see that the BOP is doing its job.
Oh yes, to be honest, even last season as well, it was, it's great to see that there was different cars, different teams doing well. I mean, we saw Williams Esports race last year. They're in the BMW. They won a couple of races. Varga in the Porsche won a couple of races. The overall champion, Waveframe, were in a Ferrari. Then John Lacey win the Aston Martin, and they won Le Mans. So all the different manufacturers were having good results. And then this year, obviously, we've introduced the C8 Corvette, the newer model of Corvette as well. And obviously, we're seeing them towards the front. So not the most picked car, but yeah, certainly doing well indeed, as we see the two Waveframe LMP2s having a bit of a battle here for P8, going side by side. We've got Suave and Terzi there battling it out in the 36 and the number 48. So double entry here in the LMP2 for Waveframe, and they seem to be going on pretty well. But Andrea Terzi is obviously going to be wanting to get past his teammate if he feels he's being held up.
For sure, and the last thing you want to do is drive into the side of your teammate, but Terzi definitely all over the back of his teammate to the left-hand side. Can he make it an easy job, or is his teammate going to hold him up a little bit down the inside? Pretty easy affair, I think, and the two Freem cars not really going to be wanting to battle each other. They just want to do their own race, and it's nice team play from Suave to just let Terzi through, and they can both now sort of settle in and do their own thing, because yeah, you do not want to be battling with your teammate. I mean, I get it if it's 1 and 2 and you're sort of racing and you both want to win, but for 8th and 9th, there's no point holding each other up. You're just going to slow each other down in the grand scheme of things. But they're now sort of in these still early stages. We're still not even sort of a third of the way through the race yet. So you want to settle in and not battle each other up and not back each other up for a while.
Yeah, that's the benefit of having two cars in a certain category. I mean, even in different categories as well, where there's always that one free position or that one easy overtake that you can do, which just makes it a little bit easier for sure. But now Terzi's trying to get on the back of Robert Pawn for the Juices Motorsports Club as well, in the number 50. So that was actually quite a timely maneuver for Terzi, as he's now getting in the slipstream of Pawn. They're coming towards turn number 1. It looks like he's not going to be quite close enough just yet, but you can already see how Suave, bits behind, has already lost some time. So that was a good decision to swap those drivers around.
Yeah, definitely was. He seems to be the quicker of the two cars. This is the fight for P3 in the GTE class. We've got the Ferrari chasing down that Corvette just in front, and you can see really closing that gap with the John Lacey Esports Academy. On the back of the Speedy Mike Race and Sean Jacobs at the wheel with Martin just trying to chase him down in the 66. They are very close. We've seen the John Lacey sort of want to fight, maybe. We've also seen them sit back and save a little bit of fuel. They're not actually, no, in fact, they are just a little bit off that car in front for P2. But yeah, they're going to be fighting amongst themselves. They want that final podium place. To start the season off with a podium is probably going to be the best way to do it. The Corvette already sort of going slightly defensive, taking a different line out of the exit of the Alberto curve, but you can see Martin in the Ferrari closing, and Sean definitely looking in his mirrors, going half defensive. Where's the Ferrari going to go? He's going to go the long way around. He's committed. He's got that slingshot. Look at that straight line speed of the Ferrari. They're banging wheels as they come down this pit straight in towards the rFactor chicane. Who's going to be later on the brakes? It's going to be Martin. He gets himself ahead and on to the podium. Sean Jacobs didn't really have much to say about that one.
Yeah, that was a nice, strong, not really aggressive, but just a nice strong move there from the Jean Alesi driver, getting himself back up onto the podium. And we did mention a bit earlier the number 66 and 77, who were battling for second and third place at one point, just dropped down a little bit. I wonder if that's to do with changing tyres and other people not, but we'll have to see how that one progresses, because obviously they've also changed drivers as well, which other people hasn't, which is a little bit of an interesting strategy from those guys. But back up onto the podium is where they want to be, and they've now got about 11-12 seconds to get up towards the number 50, the number 58 car, which I believe is the Volante car, up there in second place at the moment with Diogo da Silva. So a little bit of a way to get up there, but let's see if he can do it, if he can do so.
For sure, and I think it is a very close grid. I mean, we see in other series, sprint race series, we see bigger gaps after less time. We've got, we're about an hour and 40 minutes left into this race, and the gaps between the cars are not that big at all. And yeah, it's been really close. Monza definitely treating us to some close racing, but yeah, Martin in the Ferrari just got to chip away at that gap. He's definitely got some pace. He managed to clear the Corvette, already opening that gap up to over a second. So yeah, he's got the pace, and he's a fresh driver. He's not going to be feeling the exhaustion or anything yet. His arms aren't going to be tired, or his mind isn't going to be tired. He's fresh. He's going to be quick, and he's going to try and chip away. And they're onto the podium, but they're always going to want to do one better and chase after that P2 or even the P1.
And the always Wanaka there tried to get past, but just had to hold their position just a little bit there, the number 3. But yeah, 66. Really need to see if they can close that gap to number 58 ahead of them. The 69 of Vargas Sim Racing 12s. We haven't really seen or spoken to them in this race at the front of the GTE category, but they've really just had a nice, comfortable position throughout the whole race. They pulled away a little bit in that opening stint, and then were able to obviously hold on to that as the race progressed as well, which has been interesting because I did see them at the start. Plesny had a penalty come up, so I don't know where they served that because I never saw them drop back. So I don't know if they served it during that code 80 period or something, or maybe the penalty was removed. Not quite sure on that one. But either way, that's where they are, the number 69 at the beginning. And let's see a bit of a replay here with Sean Jacobs. Just got the Axel sports car. They're coming around the outside, very close actually to making a bit of contact, but able to actually just about get his car in the correct position and make sure there's no contact.
Yeah, I think he just got a little bit scared by the DPI car coming through. Just sort of caught him off a little bit. He didn't want to go into the side of him, so just sort of backed out and let the Jean Alesi come through. But we're again another fight in the GTE category between Your Name Here and the two Aston Martins. These two have been sort of really close for quite some time, haven't they? They've sort of well inside the first stint, and up till now they've really maintained this gap really well between 9th and 10th, and yeah, still the same positions as it stands. This yellow Aston Martin on the back of the sort of the maroony red one just in front. So it's a battle that's been raging on for a while, and I think it's a tribute to and thanks to the toe keeping them really close together.
Yeah, they're staying nice and close indeed, which is obviously what we want to see. And Pfeiffer, yeah, this car's been stuck behind there for a little bit now. So hopefully he can get just that little bit more, as he's actually almost defending a little bit from that LMP2, trying to get past them. One of the BHK cars, and actually, if you notice on those BHK cars, they've sort of like painted over the headlights to make it look really aggressive. I think it looks quite cool at the front of that car. But coming on to the GTEs with the Aston Martin, looks like Pfeiffer's not quite going to be close enough to get a good slipstream, so he's just going to have to work his way up to the car ahead. But that car's been there for a little bit now with Mario Tump previously in that car, so hopefully he can have a bit more luck than his teammate.
Yeah, fingers crossed, just trying to keep it consistent and And again, just get your head down and focus on the race ahead. That is what endurance racing really is. And you can see that BMW going a little bit deep. So yeah, pretty easy affair of clearing the BMW for the Wave 3M. And yeah, they've sort of looking for some success. I mean, they're doing something like 8th and 9th, I believe, in the P2 class, and 17th in the GTE. So definitely their P2's going slightly better. But for Christian, he's just, again, it's not over till it's over. He's 5 laps down on the leader and 1 lap to the next car in front. But again, that could probably be due to the fact that he got caught up in that lap 1 pile-up or things like that. And he's still got a while left to go to recover it. And anything can happen between now and then. And that is one of the many things we love about sim racing and motorsport in general, is there's just so many variables to take into account that you cannot set in stone. You can't get complacent or anything, because anything can happen. You can be leading by 30 seconds and your engine can blow up, or you can run out of fuel, or your tires can pop, or something can happen. There's just so many different variables here and there that can spice things up.
And see on the replay we got Kalinic, because I was thinking this was actually for position with the Waveframe car coming past them, and yeah, I think he just locked up that inside wheel, had to go over the sausage curbs, and yeah, as I said, I'm pretty sure that was for position, with the Waveframe now up into that 17th position. But this Waveframe car, okay, it wasn't this specific car as such, because I think there's a couple of different drivers, but Waveframe themselves, they won the GTE championship last year, so yeah, a bit disappointing, but obviously they were caught up in that start crash, as we see now this battle between, I think it's Andrea Terzi and Robert Pawn coming into the Della Roggia chicane. Waveframe getting around the outside there. Is he going to have a good enough exit to hold on as we get towards the first Lesma? I think he's just going to hold on. Rob's going to think about diving down the inside, but no, just backs out of that one. But up into 8th place is actually, no, this is the other Waveframe car. So this is Suave in the 48 is actually getting past as well. So Pawn's lost out to both of the Waveframes in the previous laps. And he is now, dropped down those couple of positions. So Juice is, not having the best couple of laps there, just losing a few places. And Andrea Terzi, who's a bit up the road, is actually looking really good on the previous lap, had the fastest lap of all the LMP2s on the field. So that's why he's making some moves up there.
Yeah, he's definitely taken some gains out. I think, he's doing a great job. He's actually gained a couple of seconds on the 37 just in front of him, and is actually a couple of cars just up the road. He's very quick and really consistent, and a second window pace for the 3M guys. They're climbing their way back up the order around about the third of the way through. We've only got about 14 minutes left of this third of the race. Robert Pawn, though, still inside the toe of Suave. 6 attempts separate them. Can he stay with them? Maybe just sort of latch onto the back and use Suave to just sort of close up to the cars in front, maybe, because being in the toe, you might not be the quicker car, but you can definitely stay with them, and Suave, if he is convincingly quicker than Pawn, will literally just tow him along to the next car that they join onto. So it can really work in Pawn's favor if he can just find that little bit extra pace to stay inside the toe.
Yeah, it needs to be able to do that, but it looks like, I think he's just dropping off, just a little bit at the front, which is not ideal for them. But as we were looking at that battle, I was just taking a look at the DPIs. And the number 22 is still out. There was actually Pawn's coming back here. So Suave has actually had a bit of an issue there coming out of that chicane, and he's going to be back past. I thought that battle was going to be over for just a second, but actually no, the Juice is now back up into that 8th position with the number 50 there, and Suave is actually going to have to try and get past once again. So this battle raging on, which is always what we want to see, the guys battling back and forward. But what I was saying about the DPIs, I noticed that the number 3 has got back past. So that's Wanako, got back past the Bicolor's burst. But also there's a 7-second gap to Mitchie. So I'm wondering if Mitchie's had a bit of an issue somewhere to lose that sort of time. But also the number 22 is still out there. So I think this is more than just the fuel strategy. I think this is maybe a tyre strategy. We'll have to see at the next pit stop, but yeah, certainly something going on there. Number 22's got themselves in a very good position, as Dennis Jordan now coming on to the back of Sean Jacobs for Speedy Mites, getting his Red Bull car down the inside. The 2 C8 Corvettes battling each other, but Dennis actually rates just a little bit earlier, and he's going to have to put his 77 machine just behind the number 84 Speedy Mite. But certainly, if he can get himself up there and chase down Jordi's Vires, that was going to be a good opportunity for them to get back towards the podium.
Yeah, they've definitely got the pace to, but yeah, they need to clear the Speedy Mite just in front of them first. And yeah, the Red Bull guys have got really good pace. and of course have done slightly different strategy to the Jean Alesi cars, and who are just a few seconds up the road. They just need to get their head down, clear the traffic. And I mean, I'm not. No, it was the Jean Alesi that got through on the Speedy Mite a couple of laps ago. It wasn't the Red Bull. So Dennis Jordan now coming onto the back of the Corvette, and it's going to be quite awkward for Dennis to get through, because usually the Corvette has got the advantage down the straight, but now he's up against another Corvette. He hasn't got an overwhelming advantage, so he's got to rely on the toe, purely on the toe, if he wants to find a way through. But again, they seem to be relatively matched in terms of pace, and you can see Dennis Jordan just coasting his way through Ascari, maybe saving some more fuel, like Yuri did in the first stint with the Jean Alesi cars. And you can see getting over that curb, that is not going to be what you want to do. He might go for the move, he might not, but yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. If he wants to chase after the podium, he's going to want to do it. If he wants to save fuel and play the long game, he's probably just going to sit behind. But Sean Jacobs, he doesn't know what he's going to be doing. He's going to be looking in his mirrors either way.
And we've also had some issue for the 27 Netrex P1 Sim. I see on the left-hand side, they're losing a lot of time there in 7th place in the LMP2 category. Their time is just going up and up. It's probably because they're coming into the pit lane. But I wonder if they actually had an issue before that, because they had already lost some time. Oh, yes, look, no rear wing. So that is what's happened. They've had an off somewhere, and coming back to the pit lane with no rear wing. That car was obviously always Dennis Jordan. Actually, he's coming down the inside. In the meantime, off the number 84, has managed to get himself up to 4th position overall. Let's see if Sean Jacobs can come back. But also, yeah, 27 losing its rear wing and battling for the lead effectively with Jakubovic and Blackhawk Racing. But unfortunately, Viktor Ivanov, he's had an issue, and they are going to have some long damage repairs.
Yeah, that's going to be a while in the pit lane of rear wing. Yeah, it's going to take a while to change. And again, it goes back to show anything can happen. Netrex looked quick, looked comfortable, and we're breathing down the neck of the person that was leading the LMP2 category for literally this entire race so far. They were breathing down their neck for the entirety of all the stints so far. I think we're going to have a look as to what happened. This is the Netrex car, the number 27, and on the back of some of the GT traffic, maybe got caught up or through De La Roja, went in deep, maybe sent him off the road. Oh no, in fact, he's actually kept it relatively clean, managed to get his way through, and the contact there just come over a little bit too quickly, and then backwards into the barrier. Yeah, and that is a long way back to the pit lane as well.
That's so unfortunate, because I think that, they were 3 wide at that point. You'd have to still see the inputs of the drivers specifically, but bit of an unfortunate situation, really, and bit of a disappointing part of the race for that 27, because also for the championship as well, it looked like they were really one of the fastest cars in the LMP2 category, and it's going to be quite a long time in the pit lane for Viktor Ivanov there, which is a shame for them, but they're just going to have to get it repaired, see what they can do, see how far they can get back up the field, but for sure they're going to lose some time indeed. So this is with the GT. I wouldn't say he was going left. Certainly, like, Victor really came a bit to the right even.
Come across.
But Victor's also sort of going left. That's difficult to see a little bit, because Navarro is going slightly left maybe, but that's really, I would say, just a bit unfortunate really. I didn't see anyone doing anything that drastic, but obviously it's not my decision if any stewards make a decision on that one. It's their job, of course, but yeah, that was quite unfortunate indeed. Also, to just clip the rear, bit of an issue for them, so they're just gonna have to get back out on the track, do what they can. They've still got over 4 hours to go.
Yeah, it was one of those things. It was a small bit of contact, but it led to big and very catastrophic consequences. I mean, they're just sort of magnetized together, it was a really weird incident. The P2 just sort of come across and very slightly come across. It was a very marginal bit of contact, but yeah, the P2s and the GTs, very delicate cars, very sensitive to contact, and if there is a slight bit to the rear end and it unsettles the car, it will go around pretty quickly, and they were traveling relatively quickly. The walls aren't too far away either, so it is pretty much just you're going to go into a wall, and it's very hard to get it stopped if you have a crash at that sort of speed. At the moment, no battles going on as it stands. Coming towards 4 hours left to go, 2 hours into this race of what has been a pretty good season opener so far. We've had battles up and down, and of course I think we've managed to gauge who's going to be the ones to sort of challenge for the title in the DPI class. It's looking pretty damn competitive.
Oh yes, certainly is. And yeah, although having said that, at the moment, Axel Sport, they are losing some time. The gap is going down to the number 3 Wanako behind them. So I wonder if they've tripled the tyres when the other cars around them are double stinting tyres, because that would make sense as to why they suddenly gained time at the previous pit stop, and would also assume why the cars behind are starting to catch up just a little bit. But yeah, I think Chris Shepherd's still in that car for Wanako. He's done a really good job, to be honest, in this opening part of the race. Kept himself in a good position on that first lap, then obviously made the move, was leading the race for time as well, and is effectively in second place and probably leading the race once strategy works it out a little bit as well. But one unknown is really that Mitch Hoyer, how he lost that 6 seconds behind. I did see something, maybe he had a bit of a half spin at some point as well, but yeah, obviously haven't quite seen exactly what happened with that. But then the number 7, not too far behind them either. So I think any one of those 4 cars can still win that category.
For sure, anyone, I'd say probably within the top 5 as well, can do it. Anything can happen between now and the end. Still Aslan in the 22 Axel Sport leading the way. They've sort of, I don't think they took tyres at their previous stop, whereas everyone else did. That's probably explained as to why they've managed to get that gap. The number 3 has closed in by a good probably 10 seconds since the pit stops. That is the fresh tyres coming into play. But for Aslan, yeah, they're going to have the fresher tyres towards the end of the race, which is probably what you're going to maybe want to have. They're taking the sort of the brunt of the hit now, so that at the end of it, when everyone else is struggling, they're going to be the ones with the overwhelming pace. And to be fair, they have got really good pace, judging off their first couple of stints where they were, leading and battling at the front.
Yeah, so just trying to have a look at the pace just a little bit. So on the last lap, Shepherd was a second faster than Aslan, and Hoyer was about a second and a half. Also De Silva as well, even Fernandez. So yeah, Aslan really a bit slow at the moment, but obviously strategy-wise that would make sense, as we see Victor Ivanov coming out of the pit lane, staying in that Netrex P1 sim car, but quite a way down towards the back end of that, in fact, last, unfortunately for them, of the LMP2 field. So that's not what they really want. But someone who has made some progress, Timo Andonovski for a racing team, the only Ligier in the Division 1 of the VEC. He's starting to catch down Robert Pornet for 8th place, getting very close indeed. They were very quick in qualifying, but on pole, but obviously having a couple of issues here and there, bringing them down the field, and now they're starting to get back up. You're saying like about how we're trying to see who the championship contenders are. I really think this number 31 is, if they obviously have a clean race. So this could be a damage limitation race where it could be quite important for them to get higher up if they want to fight for this championship.
Yeah, for sure. And as we say, the shorter season as well, each race counts for a higher percentage of the total points. They're going to need to maximize today. Damage limitation and getting themselves into the top 8 definitely going to be a good way to do so. The number 31 on the back of Robert Porn, who's sort of gone backwards of recent times to the left-hand side and towards the De La Roja. Not really hard fought from the Deuces Motorsport Club car. The number 50 of Robert Porn, who might come back at him. You can see the racing team squeezing him to the inside of the first Lesmo. Robert Porn's going to come back at him side by side through the first of the 2 Lesmos. But the racing team, the number 31, manages to stay ahead. Robert Porn really fighting these hard, but he just doesn't quite have the pace in order to stay ahead. Once he does, he's going to have the slipstream down towards Ascari. The gap is 3 attempts. He kicked up a bit of gravel coming off the second Lesmo, but I think for the 31, it's a comfortable position up into the top 8. And again, 3.1 to the 48 just in front. They might be able to close the gap, and again, they're going to want to if they want to mount a convincing championship charge.
We've seen some of the GTEs come into the pit lane once again just before the hour. So if this continues, we might see some GTs having to splash and dash in the final hour of the race, which is obviously not going to be ideal. Unless everyone does it, then they're all in the same position. But anyone who does save that splash and dash might be quite good. And someone who I would assume is going to do that is the number 66, Martin Darlin, in the car at the moment. We'll have to see when he pits, but Jordi Svars in that first stint did go quite a bit longer, so we'll have to see how this one works out for them. And it looks like number 69, Vargas Sim Racing, are now behind the 77 interestingly there. So I think that's a bit of a difference on the tyre strategies to get themselves there. But Varga losing some time in that pit stop sequence. And yeah, it looks like they've dropped down to that 4th place. So Red Bull have managed to get themselves ahead, which has obviously been quite an important factor for their race. But I do think Red Bull are doing something a bit funky on the strategy.
They are definitely taking a very unorthodox stance. As I said, this is a battle for P11 in the GTE category. This is Luigi Russo on the back of the Aston Martin in front. The 57 separated by pretty much nothing as they go through to the Alboreto curve. The Go team didn't get quite the good enough launch off Alboreto in order to properly mount a challenge into towards the Rettifidio chicane. So I think he's going to have to sit back for the time being. And still, I mean, Aslan at the front has actually pulled out a couple of seconds on the number 3 behind. Maybe the tyres have gotten to that point where they're not really degrading to the point too much. And the number 3, sort of the primeness and the peak of those tyres have sort of passed. And he's not going to be closing too quickly, or it's down to traffic. But the 22, I think, definitely doing a really good job at the helm of the DPI grid as it stands. And of course, LMP2, we've got a fight going on for P2 between the 35 and the 33. There's battles up and down, which are going to be very, very crucial for the tide of this race.
Let's see on the replay here. Was this a bit of contact I saw? Yeah, just a little bit of contact there. The Butler Powell coming past, but then sort of coming over to the left a little bit. Having a bit of contact there. Fortunately, nothing too bad happened from that. But certainly, yeah, the sort of the way the race has gone has been a bit weird and unorthodox. Certain teams trying some weird things on the strategies, but that's always what you're going to get at the beginning of a season. People need to work out, what's best is it going as fast as you can? Is it saving fuel? Is it double stinting tires? Is it triple stinting tires, or whatever? We're going to find that out as we get into the season, because obviously the DPI is a new car to the VEC, but the LMP2 also had quite a few changes this year, with some reduction in power and some increase in weight as well. So it's obviously a little bit different to drive from last season, so not all the information is completely transferable. So obviously teams will be learning that as the season progresses.
Yeah, for sure. It's just about sort of getting to grips with the car, and the more experience, the more lap times, the more races you do with the DPI, the better, the more accustomed you will come to it, and just slowly become more acclimatized. Strategies and fuel loads and setups as well, more importantly, will start to become more familiar. Yes, they've put in loads of preparation for the cars and for the season, but track time and race time is where you're going to get the most experience. It's all good running a practice session, but if you're not actually in a race, you're not going to be learning to the best of your ability.
Certainly not but we have passed now the first 2 hours of the race. Number 3 is just coming into the pit lane, but Zach, thank you for joining me for the first couple of hours, but you'll be leaving us for this race indeed, so hopefully see you next time. And coming into the commentary booth is Hugo Barrow, familiar name from last season, I'm sure you'll know. So Hugo, welcome to season 14, and how do you think the race has been going so far?
Thank you. The race so far, well, there was an interesting start.
3-7-3, remember
because
blue
that
flags.
could all become a little bit
3-7-3.
interesting there. But from then, there's been some really interesting races, and across the field, it's just been quite interesting to watch, especially with the different divisions. We've seen the DPI, that in comparison to the LMP2, we've got multiple LMP2 cars as well, so it's nice to see how that's all working out. And yeah, it's been really interesting with different strategies and different races all over the place. And we have still got some quite close battles, as this one you can see here. For 3rd place in LMP2, that's David Kaloxai with the Mugensen racing car. Looking at 2nd place, that's the BHK esports car. Davide Arduini at the wheel in front and across as well. So we're flipping up to the 5th place car, number 206 Seawolf Net race car. And this just goes to show how close the racing has been so far, even after 2 hours here at Monza. And I think we've been quite lucky to see this, especially as there was a bit of a mix-up at the start. But hopefully that'll get sorted out for next time. And the drivers mostly seem to have been able to keep going, so it wasn't the end of the world. I think we've only had 1 or 2 cars in the end actually retire from that, if any. But there goes the Seawolf car into the pit lane.
Yeah, so got a couple of the DPIs coming in now. So you got the Burst by Collis car in there, got a Jira in there as well. So quite a few bits happening for the DPIs. We've got GTE of the number 66 in the pit lane as well. So that's the Jean Lacey Esports car. And they've obviously taken it a lot longer, so that's obviously going to help them a bit later on in the race. But it seems like the 77 has worked themselves quite far up the order, because while they're ahead of the people who were leading, so they've obviously done something quite good in that regard. But I think it is to do with tyres. I think they haven't changed tyres where the cars around them have, because that's the only way that that would explain it. So I have to look for their lap times, because obviously the people who change tyres are then going to be a lot faster now. But yeah, I think Hugo, this is going to be a really strategic part of the race, and hopefully we're going to see the battles continue.
Yeah, definitely. And you were mentioning about lap times just a second ago there. It looks like they're not doing too badly, this number 77 car. The last lap was a 1:48.0, so a little bit slower than the guys behind them, but that does indicate that their tyres, they've gone longer on this set of tyres. But you can see now some navigation. They're getting a little bit close there as those two prototypes do try to move through this GT traffic on the run-in towards Parabolica. It's for a circuit known for speed, it can get quite tight. You can see a brief yellow flag there in Sector 1. That's pretty much gone as soon as it came out. And that's the Ligier going past Dennis Jordan. So that second place car, nearly a minute in class up to... never mind, that's wrong actually. They're not too far behind Dennis Jordan at all. In fact, Dennis Jordan's now in the lead as that Speedy Mike car that Sean Jacobs is driving has come into the pit lane. And that's elevated Red Bull up into first place, but they will have to try and hold on to it. And this is where the real battle of strategy is taking place. They are clearly on a different strategy to everyone else. And it's given them track position at the moment, but will they be able to hold on to it in the future is another question to ask. But there you can see Greg Hall now in the one of the Speedy Mike cars, and he will be taking over from Sean Jacobs, see what he can do, see if he can make up some more position. But look at this, Michi Hoyer, very, very close indeed in the Bicoles Burst Esport, side by side through the Prima Variante. That is always a little bit concerning. Up towards Cover Grande they go though, there's contact as almost forced off the edge of the track there. GT blocking the inside line, and Michi Hoyer is going to have to stick behind for now. But Chris Shepherd is going to defend. He's going to have the outside line into the second chicane. He is going to hold on to it. Michi Hoyer having to stay behind a little bit, but that could have been far worse through the Curva Grande there. Don't want to get much closer than that.
Yeah, that is a little bit tighter than they probably would have wanted at this point in the race. But it's, yeah, interesting that Mitchell is now caught up. There was probably about 6 second gap between them at one point after Mitchie had a bit of an issue earlier. And now once again, he needs to try and get back past the Wanako car. So hopefully he's going to be able to do that. But I think there's been, because obviously the DPI just had their pit stop, I think there was obviously a little bit of a helping hand during that pit stop sequence to get a couple of seconds. So once again, Mitchie, he did this in the first part of the race as well, just gained a couple of seconds during the pit stops for whichever reason. But yeah, able to do that, and now needs to try and get back on Chris Shepherd. But these guys, yeah, they've been battling so hard, and at some point they were probably going to come together, but just keeping it away from the contact just for now.
And we could be in with maybe some more battling as they head along the main straight now. You can get up to such high speeds along here. You can see a second gap, and there are now not one, but there is a GT between them. And that's always not very helpful because you just can't make your way past a GT during the turns. It's usually either before or after that you have to get through, especially these chicanes as they're so tight that there just isn't room to get around them. But Michi Hoyer, he's going to keep going 0.8 of a second through Curva Grande now. Not quite as close to the car in front as he was last time through there, but I don't think he'll be complaining too much about that. He's going to have to close up this gap a little bit though. They have navigated some traffic, and I think the circuit looks a bit clearer ahead of them. So Michi Hoyer, if he can get his foot down, will be able to close it up. But we're going to move down to Valerio Ferraris here, and he is in one of the LMP2s. There you can see it's he's in 11th, the number 241 on Cybra against Francesco Morante with the BHK Esports car. And look at that gap, quite close through the Variante Ascari behind the Red Bull car. So that's the lead GT they're going to be going past now. And are they going to take the same route around each other? It looks like they're sort of getting blocked by that GT in front of them. So they're both using it for the slipstream. Can Ferraris now get through there? No, he's not. In fact, he's going to be held up through Parabolica. A high downforce turn that the GTs can't carry as much speed through. And that's really going to help Morante because he's just going to have a bit of a speed boost as we head onto the main straight now. 0.5 of a second. Will that gap tumble or will it stay high enough for Morante to be safe into that first chicane? We shall see, as they're already entering the braking zone now. It's sort of just after the pit entrance or just after the pit exit is when you're really slowing down. So you've got to be careful through there. But for that armed Cyber car really closing up through the first chicane, we could see a potential move into the second chicane. Now, the problem with the Curva Grande is that if you're going around the outside, you've got a far greater distance to travel. And that sort of inhibits your ability to try and send it around the outside there. And you've really got to stick behind them and maybe have a crack under braking. You can see still not close enough to make a move, though, as we head in towards the Lesmos, the first and second. He's going to have to stick behind here because you can't really go side by side unless he wants to prove me wrong. They're both using the extent of the curb there just to try and use as much track as possible. In fact, Morante dips a wheel onto the grass there. A little bit risky when you're entering into a braking zone, but he's gotten away with it as they head down this long straight, and this really is a long straight, but it's not that wide, which makes it very difficult to get through people on. Into the Ascari chicane, once again not able to carry as much speed. In fact, he's going to have a little bit of dirty air, and that's going to slow him down even more, which makes overtaking a little bit more difficult. And that's the problem with this circuit, is that there are long straights, yes, but it's always on the exit of a high downforce turn, which means that if you're trailing close enough before the turn, you'll probably have that gap extended by the time you're back out onto the straight and you have to close it up all over again. We shall see whether Ferraris can get through in this battle for 10th place in class. So not the highest up, but of course 6 races, every point will count. In fact, they're both going to come into the pit lane together, so we'll see where they come out in relation to each other and how long each of their pit stops are.
Yeah, and also I'm interested to see who is going to, as Antonovsky's in the pit lane as well in the 31. I'm interested to see, are these guys now going to change tyres? It looks like actually the BHK car might be up in the air, but I don't think the 241 is, and that's going to be quite an important factor as we get a bit later on in the race, as we have the juices in the pit lane as well, because obviously when you basically save, I think it's about 37 seconds if you don't have to change tyres, but then obviously if you do change tyres, you're so much quicker on the track as well. So the guys need to be making sure that they're timing their tyre changes at the correct times. And it looks like tyre changes has been quite a big factor in the DPI class as well, because the 22 has now dropped way down to 7th position. But I do think that's just because of when they're changing tyres and when they're not. And that means that we've got quite a good battle at the front once again for the number 3 and number 4, as the 22 is going to be trying to come back up through the field after their latest pit stop.
Yeah, and that number 4 Baicoles car, it seems quite pugnacious at the moment, trying to fight for these positions. As you can see, Michi Hoyer not far behind at all. And this is going to be a replay of Andrea Terzi. And this looks like it's up into the first chicane. And there you can see that car was knocked in front of him. And that sent very many people around. That's quite a few spins there. And obviously not ideal. Luckily, behind people were slowing down anyway. Avoided more contact, but that is not brilliant at all. And that's sort of why the order across the whole circuit has been so shuffled up, because of that calamitous start where people trying to use the whole track when some of the track has been obstructed. But right now we're going to move down to the GTEs. It's Greg Hall here. He just hopped into that Speedy Mike car only a few laps ago. That Corvette does look quite mean. He's in 6th place in class, just 0.3 of a second behind Johan Kayan in the virtual driver's car. You can see that's just in front of them. We'll see where this battle leads. The number 84 looking to take 5th place from the number 98. You can see now on the move towards Parabolica. It always gets a little bit interesting here when you've got lots of people overlapping each other. And you can see there's a bit of GT traffic in the way. But we are going to move to Michi Hoyer in the Baicoles Burst Esport car, because he has really been pushing to try and take the lead away. In fact, I think, according to my timing screen, I've scrolled down. Chris Shepherd still in the lead there with Wanako. He's going to be struggling to defend it now, because we know Michi Hoyer is looking very, very quick. However, he has managed to sneak a GT between them through the Ascari chicane. That will help in his defense. There is one more GT car in front of Chris Shepherd. After that, though, it's going to be a raw battle for pretty much the next lap, if not longer, unless they have pit stops. Riding on board now with Michi Hoyer through Parabolica, and that is traffic really working in favour of Chris Shepherd there, just blocking Michi Hoyer enough to minimise his speed through the turns. He's going to be happy about that. Michi Hoyer now has got a second to close up. His last lap was a 1:36.3, and the Chris Shepherd last lap, his was a 1:35.8, and that shows you the difference in terms of traffic for the both of them. Through the Prima Variante there, you can see on the left there, all of those boards have been chopped and thrown all over the place by cars missing that first chicane. And look on the bottom right now, got the rFactor, we've got the speed counter and the gear dial, and this is really interesting. We'll see whether Michi Hoyer is lifting, and he is definitely not. Straight from the throttle onto the brakes, right across the sausage curb. Then you can see the speed he's carrying from this nose cam into the first Lesmos. Then you can see him use the throttle and brake simultaneously to try and maximize rotation through that turn. Onto the gravel a tiny little bit, through the second Lesmo, almost drifting through there, trying to carry as much speed as possible, getting up to 8,000 revs before changing gear. He's really going for it. He's got the fuel to do it. Has he got the tyres to keep up this pace though? And is he going to be able to close up the gap? It's actually looking to get a little bit bigger, and that's off the track there. Getting very, very close. Michi Hoyer almost crashing into the back of Chris Shepherd. Chris Shepherd really misjudging the Ascari chicane, and that could have been very bad for the battle in the lead, not just of the race, but of the DPI class as well. And this is going to get very, very spicy indeed as we move on to the next lap.
And I think this is going to be Michi Hoyer's one of the best opportunities for Michi Hoyer, really. But unfortunately, have the exit out of that final corner. Let's see if he's going to be able to get the slipstream. But yeah, he just lost a little bit too much in that final corner. That was really his best opportunity, because Shepherd making that mistake there in Ascari. But yeah, he's going to need to try and do his best to get back at least in the sort of real slipstream, but he's braking so much later than Shepherd. I wonder if Shepherd's just feeling it just a little bit, because also the Ajira car is right behind them now with these guys battling. So I think Shepherd, yeah, maybe just needs to step up a notch in terms of the speed, but certainly getting very close for this battle at the front of the DPIs. But Michi Hoyer just needs that extra tiny little bit coming out of the final corner to try and make the overtake stick.
Yes, it seems like this has evolved into a three-way battle. There is an Orica between Michi Hoyer and Nick De Silva behind, but I think that Nick De Silva should be able to navigate that quite quickly. Of course, the Orica shouldn't impede the progress of the faster class. In fact, we may see a move through here. It doesn't look like he's able to carry too much speed past it, because it's really in the turns, I think, that the DPIs have a little bit more speed. On the straights, though, they do have a slight advantage. It did take quite a long way along there for De Silva to get through, but we're back through the Ascari chicane then, and we'll see whether Nick De Silva is able to catch up fully. And this is going to be a replay of Chris Shepherd. You can see, yeah, he just carried it a little bit too quickly onto the gravel, and big drift there behind from Michi Hoyer as he had to take quite stark evasive action. You're usually carrying far more speed than Chris Shepherd was there, and he had pretty much parked it on the apex of a turn where there really is only one racing line. He got away with it though, both of them did. And for now, Chris Shepherd is going to hold in front. It does seem, though, that the pressure of Michi Hoyer is beginning to maybe get to him. You can see there is a GT in front. Will this work in favour of Chris Shepherd, or will it work against him? It seems it will work against him this time. He can't carry as much speed through the first chicane now as we head onto the Curva Grande. They're both going to have to go round the outside. It's going to be slipstream for Michi Hoyer. He's closing up the gap. It is just 0.4 of a second. Will it get any closer as they head towards the braking zone, or will that lead DPI be parked on the racing line? Yes, it will be as we carry on through. You can see Michi Hoyer does quite like those sausage curves. His car bouncing over them quite heavily through the first Lesmos then. Still very close behind, just 0.3 of a second now. Nick De Silva not too far behind them, just half a second is that gap. We'll ride on board with Michi Hoyer though, on the top of the nose, and it looks like that Ajira car is going to go around the outside, and yes it does, the inside of the straight, and it's going to shoot past, and that is fantastic there from Nick De Silva. So it's he who will now be challenging for the lead against Chris Shepherd. It seems that Michi Hoyer, I'm not quite sure what happened there. The Ajira was able to carry a lot of speed though along the straight, take that position, and look at this. That's a lot of traffic that they're all going to have to navigate together. It's a Ligier first, and you can see the Ajira, it's sort of weaving ever so slightly just to make sure it's on that line and not letting Michi Hoyer back through. Nick De Silva, though, he is going to be looking for that first place in his Azura DPI car. Mike Holles may not be too happy about having dropped to third, but there is plenty of time to take it back using the slipstream of that Ligier to help him along the straight and cutting back across down the inside of both GTs. Will they make it? It looks like Michi Hoyer, he's going to sneak it down the inside. There's contact though. He's got over another sausage curb, and that's just upset his car, forced him into the side of that GT, and that's not going to be helpful for him or the GT. You can see flashing lights behind. Not too happy about Michi Hoyer's antics there, but he just had to try and find a way through and minimize the amount of time he is losing to Nick De Silva, which is going to be increasing rapidly now as he nearly drops out of a second range, and this is going to be a replay.
Oh, so Michi Hoyer there just having a bit of an issue. I was hearing from his live stream that he may be having just a little screen freeze there, which is why you see him just have a little bit of a jolt there as his obviously game just stopped for like a fraction of a second, which is obviously why he lost that position to the Ajira car. I can see the number 22, Axel Sports, is still in the pit lane. They went in a couple of laps ago, and they've obviously had a crash or some sort of issue there, so that's really dropping them down. And unfortunately, they were a contender, really, maybe even for a podium at one point, but that's really going to take them out of contention. So unfortunately, yeah, we're not going to be seeing them up there. But it is a bit weird how this DPI battle was formed, because their top 6 are still fairly close, but then number 11 is already a lap down, and obviously number 22 is having issues now as well. So yeah, just a few issues for the ones a bit lower down, but this battle for the lead is certainly really getting very close indeed. But Michi, yeah, he just needs to find a way past these guys. He's obviously struggling for with a couple of issues at the moment, but just needs to make sure that he's sort of not getting frustrated by that as such, because he's still in a really good position to win this race.
Yes, most definitely. I think all three of these guys are in definitely strong contention, and this is shaping up to be a championship battle, and this is what you want to see. 2 hours and 20 minutes in, and still the top 3 within 1.5 seconds of each other. This is pretty excellent, and this will serve the guys well. And I'm just hearing that Blackhawk, they've had quite big issues. Apparently the driver's monitor turned off, so they've got quite a lot of repairs. That is something that wouldn't happen in real life, but that is the difference between real life and virtual racing, and that kind of thing happens.
Yeah, so I was just looking at the LMP2s because of that. I should say, so basically Go Team Racing are now 1-2 in the LMP2 field, with Mugen just behind them as well, because BHK have lost out during that last pit stop sequence as well, with the 35 dropping behind those 3 cars. So yeah, LMP2 has completely changed in the last few minutes, as yeah, Mark Veit in the Blackhawk, he's still in the pit lane for that one as well. And I wonder if that is to do with the Axel Sports car, if they were involved at all, because that obviously wouldn't be too great. There's the BHK car we're talking about, the number 35. D'Amelio is in that car now from Arduini, who started that car, and behind him he's got the Netrex P1 Sim car, although that Netrex car is obviously a lap or 2 down after having their issue earlier. So yeah, just a few issues are starting to happen for some of these teams, and you know, we're not even halfway into the race yet.
No, what you did just see a moment ago though was quite an audacious move by Ajira on Monaco. It didn't quite succeed, and that's Luca D'Amelio lighting up the rear tyres and spinning around. So that's obviously a problem with maybe having a traction control level too low, or just having a bit too heavy of a right foot on the exit of that first chicane. You can see now though he's defending 5th position. He's got a bit of a gap behind that car behind him, not on the same lap, although it would be able to unlap itself if it wanted to. But keeping going then is that BHK esports car, and it looks like as well Axel Sports have that DPI car into the pits now, so that's going to be mixed in with the LMP2 field when it exits. That'll be a little bit interesting, but for the moment Luca D'Amelio he's got going again, and he's going to be able to keep that along the road. But across the whole circuit now, we've got quite a spread out field. You can see there actually the size difference between the LMP2s and the GTs. Of course, when they're separate, they don't look like there'd be much different size, but it's almost half the size there. Definitely much lower and much narrower than those GTs, and it does mean that it can be a little bit imposing when you're trying to get around them. But they keep going. And in GT itself, we've got some relatively close happenings at the moment. Those top two, 10 seconds separating them. It's not a huge gap. We've still got more than half of the race for that to get closed up again. So we shall see how that all plays out. LMP2, the gaps are actually quite spread out for the moment, and we'll see how those change. The top 10, again, 10 seconds really between them, but at the moment, this car here, 3.5 seconds in front, 35 seconds behind. So it looks like D'Amelio will be looking to try and catch up to Andrea Terzi there. He's in front. I'm not sure he's got the speed to do so because he lost 7 seconds on that last lap following that spin.
And I was just going to mention the Red Bull car there in GTE, and we cut to them as Chris Shepherd is getting past with the DPI field. But yeah, the Red Bull car still leading the way in that GT category, but the Varga car, I think, has just closed down a little bit. Now Jean Lacey back into third. So in that sort of second stint, the GTE field was sort of all over the place, but now the strategies have sort of come back together and are looking a little bit more ordinary. But I want to see how far Dennis Jordan can get in this stint, because he was a little bit short of the hour once again, but now because they actually have the lead, they may try and be a little bit more clever with where they are, because they have that sort of 7-second gap behind them that they can eat up to the Varga number 69 as well. So that, I think, is going to be quite a important battle to see what the Red Bull guys do, being so sort of outside of the normal with their strategy options. So I think, yeah, for them, that's going to be quite good. But the number 66, although they're about 15 seconds behind the lead at the moment, they have been sort of going the longest. So they might actually put them in a situation where they have a shorter pit stop and they might gain loads of time in that final stint.
Yeah, we shall see how those pit stops play out. And as you said, now Red Bull Racing, they're going to have to be a little bit careful about how they do their strategy from now on, because that will really affect them. But we're back up to the top here of the race for the overall lead. Chris Shepherd still holding on to it, but you can see that lead is becoming more and more tenuous as these laps tick by. Nick De Silva still putting on quite high pressure, whereas Michi Hoyer, he's a second behind that number 7 Ajira racing car. He isn't having the greatest time of it now since that screen stutter and he lost that position. Maybe just trying to cool off his tyres a little bit and maybe conserve a little bit of fuel, because it may not necessarily have to be an on-track overtake. It could be in the next set of pit stops that he makes this move and potentially makes an overtake if he tries an undercut strategy, but he will have to stay quite close behind if he wants to succeed in that. Nick De Silva, though, on the exit of the Parabolica. Now, we shall see how much speed he can carry along the straight. The gap currently 0.5 of a second to Chris Shepherd. Chris Shepherd, though, he seems to be able to hold on to this lead, and it goes to show that Monza is not the easiest circuit to overtake. And through the first chicane then, will it be more speed on the exit for that Ajira car? You can see getting a bit of a four-wheel slide on through the exit there, using the curves, in fact, to try and rotate the car a little bit as well. But look at this, there's a bit of traffic here. There's the Your Name Here car. I quite like the livery on that as well. I like the sort of digicam pattern they've got running on there with a multitude of greens. But they're going to come up behind one of the Aston Martin GTs, I believe that is. Both of them get through, though, before the first Lesmos, and that's not going to hold both of them up too much. As they head through there, you can see Michi Hoyer, on the other hand. He's not having a great time of it with this GT traffic. He seems to always be behind them by the time he gets to the apex. So that's obviously not ideal for him. But we will keep going with this. And could we see a move here by the Ajira car? In fact, no, he's not. He's going to have not one, but two cars in front of him. A GT and a prototype. So that is really going to hold him up a little bit, as Chris Shepherd is able to get past this Aston Martin pretty easily and keep going up the field. That is not brilliant for the Ajira car, and I think Michi Hoyer might be having a look to get past as well. They're both going to be going through the traffic towards Parabolica. Can that Bicolors Esport car get through? Not quite. However, on the exit, it looks like it's going to have to be a slightly narrower line for Nick De Silva, whereas Michi Hoyer able to carry slightly more speed onto the main straight then. But you can see that gap, 0.5 of a second. You're not going to be able to close that up with the slipstream. Whereas here we've got Mario Tump for Your Name Here Racing, battling for 9th place in class. That's Victor Channel in front of them with Team RGPL into the first chicane, not able to get through there. That's Tim Ulrich with Black Hawk Racing behind them. He's got a 7/10 gap in front of him to David Lespez with the Angry Bull Racing team. So we'll see how that plays out. But once again, we go up to the top here because that is where lots of the action is taking place. And it is Michi Hoyer actually missing the chicane a little bit there, having to take the runoff and go over the bumps. So maybe struggling a little bit for grip around this circuit. Not ideal for him at all.
Yeah, this battle is getting a little bit interesting between these cars, and the traffic's really starting to make quite a big issue, or can be quite a big issue in some situations. But I think these guys still haven't swapped drivers, so I think when we see a drive swap, that could be quite an important point, potentially at the next pit stop, because we're already almost halfway through the race and they're still on their first drivers. So if their second driver isn't quite as fast, that could switch up this battle quite a lot.
Yeah, most definitely. I didn't realise that they were still on their first driver. That's a long distance to travel around this circuit. It's not a very long circuit, so you do come up to traffic quite quickly. So a big exercise in concentration for these dudes. And yeah, as you suggest, they'll be going on to their second drivers, and we'll see how they can fight each other, because obviously they'll be thrown straight into the deep end here with a very close battle to contend. And it will be whoever's quicker there at the start. Whoever can get up to speed quickest will be able to get away from the other guys first. So pretty good at the moment. And you can see now the gap at the top is starting to extend once again. Nick Da Silva, a 2-second gap in front of him, and behind him it's 1.5 seconds. So Chris Shepherd able to close or extend his gap a little bit. Mitchell Hoyer actually closing up a little bit. I think that was a slight moment for that Agera car just through that chicane. But we'll see how this all plays out. And I'm not sure how long until the next set of pit stops. We've got Luca D'Amelio here now. Just a 0.4 of a second up ahead to Andrea Terzi. That's the Wave Freem Esports car in front of him. And that car is in 4th place in class. So you can see getting quite close here through a lot of traffic. There's going to be a DPI passing both of them, and that's going to annoy Luca D'Amelio a little bit. It's going to give him slightly more dirty air than he might wish for. And it's also just another car in the way that will be getting past Luca D'Amelio as well along this straight at some stage. So this is a P2 battle that's going to have quite a big impact in their overall positions. Because, of course, once you're into 3rd place, you can start piling that pressure on to 1st and 2nd. So see how this battle evolves, because it is definitely looking quite interesting. And you can see this is a very densely populated part of the circuit where they are right now.
And I think this is quite a weird situation for these LMP2s, because you see, as you're saying, just up the road from D'Amelio is Andrea Terzi. Terzi was all the way down in about 8th, 9th place at one point, and he's now up into 4th place and only 10 seconds or 9 seconds off the podium places. So I really think that Wave Freem car, the number 36, is one to look out for in the second part of the race, because the cars at the front, he's been faster than over the last sort of few laps or so that I've been looking at his pace as well. Obviously, it fluctuates a bit with traffic, but on average, he's certainly looking a bit faster indeed. But the Go Team guys leading the way in the LMP2, they're certainly enjoying it out the front there. And to be honest, I need to double check, but I'm not sure how many podiums, if at all, they got any last season. So to be currently in a 1-2 position is a great place for them.
Yeah, definitely, and just commanding the race as they are now, that'll be really good for them, because it means that Michael Leroux, who's the 2nd place Go Team car, will be able to slow down those behind them, because you can see David Kaloxai from Mugen Sim Racing, he's closing up the gap a little bit, but it does mean that the number 37 Go Team Racing car is able to defend a little bit, but the number 47 Go Team Racing car, driven by Christian Pallison. So that's the added benefit of having 2 cars next to each other in the lead of a class. They are commanding, but that number 33 car with Kaloxai at the wheel, that gap getting quite low quite quickly. There's a 1.3 second gap at the moment. Last lap for Kaloxai was a 1:39.5. whereas for Michael Leroux, it was 140.4. So you can see the speed difference there. That gap now under a second, and we'll see how that battle evolves. But as well, we've got Luca D'Amelio here, still trying to get past Wave Freem Esports, I believe. And in fact, he's in a Wave Freem sandwich because, albeit 50 seconds down the road behind him, is Federico Suave in the second Wave Freem Esports car, number 48. But up at the top then, we've got Chris Shepherd and the Ajira car with Nick Da Silva. And we've got here in 5th place, Jan Katal with Seawolf Net Race Motorsports. He's been quite silent recently, but he's actually been slowly but surely carving away a gap to the DX Droids car, currently in 4th, with Juan Carlos Fernandez at the wheel. You can see there as they head onto the longer straight of the circuit with that left-hand kink. This battle could get quite interesting quite quickly. Jan Katal looking quite quick at the moment. He's a lap quicker almost than that 4th place car. So expect an overtake quite imminently as they fly through that Ascari chicane onto the next straight. You can see traffic once again. That could maybe throw a spanner into the works as they both try and pull to the inside together. Try not to get stuck together in the same traffic. A look down the inside there for Jan Katal. Not able to make anything stick there through the Parabolica onto the main straight. He's gone around the outside of that GT. The gap now 4.5 tenths of a second. Is that enough to close down with the speed you can carry on the straight? Well, we'll see if he can make it work. In fact, it looks like he's not going to be very lucky with traffic here. He's going to be stuck behind this GT. He goes for a later apex on the second part of the chicane. Try and carry a bit more speed through there. Martin Hemmingson, though, 7th place, number 31 in LMP2, battling for 6th place. This is Federico Suave with the Wave Freem car just in front of him. That gap, 0.3 of a second. It's going to close down. Will it be enough? Will Hemmingson pull to the inside? Yes, he does. Across the pit line then. Under braking, he will have the inside line for the first part of the chicane. That could turn to the outside. No, it won't, because he's going to get the overtake done before the second apex. And that means he's going to be right up ahead. He's going to be happy with that move. Quite easily then up into 6th place, using lots of straight line speed to help him. Now David Caloxide now for Mugen Sim Racing. Is he going to take away the Go Team 1-2 at the moment in LMP2? Yes, he does. If he can just about hold it round the outside through Parabolica, he will carry an overall greater amount of speed, but he's got a greater distance to travel as well, maintaining that outside line. You can see quite aggressive outside for him and quite aggressive inside for Michael Leroux, but they are literally hundredths of a second between them now. It's going to be the inside line for Go Team as he squeezes ahead under braking, and that's going to be 2nd place for David Caloxide, then taking away the Go Team 1-2. And now he sets his sight on Christian Pallison in front of him. That number 47 Go Team racing car will start to feel the heat quite soon, because Caloxide is really quick. In fact, last lap he was a whole second quicker than the lead LMP2. We move to the top though, and it's Chris Shepherd with Monaco. He's in 2nd place. That means Ajira and Nick Da Silva has squeezed through into 1st, and that is a change for the overall lead of the race. And that is something we missed, and I'm sure we can expect a replay of that quite soon. But you can see there, Chris Shepherd, he held on for quite some time. He finally had to let go. Michi Hoyer, though, is still 4.5 seconds behind. And here is the move then through that right-hander there. And it was just a snap of oversteer there. Couldn't carry the speed, and the Ajira forcing him into a mistake. Finally got the opportunity to go through there as they head out of the Ascari chicane. That move was almost a lap ago last time around at the Parabolica. This is Jan Katal though, 5th place. He's going to have a look at the inside line. Not going to be able to make it though. And there is the Corvette just on the outside of him. Can Jan Katal take that 4th position from DX Droids? The gap seems to be ebbing and flowing a little bit as they are affected by traffic. But overall, I do think the Seawolf car is quick enough to take away 4th position from Juan Carlos Fernandez. We'll have to keep an eye on these guys though, as this is a battle that doesn't seem to really have a set place where we can expect the overtake, because it just keep changing. They do have a little bit of clean air in front of them though, so it's all going to be down to that Seawolf car. Can he close up the gap enough?
And I'm also interested with the Michihoi situation, because he's now almost 4 seconds behind the number 3. And you've seen the couple of issues that Shepard has been having. And Hoy's obviously just still losing a bit of time there. And I wonder if he's struggling a bit, because now that Ajira is in the lead, let's see if they really start to fly away. But we are coming up, maybe in the next sort of 5-10 minutes or so, we're going to be coming up to the next round of pit stops as well. And I think that could be quite crucial, because I think we're going to start seeing some driver swaps for these drivers. But yeah, just quite interesting that Michihoi, after being at the front for so long, is now just falling back a bit again, and sort of just how I guess the tires are working as well. With that one, it's just just a bit weird, but obviously just at that part of the race. And also with this one as well, Koloxai getting past LaRue and is now going off in the distance a little bit. Almost 2 seconds is his lead, and he's certainly enjoying his time in that Mugen sim racing car.
Yeah, he's already pulling away quite drastically there, and he is beginning to close up that gap in front once again, a second quicker than Christian Pallison. In just a few laps, in about 5 or 6 laps time, he's going to be all over the back of that lead car. In fact, actually, their last lap were both exactly the same, both 40.793. So overall, though, Koloxai is closing up. Of course, that lap difference will change as they meet traffic on different parts of the circuit. But overall, that was a really quick move. You can just see that gap extending already. It just goes to show the pace of that Mugen sim racing car. Well, it was nice to see Go Team 1-2 for some time. That wasn't going to really stay that way. Dennis Jordan, though, in first place in his class GT. That's the Red Bull Racing Esports car. He's got quite a far gap behind him to the number 69 Vargas Sim Racing. Behind them is the John Lacey Esports Academy car, 3.5 seconds down the road, with Martin Dierland at the wheel. And that's the leaders of the race, just going past this Red Bull Corvette at the moment, and more GTs. And you can see there just the way the traffic sort of has to negotiate each other. They've got to work together, because if either of them doesn't want to work with the other classes, then you're going to have contact and both of your races are going to suffer. But up ahead, you've got to give it to Chris Shepard. He has been making a couple of mistakes here and there, and it might be just the car setup. Of course, it's set up for not just him, but his other driver or drivers as well, so it might be more suited to another one. He's still keeping up with Nick De Silva. That gap's maintaining around a second, so that's not too bad. Well, I say that. He's pulled into the pit lane now. We'll see whether he stays in the car or whether someone else gets in. That's going to elevate Michihoi up into second position now. 4.5 seconds, maybe even 5 seconds to first place, though. He is going to have to work quite hard to get that up. As Juan Carlos Fernandez, then, with the DX Droids car, is getting a lot of pressure behind him from Jan Katau. That is really quite close between the two of them.
Yeah, it's getting quite close between these guys, but Fernandez has been able to hold on to his position for quite a while now. So I think he's been sort of getting a little bit comfortable there, but the Seawolf car is really starting to sort of put pressure on him and close up that gap. But we are getting towards this pit stop sequence for the DPI, so I wonder if there's going to be some changes here as you see Shepard come in. The other guy's staying out, but we're going to see now sort of if there's going to be any sort of driver changes or anything in these cars as well. And when those second drivers come in, if they're going to be any faster or slower, because that's going to be quite the important point really, is if the speed that we're seeing is going to continue, or if maybe one of the other drivers is going to be a bit slower, and that could really have an effect on this next hour of the race. Yeah,
it is going to make quite a big difference. That was a big drift there from Juan Carlos Fernandez. He has held on to that though. But as you say, it's important as to whether they have the car set up correctly for that second driver. And maybe the second driver is even quicker than the first driver. And if that's the case, then it might be worth just sticking behind the car for now, using it to save fuel, using that as well to coast, because you don't need to squeeze past. If you know you're quicker, you can just keep up behind them. And then when your second driver gets in, you can just maybe set a faster lap or two and try and run an undercut on them. But for now, Juan Carlos Fernandez, getting a little bit squeezed there into the first chicane, is able to hold on to that second place for now. And just overall, he's in to second place in this DPI category, as we really are into the pit stop phase of this top class.
Yeah, interested in Michi Hoy staying out as well, because he was like a little bit sort of slower in that last stint, and I wonder if maybe that's because he was, well, because we know now, I wonder if maybe that's because he was saving a little bit of fuel, and that could really help him a bit later on. But let's see, as Chris Shepherd, yeah, Chris Shepherd has swapped. Nico Barkley is now in the car of the Juanaco car, so he is going to be getting his first taste this season, and jumping in, especially as we're so far into the race after only just doing the driver swap now, jumping in now and getting up to speed when you're in quite a tight battle, as we've seen, that is really difficult to do so. So that's going to be a bit of a challenge from him. But you actually saw just in the background, you actually saw the burst by Collis car of Michi Hoyer, and I assume he's going to be coming into the pit lane, and then we'll see if he's going to be doing a bit of a swap as well, or if Michi's going to continue again and go even further into the race.
Yeah, well, I think Michi Hoyer, once he realised he wasn't able to get past the guys in front, he decided he would drop back a little bit, maybe conserve tyres a little bit. But no, he has come into the pit lane now. Will he be staying in that car? We shall see, because this is now, whoever gets in will be doing a slightly longer driving stint, 20 minutes, 15 minutes longer than the first stint, though that's excluding the formation lap at the start, which usually takes quite a long time, although it's not in the race pressure. But as you said a moment ago, they're going to be straight out into the fire of quite a heated battle right at the top. And you can see DX Droids as well pulling into the pit lane. Rory McDuff in the lead with Cetrez Nita Velox at the moment. Now, this is sort of what happens when everyone pits at different times. You get a shuffling up of the order. They all have to navigate traffic. But we'll just keep an eye on who gets into which car on the right-hand side. And that's Michi Hoyer. He's decided to stay in. And that was quite a short pit stop. So I'm not sure he's changed tyres there.
Yeah, so I've sort of lost track of where they are now in relation to that. But I think Michi is now on his fifth stint maybe in the car. He's been in there for quite a while now. And interesting that he stayed in once again, because he's going to be, you know, he's got the adrenaline going. He's okay. He may be getting a bit tired now, having driven for almost 3 hours plus qualifying, etc. But yeah, he's, you know, on the pace. He's in the zone. These guys coming in, because I see Kalikuri's come in for Ajira as well, so they swapped drivers. Jasinski's in for Seawolf, so there's been a few driver swaps. They need to get up to speed, and it can take 5-10 laps for that to happen. So this could be quite a good stint for Michi if he can do so, and he has got back ahead of Ajira once again, because I don't believe he changed tyres, as you're saying. So this could work out quite well for Michi. We'll just have to see over the course of the next few minutes.
Yeah, now his strategy is really offset from those around him. It does mean that towards the end of the race, he's going to have a different, or he might even have a different tyre on, or a tyre with a different amount of life to those other cars that he's battling. Of course, he won't be in the car at that stage, but we don't think he will. I don't know, he looks to be quite keen on continuing to drive. But that'll be interesting to see where he is in relation to those other guys. And this is Rodrigo Sierra now in the DX Droids car, 6th place. And up ahead of them is the Seawolf Netrace Motorsport car. So that seems to have gotten past them through the pit stop phase. The number 206 up into 5th place, having stuck behind them for a fair amount of time just before they entered that pit stop time. It'll be interesting, though, to see whether DX Droids are able to keep up with that Seawolf car, or whether that car in front just has a better pace overall. Both of them now have different drivers, so we'll see that come into play. And the gap already 2 seconds, and it looks like it's extending a little bit throughout this lap. So this is one case study to show what happens when a different driver gets into a car, and also when it looks like maybe an undercut or maybe slightly of an overcut there that has elevated the 206 into 5th place.
Yeah, that's worked out well for them, because they were getting stuck behind there a little bit. But again, it's the same situation of driver swaps. Now Jasinski needs to get up to speed and try and hold that, because as you say, they've almost been gifted a little bit with the way that the pit stop sequence worked out. And now this would be a really good time for them to really pull away, because there's only sort of 13 seconds ahead to the number 3. So I think they've still got actually a really good chance of battling for this podium if they can just keep that going, which is really good to see that this battle for the DPIs has actually stayed really close. And obviously the number 10 that's still out in the lead at the moment, we do expect to be coming in for a pit stop rather shortly, but obviously because they were involved in that first lap incident, they sort of got out of sequence just a little bit. So I have to see how that one works out. But I see some of the LMP2s are coming in for their next pit stop as well.
Yeah, so this is going to shuffle things up even more down there. As we saw them just before this pit stop phase started to evolve. It was Go Team at Mugen, then Go Team. We'll see where that Christian Pallison car comes out in relation to David Kalogsai. That gap is closing down a lot. Is he going to leave in time? Or is the number 33 going to get past? I think Mugen have done it. So that might be the overall lead for the LMP2 class. I think, though, that there may be tyres going on to Pallison's car as well, because that is a far longer pit stop than was David Kalogsai's. Michael LaRue, though, in the lead of LMP2 at the moment. I'm not sure he's served his pit stop yet. Maybe he's going at one lap longer. You can see there going towards Parabolica now. We'll see whether he decides to stop at the moment. That number 37 car, it was in third place before everyone pitted. And I think you can see he's holding to the inside a little bit. He's going to be pulling into the pits then. Maybe he'll put on new tyres as well, like his teammate did. Andrea Terzi just behind him in second place at the moment. Will he keep going? It looks like he's tempted to, but no, he is also going to move into the pit lane. So it only really one lap difference in terms of pit stops for these guys. Martin Hemmingson behind them for Racing Team, looking to maybe make a pit stop as well, just trying to get past the first place GTE of Dennis Jordan there, the Red Bull Esports car. So we'll see how that all works out and where they come out overall in this LMP2 field.
And that battle for the lead of the GTEs is still coming down. It's about 3.5 seconds now between Jordan and Maki Yupi, but Jordan's still got that lead, and he's had that for almost the whole stint now. Jordan must be about sort of between 5 and 10 minutes remaining before his pit stop, because he was pitting a bit before the hours. So the fact that he's been able to hold on to that for the whole stint shows me that the strategy direction that they went in is certainly working pretty good, and I think that's going to be good for them. But Svaiz and John Lacey Esports isn't actually too far behind that, so we're going to be getting shortly a three-way battle for the lead there of the GTE category, which is very good to see indeed. But this car on screen, Martin Hemmingson for Racing Team, I think these guys are dark horses to get a really good result. We've still got over 3 hours left, and they've been making really good progress, and I think that's going to continue.
Yeah, and it's showing that even though we've got different machinery here in LMP2, the philosophy of them supposedly being the same is working out mostly, as you can see, because this is the Ligier. You can tell by the raised nose in comparison to the Orica. Of course, last year it was just the Orica 7 that was used in the LMP2 class. Now the teams have a choice. Martin Hemmingson is currently in the lead of his class. Obviously, I don't think he's pitted yet, and he'll likely be coming in at the end of this lap. But the fact that he's able to go maybe a couple laps longer than those in his class as well is going to enhance his chances of getting to the end, because it does mean that maybe you can have a slightly shorter pit stop right at the end. But as you were saying with Dennis Jordan, he's pitting just before the hour, and yes, that might be helping him maintain the lead. He's going to have to get it down at some stage to on the hour at least, just to make sure he can make it to the end of the race, because obviously you don't want to run out of fuel about 2 minutes before. So we'll see what he does, as there we see Martin Hemmingson pull into the pits, and it seems as though we're going to pretty much return to the regular racing order now, because I think he's the last of the top LMP2s to pit. David Kalogsai then, he has pitted. He will be carrying on. He didn't take tyres, I don't think, because the Go Team car, the number 47, that's Maurice Mel at the wheel of that. Behind him, the other Go Team car, different drivers at the wheel as well. Remington Orme, he's in that one. I think they both took on tyres, because Juice's Motorsport, Racing Team, BHK Esports and Mugen have all gone past them. So we've got different strategies working out there. And we move up to the top class once again. Nico Barkley in Monaco, having replaced Chris Shepherd, is just half a second behind Kalakori in the Ajira racing car.
It's getting very close indeed. Excuse me. Obviously, Ajira are enjoying this. Mitchell is up the road, though, with that different strategy. And obviously, we're at this point where we've done 4 stints now for these guys. So if you were obviously double stinting, you would have done two, you would change tyres after 2 and then after 4. But if you're triple stinting, you would have changed after 3, then you wouldn't have already made your second tyre stop yet. So if you still owe a tyre stop effectively, then that's an extra 30 seconds you're going to give at some point. So that could actually sort of spice up the order just a little bit, because I think that's sort of what's happened over the course of the LMP2 field as well, because Go Team have both of their cars have changed tyres, and they have basically dropped down a couple of positions because of that. But that means that Mugen and BHK at some point are going to need to owe that same tyre pit stop, because obviously they can't go forever. So that's probably going to bring them back into it. So I don't think it's all over for Go Team Racing in the LMP2s.
No, definitely not. And once again, different strategies lead to different outcomes. And you can see Nico Barkley there, maybe just getting a little bit more rear bias than he perhaps wanted on the run-in to the first chicane. That gap to Ajira, it was about half a second a moment ago. That's already extended to nearly 2 seconds. I think that's just a result of the traffic they found themselves in. He has fortunately got quite a big gap behind him. That's 17 seconds. So unless he lights up the rears like we have seen people do and goes for a spin, he should be okay. And even if he does spin it, he'll be all right, but it will cost him a lot of time in front. So he'll keep that pressure up. And also, both Monaco and Ajira are in a battle with the Bike-Oles Burst Esport car right at the top, which will likely take on tyres at the next pit stop, which is something that they did at the most recent pit stop. So that's something to watch out for in the next stint. You can also see live weather. We've got the sun coming out over the track. It was quite overcast earlier, maybe a threat of rain. That's gone for now. You can still see those clouds off in the distance, right in the back of the shot there. You could even see some of the lights reflecting off the track surface, but definitely a little bit sunnier now. And that's going to maybe get the sun in the driver's eyes a little bit, maybe make it slightly more annoying for them along the straight, but it does reassure them that we look to be staying in dry conditions for the time being.
And at the front of the DPIs, the number 10 made its pit stop and is, from what I can see, legitimately in P2. So he's Rowan McDuff in the car at the moment. He's been able to jump the Ajira and Monaco cars. As I said, I think there is a tyre differential there, or strategy differential there, I should say, which is helping that. But McDuff is only about 16 seconds, 15 seconds-ish off the back of Michi Hoyer in the number 4. And that's quite quite obviously an important factor, because Nita Velik's car was one that obviously spun after hitting the back of Mitch Hoyer, but really dropped down the field a bit, and they've been able to work their way back up. Now everything's in clean air, they can just use their pace. And if they can really legitimately fight for this podium, that is, I would say, a really good recovery, considering they were spun around in turn 1 of the race. So they've done a good job to do that, and they just need to see if they can continue with that speed.
Yeah, well, it just goes to show what can happen if you just keep committed, because of course some people would be tempted to throw in the towel after being involved in that first lap incident or incidents, but most drivers, they seem to have kept going. And as you're saying, that Nita Velik's car, Rory McDuff at the wheel, they've really started to pull that back since the start, and they are looking very competitive now. As you said, they could be fighting for a podium when we get to the next pit stop phase. They are still pretty quick. In fact, they're quicker than Michi Hoyer at the moment. Their last lap, 0.4 of a second quicker. But we have got Remy Delorme here. This is 4th place in LMP2. And that's the Go Team car. Just behind them, though, is Martin Hemmingson. We're talking about him potentially being a dark horse not very long ago at all. And he's already looking to take 4th place away from the number 37 car off in the distance. And that's the Bike-Oles Burst Esports car, I think. That's Michi Hoyer, who just went for quite a wide trip. He's managed to recover, but that's going to be a gap that's maybe 3 to 4 seconds, I think, that he's lost there as a result of that. That could really harm him when it gets to the next pit stop phase. He'll be taking tyres, and he'll end up behind Ajira and Monaco, and that will effectively really hamper his chances at trying to take 2nd or 1st position, because he's going to have even more time to make up there. Although I think he can count himself lucky for getting away with that. Remy Delorme, though, keeping to the outside, maybe trying to force Martin Hemmingson, if he wants to make a move, up the inside. We'll see how that battle plays out. But Michi Hoyer, perhaps getting away from him, you were saying he could be quite tired after racing for so long. This is going to be a replay of what happened through the first Lesmo. Carried far too much speed, got a wheel onto the grass, that dragged him out. He managed to recover, but it's not ideal. Dirty tyres is going to have cooled them down a bit. He is... I think he's lucky to get away with that one.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, that, to be honest, he's lucky. That part of the track actually has the big sort of gravel runoff. If that was a corner later at the second Lesmo, that could have been a bit more of an interesting situation into the barriers. So, but he's still leading the race. He's still about 12-second lead, but losing a few seconds from that is not going to be ideal for his chances, especially if this is the stint where he's stayed out on the tyres. They're obviously going to be old and worn, so he needs to really focus on losing as little time as possible when he's in his stint that he's struggling with, really, where the cars behind him, Ajura and Wanako, if they're on the fresher tyres, they can really use the speed and try and gain some of that time back and effectively negate that pit stop time. So yeah, he needs to not do that too many more times, but we are just coming up to the end of another hour of racing, to be halfway through the race. So he is, I would assume he's getting a little bit tired by now.
Yeah, I think that's part of it. And also, tired on a combination of old tyres is going to make it even harder for him to just try and keep that concentration and minimise tyre wear. Of course, if you're making mistakes like that, it's only so long until you have a mistake that has quite dreadful consequences. For now, he's okay though, and he'll just have to keep it going till the end of the stint, where he'll also most likely be getting out of the car. Finally, he'll be able to stretch his legs, stretch his back as well, because I'm sure sitting in the same position for 3.5 hours, not the most comfortable experience. However, Remy DeLorme keeping quite a safe distance to Martin Henningsen, just behind, and holding on to that 4th position for Go Team for now. Of course, they will be on, they're on a different strategy to the BHK guys in front of them, and Nugent as well. So we shall see how that all plays out. But getting right towards the second half of the race then, and this is where we'll see the effect of strategy begin to show themselves.
And talking of strategy, 77 coming into the pit lane. That's a little bit more like it, 1 minute before the hour. And obviously by the time they come out of the pit lane, they'll be just pretty much on the hour. So they've certainly gained a little bit of time back, actually. So Dennis Jordan has been doing well. So I wonder if he's done a couple of stints now. So I wonder if we'll see them doing a bit of a driver swap. But as we come up to halfway through the race, we'll also do a bit of a commentary swap as well. So I'll be leaving the commentary box for this race. So Ewan O'Leary is going to be joining Hugo for the next hour. So yeah, enjoy guys, and let's see what Yuri Kasdorp can do as he comes out of the pit lane.
Thanks very much, Cam. It's been great to have you along for the first 3 hours, and we'll be hearing a lot more from Cam throughout the rest of this 6th race season. As I say, my name's Ewan O'Leary. I'm alongside Hugo Barão for the next 3 hours, the final 3 hours of this Monza 6-hour race, and it's been very entertaining so far, Hugo. I've got to be honest, I've been royally entertained, and I hope you have at home as well. This is the kind of thing we've been seeing the entire time. Kalakuri and Nico Barkley right now providing the entertainment. Ajira versus Wanako, they haven't been able to leave each other alone for the first 3 hours.
No, definitely not, and you have to think this is really for the overall lead. The two in front of them will be taking a longer pit stop next time round, so they're running side by side once again. This is definitely a familiar sight. There's contact though. That could have been far worse, as Nico Barkley holds on to first place. An angry flash of the lights there from Kalakuri, and that was a very heart and mouth moment there, and it goes to show just how close these guys are and how desperately they're fighting for the lead. The more points you can get, the better, because there's only 6 races where you're going to be able to get them, and that shows that this racing is really going to go down to the wire throughout the whole championship.
Yeah, it absolutely is. It's a kind of precursor as to what we're going to see, because as you mentioned, there's not much time to make up any losses that a lot of guys have experienced today. Let's not forget 19 drivers or somewhere around there were on pit lane at the end of lap 1 after a catastrophic accident that involved nearly everybody going down the pit straight for the very first time in this season. It was a complete disaster, and a lot of cars been put to the back of the field because of it. Excuse me. The pole sitting Wave 3 Esports GTE car has been put a very long way down because of it. They've only been able to recover to 17th, with Lorenzo Arisi nearly 100 seconds behind the next car, which is World of Sim Racing, also one of the main players likely in this championship, but they're going to lose out quite dramatically in terms of points today as well. So it's been a big day in terms of this championship, and there's going to be implications running down for the rest of this season. But still nearly 3 hours to go in this one, and you wouldn't have thought that looking at the battle between Barkley and Kalikuri. I've got to be honest, in my opinion, that the aggression that they showed to each other this time last lap was maybe a little bit too much for this time in the race, although they thought it was clearly necessary.
Yeah, well, I think if you look at relative contact throughout the whole race, that wasn't nearly the biggest issue there. As in front of them, that was a little bit of a light up of the rear tyres there, a bit of oversteer on the exit of the first chicane. That's Greg Hall, though, in the lead of the GT class. And talking of that first lap incident, about 2/3 of the GT class were forced into the pit lane and had to take repairs. So lots of them fighting just to make up positions, and for the vast majority of them, it's a damage limitation race. However, overall, we have got the pit stops unfolding in the Grand Tourers. You can see here the battle for second place there. You have Maki Yupi taking second place, of course. He has yet to pit for Vargas and Racing. He'll be going around for another lap, and that is Martin Dearland for the Jean Alesi Esports Academy there, taking it on fuel, it looks like, and dropping it back a little bit. So it looks like most of the GT class will be going a little bit longer on these stints before they take their next pit stop. And it looks like Yuri Kazdov, just getting into that Red Bull now, is going to be coming out slightly in front. It's going to be a little bit close. You can see just coming out in the background there as the DPI of Michi Hoyer makes its way past these GTs and just about squeezing through before that first chicane.
Yeah, just about makes it out there in front of Martin Dearland, and Johan Kerjab for Virtual Drivers by TX3 is not too far away either. The top 6 are really quite close, and I would say all still in contention for the GTE victory, really. Looking with nearly 3 hours to go here, I would say that they're all still involved. To be honest, as I mentioned, that accident did affect GTEs the most of all, and only 7 really got away without any kind of problems at all. We've seen a long way further down guys like Seawolf, Netracer, like 8 laps down at this point, which is a real shame for those guys. But it just illustrates the amount of time loss that we've seen further on down the field. That hasn't made it any less entertaining, really, in GT. I think it's been absolutely excellent so far. John Lacey Esports Academy have been very much involved in the battles, as have the Red Bull Racing Esports car. We've seen a lot of Varga as well, so it's been a very entertaining category so far, and of course with a whole load of different cars actually involved in this one. For example, Martin Dearland doing the Ferrari proud here. It's one of the very few Ferraris we've got in the VEC this season. It's been fairly popular in previous years, but doesn't seem to be on this occasion, but it still seems to be very good indeed. There's a lot of cars up towards the front and really fighting this one out, so that's fantastic to see.
Yeah, also as the most populous class of the division, GT always provides some excellent racing because they're not quite as downforce reliant. They are just able to stick closer together, something that some of these prototypes aren't able to do, as we have seen throughout many portions of this race. And we're running on board now with Martin Dearland in 5th place. It's a 2.5 second gap in front and 2.5 second back behind, so he should be okay at the moment. He's just got to try and close that gap up to the Red Bull Racing Esports car ahead of him. Try and take 4th place and maybe try and push it up the order. As you can see through the Curva Grande, now they go past some traffic, and just behind even more prototypes, almost getting onto the grass there, just trying to give as much room as possible without making contact. And just behind, we've got that LMP2 battle that we've been keeping an eye on for quite some time at the moment. Martin Hemmingson just behind Remy Delorme, and in fact almost getting squeezed into the first Lesmo.
That was very, very close, and we've seen already this race that 3 wide coming out of the second chicane there has resulted in quite a big accident. It was 4 Netrex who were battling for the lead of this race. I think it was with Blackhawk for some time, but Mark Veit had a screen freeze, I think it was, and dropped down the order quite dramatically in this one. So it's all been changing in LMP2, and now Go Team Racing were having a 1-2 at one portion of the race as well. The team that did the best, having started in Division 2 last season, got themselves into Division 1 by the end of it. but sort of midway through the season, actually managed to finish 8th place in the overall championship for a Division 2 team. It's absolutely fantastic. So they're certainly a team on the rise. And so is this driver in particular. A brief glimpse of Yuhabaki Yupi, who's now leading the GTE class, because Greg Hall has just exited the pit lane for Speedy Bike, who are also having a very good day, especially compared to last season, where I thought they really stood a chance. Well, at the start, I thought they really stood a chance of doing something in this season, but they really didn't score very many points at all throughout the year. And so they're starting off on a better note this time around, which is great to see. They're currently in 3rd, just in front of Yuri Kazdrup, you can see right now.
Most definitely, and that's gonna be an interesting battle. We'll see whether Yuri Kazdrup is quicker or slower than these Speedy Mike guys. But throughout this whole gap, between about 3rd and 6th, there are gaps, but they're not necessarily huge gaps between each of the cars. So we'll keep an eye on these battles, how they will ebb and flow, especially with this track being quite dense at the moment with all sorts of traffic. You can see there Martin Hemmingson trying to navigate his way through some of these GTs. Up ahead there, that's Greg Hall leading this train. There's a couple of cars between himself and Yuri Kazdorp. It's a 1.5 second gap that Red Bull car will have to close up. They're in the same machinery though. It's different drivers and different strategies alongside their setups that'll make the difference here. Between the two of them, which of them is quicker? Well, that's going to be proven quite soon if any overtake is made. But there is lapped traffic just behind them, and I think that's the Butler Powell Motorsport car getting blue flags. No, that's not Butler Powell, my mistake. But they are getting blue flags. They should be letting the other drivers through, the quicker drivers, and not holding them up. However, if you're quick enough, you don't need to really let go. But also, if you're behind a car that's ahead of you on a lap and that you are quicker than them, you're always allowed to unlap yourself as well. So that always creates a little bit of interesting moments throughout the course of the race.
It certainly has done throughout this race so far. As Remy Delorme, one of the main players in this one, just exits the first chicane. He was racing in GT Challenge last night, as I was there as well for that. So there we are. He was inside the top 10 for a good portion of the second race, certainly, and doing a decent job, as he is right now. I'll say that. He locks the rears ever so slightly into the second chicane and gets himself out of there without too many problems. But you can just see, by the way, all of these camera angles, really, you can definitely tell there's still 43 cars on this grid and still running around out there, because it is very busy still for everybody. You might think that it's going to calm down as we go past the halfway point, people are starting to get into the rhythm, but 6-hour races increasingly these days are coming into sprint races, really, and it's just full on all the time. You've got to try and get through the traffic as quickly as possible all of the time as well, and it can lead to some sketchy moments, and when it's just as busy as this, then things get rather tricky, and we've seen some of that so far today. We're seeing it right now on our screens with Delorme and that bit of altercation between that DPI and one of the GTEs there. That's been happening all race so far. But you've got to stay so aware.
Yeah, and it can be a little bit scary, as it must have been just a moment ago for the Seawolf car, as it was trying to navigate some GT traffic. That traffic weaved. He has gotten through though. Martin Hemmingson is also through that traffic as well, which means it's clean road between himself and that Go Team car. This is Michi Hoyer though. He is leading the race overall in his DPI. He didn't take tyres at the last stop though. He will be taking tyres at the next stop. He needs to be trying to make up as much time as possible, because just before the last pit stop phase, the gap between himself and second place, because he was in third, was about 4 seconds. So he's really got to be putting on that speed and also making sure he doesn't absolutely wreck these tyres, because they must already be quite worn, having gone for quite some distance on these tyres, and still trying to maintain a competitive speed, which I think he's achieving. He did a 1:35.4 last lap. It's not as quick as those behind him though. They are doing, well, the Ajira car did a 1:34.9, so half a second is the difference between them on this occasion. And you can see though, Michi Hoyer making his way through traffic quite easily.
Yeah, he's not doing a bad job at the moment. 13-second lead back to Rory McDuff in the Nitro Velix car, and I'm glad they're not actually in a battle at the moment, because as you may have noticed so far throughout the race, they've got remarkably similar liveries. Of course, Burst Esports cars don't normally look like that, but with the affiliation with Bicoles, they have taken on the colour scheme that we're seeing presented in front of us at the moment with the kind of neon yellow and grey and black combination, which I personally do like, as well as with the Nitro Relics car, which is a pretty nice livery as well. They just look very similar, and given they're both going to be up towards the front throughout the races in this VEC season, we're in for a very confusing season, I'm afraid, because they look very similar. So there we are. Let's see who comes out on top out of those, because of course the reigning overall champions, Varga, from LMP2 last season, are not returning in the top category here on this occasion. Yuri Toman and Marcel Chinchik were completely steamrolling the field last year, but not going to be doing the same this year. And it's up to maybe the runners-up of Burst Esport to maybe take up that mantle, or indeed Ajira, who finished third and were comfortably best of the rest, because those front two, as I just mentioned, were really running away with the season. So we're certainly in for an interesting season, and this race is certainly proving that right now. Burst Esport, Nitro Alex, Wanako and Ajira all look very close, and Actual Sports in their VEC debut are looking very strong as well, even though they've had issues today. We've got a number of competitive cars, which is good news.
Yeah, and I think the introduction of the new machinery as well of the DPI field, it's not quite the same as what they're driving for the latter half of last season. The LMP2s, they are quicker, they're also bigger. So it's making a little bit of a difference there, I think, as well, as they've all got to try and get used to racing each other in these different machines. And that might be having somewhat of an impact. But this first race is going to have to set the tone for the rest of the season. As we've established, 6 races, not that many at all. So where they finish now could be a reflection of where they may finish at the end of the season. However, we're not sure who's going to finish where at the top here. It could be any of 3 to even 4 cars who end in first at the end of this race. So we're shaping up to have an excellent season, and this race has been a reflection of it. But Michi Hoyer, he's on that alternate strategy. He will see if he can make that work. It's going to be a hard effort from him. However, in the battle for third place, which is first overall, Kalakuri is once again closing up. Now, we did see quite an unorthodox move earlier from Nico Barkley along the first straight, where there was a bit of contact, and he ascended into third place with his Wanako car. We could see maybe some more battling right down to the wire once that gap has closed up again, and they are alongside each other on track. The gap now actually under half a second. But this is the leader here, who has currently got a pretty commanding position, able to dictate the flow of the race for the moment, and not being too slow despite being on much older tyres. I say that though, as he has a little bit of a moment into the Prima Variante.
Green freeze, multiple there, at least one screen freeze, and Michi Hoyer is certainly losing a lot of time due to that. And it's not only the actual time loss within the screen freeze itself, but it's also getting back up to speed and having that in the back of your mind going forward. So yeah, he's really starting to struggle at the moment. You can see where that car's behaving as well, not planted to the road whatsoever. So Michi Hoyer's certainly struggling here right now. And correct me if I'm wrong here, but he's been in that car since the very start. So he's got a lot of racing under his belt right now, and it might well be getting to him at some point. He's a very experienced endurance driver, let's not forget. He's been in the scene for a good while now. I believe he might well have been part of that championship winning team. Oh no, he wasn't, sorry. He wasn't quite with Simoncic, Siebel and Jordan in quite on that year, but he's been in the VEC for a few years now. He's an experienced endurance driver. He knows what he's doing. He's been, as Cam alluded to earlier, he's been preparing for a long time for this one as well, and streaming his preparation as well, of course. But this 3-hour plus stint in this kind of situation, you know, this kind of intensity is going to start to get to anyone, really. It looks like it's certainly starting to get to him right now, and this double stint, or this stint at least that he's doing right now, is certainly getting to his tyres as well. The car just doesn't look quite right compared to how it did a little bit earlier on.
No, and this could be quite interesting as he sends it down between 2 GTs. He's going to be next to them through the second part of the first chicane. Oh, that is a lot of contact there, much more than Michi Hoyer will have been intending to experience, but that is sort of what happens when you try and go through the tightest parts of the circuit right next to a car that isn't even of the same kind as yours. You can see him absolutely flying there. I'm thinking he's clearly of an excellent caliber, is Michi Hoyer, but otherwise he wouldn't be leading the race right now. But with these screen freezes, might it have been worth changing driver at the last pit stop when those around him also changed? Or maybe do they think that even with these screen freezes, they're in a better position with Mitchie still driving after 3 hours and 15 minutes since the start of the race, and maybe keeping him in, still thinking that he is their quickest driver at the moment. Of course, they will have to change quite soon because you can't drive the whole race with a single driver. But it's interesting to see to try and work out the philosophy behind him staying out for an extraordinarily long time.
I think it's 60%, isn't it, the maximum that any one driver can do? We're not too far away from that point now. I think that's in terms of laps, so it's a little bit difficult to work out. However, in terms of time, that would be in about 15 minutes' time, I think. So he's got to hit and change driver soon, I would imagine, but I could be wrong. Rory McDuff is into the pit lane right now as well, just leads actually as we speak. There he is, right on cue on the left-hand side of your screen, and Nitro Alex do indeed come out side by side with Mitchie Hoyer. Big lock-up, cold brakes, and Mitchie Hoyer's going to have to go a little bit wide to avoid that situation and lose even more time on this one. He's lost a good 2.5 seconds to Wanako and Ajira on that last time around. And by the way, it's Christian Mikel now driving the Nitro Alex car just in front. So DPI pit stop's well underway right now, and Mitchie Hoyer, I would expect certainly to see him out of the car. He doesn't look quite as strong as he did a few moments ago. His tyres going off and he's making a couple of mistakes. David Mocek is the one in the team suite with him at the moment, so that would point towards him getting in the car in the next few moments.
Yeah, and I think that Wanako car, Nico Barkley in the pits as well. We are about to watch the next stage of pit stops unfolding. But that was really poor luck for Mitchie Hoyer to come out just behind, or for the Nitro Alex car to come out just in front of him, and then have that big old lockup. That has not helped him. They're not even on the same lap, so that will be adding to the frustrations as they head along now to the main straight. Well, we'll see at the next pit stop. Mitchie Hoyer will most likely get out and be replaced by his teammate, but you got to hand it to him. He's been doing an absolutely stellar job. 3 hours and 20 minutes done so far. You can see those brake discs glowing. Is he going to hang to the inside through Parabolica? Yes, he does, and that indicates he's going into the pits now and coming to the end of what has been a fantastic stint, all things considered. And we'll see whether, well, he'll definitely be taking tyres as well. So this will be a long stop. And it's going to be interesting watching where he comes out in relation to the Ajira car and the Monaco car when they've completed their pit stops as well, as we'll be back up to the order before the previous stint where things got mixed around with different strategies. This is going to be fascinating.
Yeah, Monaco have already made their stop in this cycle, so they're kind of in the clear here, about 20 seconds in front of Christian Mikel. So I think that Hoyer's going to come out, or whichever driver is going to come out behind the Wanako car here, but by how far is the issue. Being reported that Mitchie does have screen freezes indeed and other technical issues that are following him around at the moment. And Nick De Silva confirming that it's 70% maximum drive time. He's one of the Ajira drivers, so I trust him to know a bit more than me. And indeed, so Mitchie Hoyer could carry on for another 40 minutes if he wanted to. He could do the next stint, but I don't think he's going to want to. We'll wait and see how confident they feel in the teammates of Mitchie Hoyer here, like David Mocek, etc. But got to wait a little bit longer to find out, as looks like the Wanako car has gone past already. It has indeed. Leaving the pit lane now, Nico Barkley goes through. David Mocek is now into that car by Collins Burst Esport. They're going to be in front of Nitro Alex here, but by a much smaller margin than it was about 10 minutes ago, so that's going to concern them a little bit. But 15 seconds is the margin up to Wanako. This point in the race now is just going to be so topsy-turvy. It's going to keep toing and froing from here basically until the end, and it just depends which way the pendulum's going to swing, really, as to who's going to win this one. It's going to be very, very close right until the end.
Yes, definitely. And there goes Ajira as well, currently the race leaders, but only for a brief moment there. They're also going to be pitting. And that shows roughly that over the last stint, Mitchie Hoyer, who was driving, lost a fair bit of time to those cars in front. But what it could mean, having extended those tyres just one extra stint, might mean at the end, when everyone is trying to make that final pit stop, they will have fresher tyres, and there'll be super light cars for those last couple of laps and try and just push right to the end and maybe have that extra grip in hand to try and make up as many positions as possible. Ajira and Wanako, though, they have been fighting throughout the whole race pretty much. Wanako with Nico Barkley at the wheel, Kalikuri now with Ajira at the wheel. Where that car comes out from the pit stop will be interesting because it looks like it has been quite a short stop for Wanako. Oh, Kalikuri's pit stop has finished there, and David Mrozek will be coming out of the Parabolica as they're just entering the first chicane. So quite a gap between the lot of them. And that means that the battle for the overall or potential overall lead of the race separated by nearly 3 seconds. Wanako in third and Ajira in fourth.
Well, let's see if it is or not, because we've still got Seawolf Net Race leading the race right now. DX Droids are in second, and they're the only others who can really get involved with this one, but I'm not sure if they're going to be able to or not anyway, but you never know. About a 9-second gap between them right now, as Benjamin Gilsinski is currently leading the field around and leading this race with still 2 hours and 37 minutes to go. David Mrozek's got a big charge on, and just as I say, that's Seawolf come into the pit lane, and so do DX Droids as well. So the field is going to be completely changed now, and back to where it was before. We're going to have a very small margin for the race lead here between Wanako and Ajira, and then the race will be really on again for the lead. But I guess the ball is really in Burst Esport and Nitro Velix's court here. How quickly can they actually catch the 3 and the 7? Yeah, what kind of pace are they going to put down here? And what kind of gaps are going to be taken out of them is the real question in DPI.
Yeah, this is the DPI class in the inaugural race for them in the Virtual Endurance Championship. It is fascinating to see how their races are ebbing and flowing. Yes, there were yellow flags there. I believe you're probably going to say something about them. It's
João Barbosa in the Juices Motorsport GTE. I think he's trying to get going again, but he just has now. He was at the Ascari chicane, and he was spun onto the inside of the corner. It's a blind corner from where he was, so couldn't really see who was coming, and went to duck back out into line again. So that was a very nerve-wracking moment. I think he's managed to do it without too many problems. And they were one of the few GTEs, by the way, to actually get through the chaos. It was a great job. I think it was Maximilian Kalinic, who actually started their car all that time ago. And he just slowed down dramatically at the start, saw the catastrophe that was unfolding in front of him, and just put the brakes on, put it into park, and eventually picked his way through the chaos. Managed to get himself through with no damage, but unfortunately got hit by a prototype on the front straight. This is how João Barbosa came unstuck, just going too deep into Ascari, getting onto the gravel, and you can see the problem already that he's got. You can't really see to try and get out here, so it must have been very nerve-wracking. But yeah, they got spun into the wall on the home straight, and that gave them a lot of damage actually, which has put them all the way down in 18th. So they're trying to do a little bit better than last season, where they were finished 5th in the end, which is a little bit unrepresentative of how they were performing, but not off to the greatest start. Meanwhile, here is the Seawolf car, having come out of the pit lane after a seemingly very short pit stop, because they're just behind the Bicolors car there. They were battling with the Bicolors car there. I wasn't expecting that, but Seawolf right in the mix at the moment.
Yeah, definitely. Barbosa handled that well, but we just about caught the tail end of that overtake into Parabolica there with David Mrozek, and that has put Benjamin Janowski just behind. I think that's a Wave Freem LMP2, but behind him as well, you've got Christian Michel with the Cetres Nita Velix car, that number 10 car. A little bit of an ominous presence behind these guys. Of course, navigated the Wave Freem car now, but this will be quite an interesting phase of the race, as this battle is going to evolve. And now not fighting for first and second is David Mrozek, but he's actually defending from behind.
Yeah, he is indeed at the moment. But by the way, the brief yellow flag there was for the BHK LMP2 that went off at Ascari. Got going again though, without any damage to my knowledge. So we're all fine on that front. But very interested to see Seawolf involved now. DX Droids are not too far away either. We've got a very, very close DPI field, in all honesty, especially considering how this race started. That is very impressive indeed. About 20-25 seconds covering the top 6 at the moment, which is not bad at all after nearly 3.5 hours of racing. Behind that, it does get a little bit more spaced out, back to Edge Esports without the help of Burst on this occasion, falling away a little bit in this race, and then you have to go all the way back to Rookie Monsters, who are still embedded within the LMP2 field in terms of the overall order, so they're a long way back and have got a lot of recovering to do, and a lot of lonely driving to pick up their points for the day. So yeah, that's it's going to be a lonely day for those guys, but the battles are not dying out by any stretch, because we can just go down to GTE where they're still providing the entertainment. But Red Bull Esports are racing against John Lacey Esports at the moment. Yuri Kazdorp versus Martin Dylan, two absolute stalwarts of the VE Virtual Endurance Championship seasons gone past. Kazdorp has been a driver in the top class in the past. He was very competitive and won races as well. I think it was Velez he was driving for all way back when, but applies his trade at the GTE category now, and it's Corvette versus Ferrari on this occasion. A very tasty battle, and not the first time these two have been together, it has to be said.
No, definitely not. And as you were saying, this is a race that just keeps on giving. There's always a battle somewhere on circuit, and right now it's between the Ferrari and the Corvette, the American manufacturer in front and the Italian car just behind. You can see the difference in design style. It's the home race though for that rear machine, the car driven by Martin Dillon. However, there's going to be a slight pause on that battle though, because they're going to be separated a little bit by the traffic going through them. Only 0.6 of a second is the gap now, but this is Christian Michael who's getting it quite close behind Benjamin Gilzinski, as I have been rightfully corrected. Look at this is getting really quite tasty there. There's always a little bit of traffic to navigate though, and especially when you're going through the Curva Grande, when you have to take the long way round, it's really not ideal. And you can see now there are a few more GTEs which are going to hold up that Cetros car a little bit longer than he'd like, and yeah, you can see that having to slot in behind the car there and only be able to get past on the exit of that chicane. The gap now 1 second, but I have to say Christian Michael looking quite strong to take 4th place at some point during this race, but we are going to come back from that to the battle for 2nd in GTE, which would be 24th overall. Of course, we've got 3 races all running at the same time essentially at this point, and Martin Dillon is really pushing for that. This is Xabi Kiss for Juice's Motorsports Club, and it's going to be side by side. Will there be contact? Yes, there is, but they both just about make it through there, none of them having to go round. An angry flash of the lights there from Kiss in that battle for 6th place. That's the Go Team car with Morris Mel at the wheel in front, and I don't think you want to get too much closer than that, otherwise that could have ended far worse.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a big contact really down to the second chicane. It could have gone very badly, but they both got away with it in that battle for 6th place, as this one continues for 2nd. But it doesn't look like a lot's going to happen here, because we saw the bottom right hand side of your screen, the very helpful graphics just indicating that Martin Darland is lifting off in the slipstream in the wake of the Corvette behind, so he's just playing the strategic game. These two though are not playing any strategic game at all, because it looks like they're in the middle of a pit stop cycle by the looks of things as things stand. So they've got no reason to kind of hold off and wait for the moment, which is certainly good news for us. Some of those up towards the front have come into the pit lane in the last few moments. The 36 and the 37, Wave Freeman Go Team Racing are both in the pit lane right now. Well, these guys are left to fight out there on the circuit. So I spoke to Sobkis actually a few days ago about his upcoming VEC appearance, and it said they were looking at a top 5 in terms of their pace. They thought they were going to be top 5, but getting up towards the front any further than that was going to be very difficult. But it's an exciting season. They've got some young drivers, and Juices are looking like a strong team at the moment. Sobakis looking to reaffirm that right now with a good move and he does get that done a lot more decisively on this occasion. Breaks late, and he was handed that one, to be fair, by Moritz Bell, who didn't really want a part of that fight anymore, but Sarmakis will be very glad to put that car in his rearview mirror.
Yeah, and he will be quite comfortably now in the top 5. However, I'm not sure it will really stay that way, because as we've seen, other people in their class are coming in for their next set of pit stops, and I'm sure these guys will have to follow somewhat soon. But a good battle nonetheless, and we'll see how Juice's Motorsports Club can do with this car during this season. And I think starting at Monza has been quite a nice race. The place where chariot racing was, of course, a very big thing about 2,000 years ago. This is essentially their modern Circus Maximus is Monza. It even starts sort of with the first letter, and we are being praised with vehicles not being pulled by 2 horsepower, but by many hundreds of horsepower. And here comes Kiss into the pit lane to serve that stop. So that battle coming to an end, but it's good to get the move done before the stop, if the stop is going to be the same amount of time. We shall see where they come out in relation to the Go Team car then at the end of that.
Yeah, we'll have to wait for confirmation on that one as we go back to GTE once again, where Martin Darland is just in the wake of the Corvette in front. Red Bull Racing Esports just having to defend ever so slightly, but no big defences being made really, because the Ferrari is saving that little bit of fuel and does seem to be pretty good on the fuel. Even in clean air, Martin Darland has been able to go a little bit further than some of the other cars in this one, because I do think that we've been kind of underplaying the issues of fuel in the GTE category here for this race, in the Monza particular race. You see in the bottom right, a lot of lifting and coasting going on there from Darland once again. And they've been doing that basically all race. And it's so necessary, because you need to be able to make this on 5 stops, really. It's not a long race where you can make up that kind of time. You've just got to really save the fuel and make sure you can do it on 5 stops. And those guys who are coming in before the hour are in real trouble, because by the time they go out, yes, they are, it's less than an hour. They have gone past the hour by the time they get out, if you see what I mean. But, they're by the end of the race, you're going to actually need to go past that hour and stay out to make it to the end without making a splashing dash. So I think we have been underplaying it a little bit, and it is going to be very difficult for these guys to make it on 5 stops here. It's a fuel heavy circuit.
Yes, indeed. You're spending so much of this lap on the on the throttle pedal, and that's pretty much fully depressed a lot of the time. And as you were saying, you're going to have to go beyond it. Well, you need to pretty much be able to have a lap in hand, because if you think about it, if you're just behind the lead DPI and you're a GT on that, when the timer goes 0 and you've just crossed the line with about 4 seconds to go, you've got to do a whole extra lap. So you have got to be really considerate. And we've been seeing with the Red Bull Racing Esports team, they've been pitting slightly before the hour, and if they can't get that down to about 1 minute past the hour, they could be in quite a big predicament come the end of the race and the checkered flag being waved. So they are going to have to really be concentrating and make sure that they get that fuel past the margin, unless they are happy to do a splash and dash at the end. But that could really cost them the position they've been fighting for so long. We've moved on to Johan Kurjan now, though, for the virtual driver's car in 6th place. Battling for 5th, that's the Speedy Mike car, Greg Hall in front of him.
Yeah, absolutely, really nose to tail, but you can see the lifting off there from Kurjan here once again. And so he's not going to be going anywhere, really, although a little bit wide through the parabolica and a good exit. If he wants to have a go here, then there is certainly going to be the opportunity, you would imagine. With the slipstream and the run that he just got, the Aston Martin is going to tuck into this Corvette slipstream as best it can, but let's see if there's going to be a bit of a feathering of the throttle down here. Oh no, there isn't. Kurjan's going to go to the inside line of the Speedy Mike car, and the Corvette not really wanting to have a fight about that one at all, although there is a little bit of a bump on the exit there. But Johan Kurjan into the top 5 here once again for virtual drivers by TX3. Have put on a good performance in this race, especially compared to their qualifying, where they weren't one of the main teams in terms of pace, but they certainly have been in terms of race pace. And yeah, going to hold on to 5th for the moment. So a textbook manoeuvre there, really, and not too much of an argument from those guys. A speedy bite, although there is going to be now because Kerjan makes a mistake and all his work is undone straight away.
Yeah, that was unfortunate for him. Just carried a little bit too much speed through that. I could see him going onto the sausage guns. I was thinking maybe he's carrying a bit too much speed. Went onto the gravel and he's lost that position once again. So he's going to have to do that all over again. And that's not going to be good news for his fuel or his tyres because he's pushing to get through here. And we've just been discussing the importance of fuel for the GT class. Greg Hall, though, will be quite happy with that. He's back out in front of the virtual driver's car for now in that Corvette. And you can see they've got very different liveries along here. It's right onto the curbs through the Ascara chicane. That GT able to tank them, though, and keep it going. You can see off in the background and also on track, it's become a bit darker. We did have the sun out about an hour ago. We're back down to overcast conditions, but it seems to be, as I say that, it becomes sunny once more. So we've got some varying weather conditions, still looking to stay dry at the moment, though. 2 hours and 20 minutes to go. We don't know what can happen with the weather, as it can change in Monza, where we are getting the live weather plug-in from. So we'll see how that all develops. But here comes Johan Kerjan now to the inside. There's going to be a GT, an LMP2 there as well. It squeezes through before the apex, cutting across the track, though. That's a bit of contact on the entrance to the turn that you really don't want to have. And we've got some more prototypes coming past them now. And Johan Kerjan has made that position. Can he make it stick, though? We saw last time he struggled into the second chicane. Can he succeed in getting through there now without going off track? He's got to be careful, though, because there are all these prototypes trying to get through. One's going to have to squeeze in between the two GTEs, though, and that's really going to help Kerjan now because that's going to consolidate his position.
Yeah, there was a couple of car lengths between them by that point, so there was a lot less pressure on Kerjan to get the braking right into the De La Rogia on that occasion, so he manages to make that one stick and stays in 5th position, which is now rightfully his. We've seen in the DPI class in the last couple of months, by the way, Christian Mikel did briefly get through on the Seawolf car, however clearly made a mistake somewhere and had to rescind that position again, so those two had a bit of a swap around. And indeed in LMP2, after that last pit stop cycle, we've now got Mugen still leading. BHK Esports are in second and Go Team Racing are in third, but they're covered by 2.5 seconds. So it's getting very tasty in the prototype categories as well. It is hard to know where to look, really, and it is one of those races where you wish you had more pairs of eyes. And there are multiple battles happening throughout the entirety of this one so far, despite the fact we are at 3 hours and 40 to this one at this point. Kerjan looks like he's got those couple of car lengths down. He should be okay. They're both catching, by the way, the man in 4th position, João Asensio of Volante Racing, driving a Porsche, which is quite rare for them. They're normally in a Aston Martin as virtual drivers by TX3R. And you can see by the example of the Aston Martin on your screen right now that it's not a slow car, so Volante clearly having a change of focus and going for the Porsche on this occasion. They've also gone for a new number, which we don't often see them. So it's all kind of changing at Volante, but João Asensio is not really changing their team stature. They're still right up towards the front as we expect them to be. 4th place at the moment, but look like they're struggling to clear a bit of lap traffic.
Yes, and that's the way this race is going to be staying at the moment. But as you're saying, this area of the LMP of the GTE class rather is getting quite interesting now with these gaps still quite low. Red Bull Racing Esports, they're closing up a little bit to the Jean Lacey Academy car. But as you're saying, Speedy Mike, they're still keeping a decent distance behind. They're not really letting Johan Kerjan run away with the position he's just taken. In fact, we could see a little bit of side-by-side action into Ascari. That's always a bit scary when you're the LMP2 car trying to get past the traffic. It's successful there, as there's another prototype trying to get through as well. So getting a little bit busy here at the Ascari chicane, all of them just about squeezing through without any major difficulties, fortunately.
Yeah, indeed, as Moritz Mel gets through on Luca D'Amelio for 2nd place in the LMP2 category. So that is a major pass up towards the front, likely traffic involved as well, to be honest, because there's so much of it. And they've just actually gone through a couple of GTEs. As you see on the track map, they've got a couple more to negotiate. They're actually not too far in front of these guys we're seeing on our screen right now. But yeah, there's been a number of different happenings in LMP2 as it all changes in in that category as it has been throughout the race. Really, we've seen a number of different leaders. Black Hawk have been up there, NetRex as well. But now it's the turn of Mugen to lead this one, and here they are coming through this battle. There's Luca D'Amelio, who's just lost his second place for BHK, and Moritz Mel just in the foreground, who gets through into second. But you can see what I mean by the traffic. Almost every single corner there is some kind of interference with these GTs, or indeed DPIs trying to get through, and it can just split these battles apart from time to time. Exactly what it's done right now, unfortunately for us. But Moritz Mel seems to be on a charge right now.
Yeah, and we're seeing a three-way battle evolve now for the lead of the LMP2 class. You can see that on the bottom right, Mugen in front, and Go Team Racing looking to reclaim the lead of the race that they had about an hour and 20 minutes or so ago. So they're looking to try and take back that glory, but it is going to be not easy now with Luca D'Amelio behind them in that BHK Esports by TX3 car. They're going to be placing some pressure on the Go Team LMP2 vehicle as it heads through Parabolica now, back onto the main straight. You can see that gap is varying ever so slightly. But as you were saying, we're at that point in the race now where the traffic is sort of stretched throughout the whole circuit. And it means that wherever you are, you're going to come across some sort of traffic. You can see now in the foreground of your screen, the Red Bull car has caught up to the John Lacey Esports Academy car as well. And these guys are going to come across the battle for second in GTE. So that's going to mix things up even more, as they're going to have to be really careful about giving those guys room too, because they are battling for a very hotly contested position. Red Bull Racing Esports, Yuri Kazdorp at the wheel, still piling pressure onto Martin Dearland as well. You can see that in the foreground, but they're going to get separated by an LMP2. And look at that N25 traffic jam there. This is really quite close stuff. This is the battle for fourth place in GTE. Belanti Racing right now, with Yao Asensao right now, right behind Johan Kurjan. And then up the road, 20 seconds, is Yuri Kazdorp. He's actually dropped back quite a bit from that second place John AC car. Look at this, getting through the second chicane now, and there was a car off there. I didn't see which one it was. That looks like it's a DPI.
Seawolf DPI, I think, from fourth place, dropped down to fifth now because of it. But just recovering out of the second chicane, it's going to get into the way of the Speedy Bike car as well. It can still be driven by Greg Hall at the moment, but Xiao Asensio not enjoying his time out there. Although I say that, Johan Kurzo is going to have to defend from him here once again. He got through fairly easily, but the Volante team not letting him lie down whatsoever. They're the outside line for Ascari, and the straight line speed, the exit off of Lesbo 2, has just allowed them to power on past that big Aston Martin. And so the Porsche now back into fourth place. This is a fascinating battle going on in the GTE category with more prototypes in the background. That looks like the other Go Team racing car, currently fifth in LMP2. So they're going to just split up this battle for the next few moments as well. But look at Kurjan right now. He's so all over the back of the Volante car that he's bound to get through in the next few moments. Free wide very nearly with the Go Team car, but it looks like Kurjan's into the pit lane 15 minutes too early. The splash and dash for those guys looking very likely indeed, unsettlingly likely if you're on the Virtual Drivers by TX3 team.
Yeah, and we also had Greg Hall now. He's caught up with Speedy Mite he's in fifth place. That almost became a three-way battle had Kurjan not come into the pits, but we're going to move up here to the Go Team racing car. Look at that contact there with the Juicers Motorsports Club BMW. We're currently watching the battle for first place in LMP2. Still hotly contested, and that's the Nita Veleg's DPI. It's not got enough room, only just about squeezing through there in the run-up to Ascari. That was a very tense moment there, and he has managed to squeeze through for now. But look at this. This is going to become very interesting. Brief yellow flags in Sector 1. The gap between first and second in LMP2, 1 second, and then to third, it's 1.5 seconds. As we have got Rookie Monsters now up between the top three.
The 31 is stopped on a straight. The racing team car that was actually in fourth and chasing down the leaders, or trying to, was stopped on the straight between Lesmo 2 and Ascari with, I've got absolutely no idea why. It was very, very odd. I just hope they haven't been spun into that kind of, it spun into a wall or something, because there are no small accidents there. You're carrying a lot of speed, as you are everywhere here, really. But that especially quick. So that would be an unsettling accident, but looks like Hemmingson's okay, so maybe he just stopped on the straight for... well, I can't even think of a reason right now. Maybe a pop-up on the screen, it can happen from time to time, but he's weaving the wheel about at the moment as well. So, yeah, very puzzling. Very, very puzzling little incident for him. But either way, he's back going again and still in 4th position, as these guys are as well. This is now the battle for 3rd, because we have had a pit stop. Oh, and a spin just in the background there for one of the prototypes, but a pit stop for the Varga sim racing car. Yuamaki UP has been in the pit lane, and once again, early, he's going to have to make a splash and dash as well.
Yeah, that is very strange. There was a spin that we just about squeezed through here with these guys. Greg Hall keeping it quite close behind the Volante car, just getting a little bit of pressure onto them. But that's interesting from Martin Henderson, because Cameron and I were talking earlier, and we thought that that racing team car would be a dark horse. So that is very puzzling as to why it might stop between the two Lesmos. Maybe there's a replay, maybe not. Maybe it's just some sort of technical error. Hopefully we can find that out. But Greg Hall keeping a little bit of pressure up onto Yao Asensao right at this moment, as that car, the Volante car, up to 2nd. That's still a vast gap of 25 seconds almost. So this battle seems to be stagnating a little bit. 1 second now ahead of Greg Hall. Maybe just not quite quick enough to keep up, or maybe he's managing that fuel. As we've said already, fuel is going to be of major importance for these GTs as we are approaching the final third of the race. We've only got 12 minutes left of this hour, and we only expect these cars to be making 2 more stops if they are trying to get to the end without a splash and dash. But this is the battle for first place in LMP2. It's Moritz Mel in the lead now. You can see just behind is the car who I think he's overtaken. That's the Mugen Racing car with David Caloxai at the wheel. So we're back up with the number 47 car in the lead of the class.
We are indeed. So Moritz Mel retakes the lead away from Mugen Sim Racing. David Caloxai has been displaced and is down to 2nd place now, as also Go Team Racing on the front foot in this battle as well for 4th place, with Martin Hemmingson involved. So this is an interesting one. Likewise, LMP2 is starting to really hot up in this one as well. So yeah, very interesting indeed, actually, to see Go Team Racing just romping their way through. Luca Di Melio and then David Caloxai. Looks like they're going to drive away. They've already got a 2nd lead. So yeah, certainly looking good right now with plenty of time left on the clock. Yellow flag in Sector 3 once again, and it's for the 33, which is off at Parabolica, just getting going again right now. And it's slowly doing so, but just managed to get back onto the road. Not one of the main players in this race, though. The 33, although I say that was David Caloxai from 2nd, excuse me. David Caloxai from 2nd has gone off at the Parabolica for some reason. And so it's going bad from bad to worse for him. In 1 lap, he's lost his lead and lost his 2nd place due to a mistake.
Yeah, that's really not good at all. He was trying to maybe have a stab at taking back that 1st place. That's not going to be possible now. He's lost 10 seconds really over the course of the last lap. And that's given BHK Esports a bit of breathing room now to focus solely on looking ahead of them towards Go Team Racing, because BHK are still in with a shot at that. Yuri Kazdorp though, here we go. This is the battle for 1st place in GTE. John Alesi Esports Academy are just ahead. Martin Dearland at the helm of the Ferrari in front. This is a minuscule gap of just 0.2 of a second as we go through the 2nd chicane. That was very close between Martin Dearland and that LMP2. I don't think we want it much closer than that. And I'm thinking right now, the fact that Yuri Kazdorp is not trying to get in front is maybe because he knows he's got to save fuel. Otherwise, he's not going to make it to the end without a splash and dash. He might be using it just to be able to lift and coast into those turns, because otherwise he's going to have to hit once again 1 minute before the hour, and that's going to really have an impact towards the end of the race if they have to make an extra strategy. However, it's getting pretty busy on the circuit right now. We've got these GTs, and there's quite a few GTs all over the place, but we've also got some important LMP2s. There's Martin Hemmingson just a little bit down the road. We're going to move it to here. This is the battle for 6th place. Lorenzo Severese in the Virtual Drivers by TX3 car, just behind still that Volante racing car with Yawa sends out at the wheel of that. This is going to be quite close as they head towards the Parabolica, both on different sides of the circuit, and that is him coming across to try and get some of the slipstream off that LMP2, and that, from that angle, looked a little bit scarier than perhaps it was for the drivers.
It was very scary indeed, and not advisable, I have to say, but they've gone for it anyway. Either way, virtual drivers by TX3, certainly, as I mentioned only a few moments ago with Johan Kurjan, having a great day. With Volante, once again, we've seen this battle in the past. It was João Asensio on the defence in the past, and it still is, but he's got a new opponent on this occasion with Lorenzo Savarese now applying the pressure, and indeed the Sim Racing for Holland car is sort of here as well, but it's second to last at the moment with Bert Knops currently driving that car. So they could be in a bit of trouble. If I understood the driver's briefing correctly, then they could get demoted to split 2 if they're not careful, being in the bottom 2 of GT after this race, but don't quote me on that. This is the battle for 5th place though, and it certainly is an interesting one. We're still not on that hour mark though. These guys are still going to go another 7.5 minutes before we even think about pitting, and an alarming amount of cars have already been in, so there's going to be a bit more splashing and dashing than I thought there was going to be at the end of this race.
Yeah, and you've got to consider as well tyre wear. The heavier these two battle, the more amount of tyre wear they're going to be incurring, and that's going to affect their overall speed a little bit as well. However, I think their overall strategies shouldn't be too affected by that. We shall see though, as this is going to get quite interesting. They're going to be really pushing, or they were really pushing at least, when they were in that close battle, and that's going to have some quite heavy implications on their overall fuel usage as well. You can see the Sim Racing for Holland car looking to unmap itself from Lorenzo Savarese now, as the number 6 car holds its position, drifting over to the left-hand side though. I don't think he was too in favour of that move being made by the Sim Racing for Holland car. Doesn't want to be involved in any more battles than he really needs to, especially those battles which aren't really going to affect the outcome of his race except for the worst, because if that Sim Racing for Holland car gets through, then he's going to have to try and get back past it, and it's probably going to be reluctant because it thinks it's quicker than... Oh, that was quite close, but into that first chicane they go, and now he's got 2 cars to get past to make up a position rather than 1.
Yeah, indeed, that's going to become a little bit more difficult for him in GTE. The battle for the lead is going on, by the way, and if you're wondering why we're not showing it to you, it's because there's not actually that much overtaking going on between the two of them. They're just kind of drafting off of each other and saving a bit of fuel. We'll see on the with the graphic on the bottom right hand side of your screen. We'll probably get an example of this into Ascari. Even though it's not the longest straight on this circuit, you can still do a little bit of fuel saving. You're going to see the lifting coast just before the break is up. There it is, just lifting off. It's a little bit more difficult to do towards Ascari because you do actually go uphill there, so you don't roll quite as well when you're lifting off, but you do certainly see it down towards the Parabolica, which is very slightly downhill, and of course into the other chicanes as well, because it's you've got so much speed that you can roll quite well. There it is once again. So that's why we've not been seeing too much of the GTE leading battle, because it's frankly not that interesting, but it's very important, even though it's not that entertaining for a viewer. It's very, very important they make it to the hour. They've got 5 minutes left, and they've been there or thereabouts so far in this race, but they've got to be able to do it here in the next few moments. Stick with each other and stick to the fuel pan is basically all they have to do. Oh, that's very close, as we see a bit of a car park going on into the first chicane, and Yuri Kazdorp impatient to get through on this Aston Martin, and you can certainly see why, because he's in a leading battle right now.
Yeah, and you can see there was just a little bit of a punt there, and I'm not sure what that was, but that can't have been a happy motion. I think Yuri Kazdorp expressing some frustration at that car that he was lapping just 1 moment ago. But you can see now that gap has massively extended. He's actually touched the back of that LMP2 as well. He doesn't care who he's battling. He wants to catch back up to Martin Dillon, because now he's going to have to push again, and this is going to affect his fuel saving strategy, which we can see was taking place with some quite heavy lifting into some of these turns just to try and extend this stint by maybe 1 or even 2 laps. But now Martin Dillon has a gap of 1.5 seconds behind him. He's going to be really happy about that. Yuri Kazdorp, though, clearly wasn't very happy about what he just had to experience. And now, although there is no traffic currently between them after that move there, he's got to make some effort in closing that gap back up again. Maybe he was waiting for a mistake by Martin Dearland, although I think that's going to be some wishful thinking when you're trying to overtake the leader of this race after 4 hours gone and still 2 hours to go.
Yeah, absolutely. There's still plenty of time remaining. The leading battle is certainly on at the moment between Ajira and Burst, because Wanako have come into the pit lane with Nico Barkley. Now, this is before 2 hours as well, and I'm a little bit concerned about them as well, because I'm not entirely sure they can make this race with 3 more stints, but they might have to do a little bit of fuel saving. These guys might be all right in the end, but we've also got to think about the tyres with regards to the Nitro Velox car, for example, on a different strategy in this one, and closing on them both. The Ajira car especially is being closed on here. So, yeah, it's getting very interesting in DPI just for the moment. David Mocek certainly applying the pressure right now, though, and Kalikuri is withstanding it at the moment, but this isn't going to last too much longer because they're both going to be in the pit lane soon as well.
Yeah, as you're saying, pitting before the 2 hour mark, we expect them to be making 3 pit stops from now before the end of the race, as it's pretty much a 40-minute stint for these guys in terms of fuel. However, if they're pitting earlier, that's going to maybe have some severe implications. But David Mroczek right now behind Ajira, so he's caught up actually over the course of this stint, having been out of sync the last time round. And this could be quite interesting. If he can make a move before both of them have to come into the pits, then he will have an advantage. But that is an ominous sight for someone trying to make an overtake. That's a lot of traffic for them to navigate. And if you're Kalikuri right now, instead of trying to lose time in navigating this traffic and potentially get overtaken, he might decide to come straight into the pit lane. However, David Mroczek getting right up behind the gearbox of that DPI. They're going to be side by side as they head towards the Parabolica now. Around the outside goes David Mroczek. He's made the position up, and that's going to be first place then for the Bicoles Burst Esport car after a long and hard-fought battle.
Yeah, very long and hard-fought battle indeed, and a very difficult pass in the end, but he's got that one done, and credit to him as well. Kalikuri certainly falling back due to the tyres, as Christian Mikel in the Nitro Velox car also into the pit lane just before the hour mark, which is a little bit concerning. These guys have made it though in terms of the fuel. By the way, the Juices Motorsport Club number 50 brought out that yellow flag we saw a couple of moments ago, so that is an incident that has been resolved in the last few moments, but we're coming up towards the end of another hour, Hugo, so unfortunately we have to let you go. But what have your thoughts been on the race so far? I personally, I've really enjoyed it. I hope you have as well. And what do you think is going to happen for the rest of this one?
Well, I don't know really, because we've just seen how quickly it can change with these top guys. They're so closely fought, but to be honest, I've just been able to enjoy such close battling, and I don't think I want to make any prediction, because it's certainly well, the chance of it coming true are very low at the moment. But I will say thank you very much and goodbye, and welcome Mr. Neil Heatley on to the commentary of this race.
Yeah, absolutely. We will welcome Neil in. Thanks to Hugo as well for being with us for the last 2 hours. But Neil, welcome along. We're throwing you in the deep end a little bit here because there's a leading battle going on and everything. It's been exceptional racing so far. We've not visited Monza, by the way, in the Virtual Endurance Championship for 10 years. And we're making up for 10 years worth of action almost in this 6 hours. It's been excellent.
10 years, that would make what, season 4, season 5?
Yeah, something like that.
Time ago. But as we're having Kalikuri now in that number 7, Ajira and Mroczek, so 2 leading cars coming into the pits on the same lap. So it's going to be a race to see who's coming out in front. But as you said, pretty much there, Ewan, just before I joined, pretty much on the hour direct. I think we came to the pits about 1 hour, 59 minutes and 55 seconds to go.
It's pretty much perfect, which is good news, but it's not going to make you very comfortable if you want that kind of safety buffer in terms of your fuel. It's a little bit tight, but we expected that at Monza. You spend so much of your time absolutely flat out that it does make things difficult. But let's not forget, just to remind you, 40 minutes for a DPI stint here in this one. So if we times that by 3, we think there's going to be 3 more stints in this one. But is there going to be someone with a splash and dash towards the end? Monaco was certainly one of those pitting in earlier. So we'll watch out for them, certainly. Out of the pit lane comes Kalakuri, just following on from the Burst Esport car, and Davin Mocek once again. So they do get out in front of Nitro Alex in this one, as we expected, but it's not by much. The margins at the front of this race are so small, and it could go anyway, really. I would say that the top 6 have still got an outside chance of winning this one, which is remarkable to say after 4 hours.
Well, it's so close, as you said. Look at just look at those gaps in the top class there in DPI. We're currently looking at Kalakuri coming out in 4th. You can just see Mrocek in that Burst Esports car, the Bicolis Burst Esports, just in front, just slightly out of focus as well. But that's quite nice actually to see the different focal lengths. But as you said, yeah, I made that. What about a minute between the top 6 at the moment? So very close, as you said. We're now having a look at Sportigam in the number 81 Blackhawk racing car, half a second to the 91 car ahead.
Yeah, there's not much further for these guys to actually go after this, because the 47-second margin mostly opened up, I think, by that lap 1 accident down the front straight, which has really set a few guys quite a long way back. But these guys trying to make the best of it. You can see actually the Your Neighbour Here car's quite crumpled at the front there. Sebastian Pfeiffer driving that one at the moment. They were in a Porsche last season. They've gone for the Aston Martin, which seems a lot more popular this season than it was last. But yeah, a few of these cars carrying battle scars from those first few laps, which is understandable, of course.
Of course, the start was interesting, let's put it that way. That it'll be under review, most likely, by the stewards after this race, and they will come down with a strong arm, as they always do. But yes, Broughtigam just coming through Ascari now, so it's very important to get a good exit out of Ascari, but that wasn't fun. You just saw there Broughtigam getting the right-hand wheels onto the gravel and exit, then fishtailing ever so slightly when trying to put the power on.
Yeah, I thought he was in a lot of trouble, actually, Pfeiffer, going into Ascari, but he managed to hold on just for the moment. And now Broughtigam's going to have to kind of rethink and try again. It can be quite difficult in GT when you're all in the same car for you to actually get through when you meet someone in the same car. But that problem has been dealt with, because Pfeiffer comes into the pit lane right now, and Broughtigam can kind of set sail on his own right now. Won't have any trouble from guys behind him for a little while, with Eduardo Garcia nearly a minute behind him. So there's absolutely no worries with that one. The gaps a bit further down, by the way, are pretty huge, and there are a couple of really big names actually down the order. With Waveframe Esports and GTE got pole in this one, but they're down in 17th at the moment. Really disappointing for them. Juicy's Motorsport Club qualified well as well. They're 18th, for Sim Racing for Holland in 19th, which is strange to see, especially considering last season where they actually won the first race, and I think they were second in the next 2. So they got us to a storming start, but not doing the same this year, I'm afraid. But we do still have big names at the front of the field like Speedy Mite and Varga, etc. It's all a bit of a strategic game, though. Even in GTE, where we don't often see a lot of strategy in a 6-hour race, we've seen it's a real struggle to get to the hour, and Monza's proving, once again, to be very fuel heavy, as you might expect.
Yes, so much acceleration here. It's approximately, for endurance cars, it's somewhere in the region of 75 to 77% of the lap that is full throttle. So again, you almost get like a Le Mans situation here, because of course Le Mans is incredibly flat out as well. So they're really struggling to make the fuel last what you'd normally expect, because as you said, normally for DPIs you expect somewhere about 40 minutes, for LMP2s somewhere in the 45 to 50 minute category, and for GT somewhere in the 1 hour category. But because there is so much flat out running here at Monza, it's actually really difficult for these cars to make those fuel goals. And you saw that just before I came on with the battle. Yuri Kastorp, I think we were on board with in the GTs and the Red Bull Esports car. You saw him actually just coming off the throttle, coming up towards the Ascari, coming through the Lesmos, coming through the Parabolica as well, just to try and make that distance. But as you were on your last small section there, Ewan, the DPI leader came in. The 206 Seawolf Net Race Motorsport car came in, and there's been a driver change there. Yanka Tau is now at the wheel of that 206 car.
Yeah, he's retaking the wheel now. He has been in that car in previous moments of this race, but those guys are actually quite a long way back at this point, nearly 40 seconds up to Nico Barkley. So increasingly, as this race goes on, Seawolf and DX Droids are getting phased out of it. However, they are also sort of getting themselves back into it again on certain times in the strategy, depending on where we are. So it does become a little bit difficult to work out on occasion. This is Jordi Suarez, by the way. We're on board with him right now. One of the very few Ferraris we have in the VEC this season. He's now 30 seconds behind the Red Bull car we've seen before him. Waiting for some lap times to come in here, because I'm just wondering if Kazdorp has not taken tyres where Jordi Suarez has, because he's getting into that car. It would seem strange to me, because there's only once, if you were going to double stint at any point towards the latter end, I would say for the last 2 hours, because then you're not single stinting at strange times like Red Bull are seemingly going to. But either way, a 30-second gap has opened up.
But as you said, you know, because there is not that much load on the tyres here, really the biggest load that you get is coming through Ascari and coming through Parabolica. The rest of it is very start-stop, which is making me think that, as you said, these cars can double stint their tyres. And it might be a little bit of strategy, hoping to be close enough to another car in that last stint of the race. So you only need to single stint that last set of tyres, get a fresh set on, and hopefully pass a couple of cars within the dying half hour. So it's, that was a very, very wide line coming out of Lisbon number 2, wasn't it? Yeah, not one that I would recommend myself.
No, I'm trying to work out who that was. Could have been Leonardo Pupo in the other BHK car, not the one that's in second. Yeah, it looks like it. The kind of striking blue car in the blue and orange car in the background there. We've just had some lap times in, by the way, from Suarez and Kazdorp, and all of it points towards the fact that Suarez has taken tyres, whereas Kazdorp has not. And indeed the same for Greg Hall and Juha Makiupi, but I'm pretty sure Speedy might owe us a pit stop, and they probably do at this point. Sector 1 has got yellow flags covering it at the moment.
Greg Hall comes in
briefly.
Indeed, for the lead of the GTEs.
Yes, he does. He's been able to stretch out these stints a little bit long. Oh my life, that's a very scary car going on at the moment. The Virtual Drivers by TX3 car has gone for a spin now, and it was lagging all over the place. I think it is currently... who's
the
driving that
car?
Lorenzo Suavrese is having a terrible time of things, as you can see, and that's an uncomfortable situation to be in for everybody involved. Oh.
Yeah, something that you don't particularly want to see. Indeed,
No.
Yes.
Not if you're approaching, or indeed in the
Certainly
car.
not if you're approaching.
No.
98, you need to be off track and go
goodness.
very slow, otherwise I will DQ you. Off track, fully off track.
He's
And,
now...
there appears to be lots of suspension damage on that car as well, making it
yeah,
quite
not
difficult to handle.
I'm not sure if we just witnessed that suspension damage being picked up, or whether that was kind of a precursor to what we saw on our screens, but either way, we're not having a good time of things, and neither is Kalikuri, I would say, because you've got Christian Mikel crawling all over the back of him at the moment for second place in the race. As you can see, there they are in the first chicane. They're about to actually approach on the Aston Martin, having a bad time, so we'll see how that goes, but for the moment, Kalikuri looks like he's got a little bit of distance. He's got him at arm's length at very least, and they've got a bit of clear track as well. So this is the big fight now as they pass the Aston Martin there without any problems. This is starting to get important. We're getting down towards the end of the race, and they're all doing very, very similar pace as well. So these battles are getting ever more important.
Yeah, I was just having a look as they're coming through the second chicane there. Those brake discs glowing bright orange. You can see the front ones in particular on that Agera racing car just coming through Lisbon number 2. Incredibly bright and incredibly hot as well. But we are having a look at Kalikuri, and here comes Murchek off to the left, driver's left. But again, not enough room, not enough overlap, I should say, rather, to make a move into Ascari. And it appears a bit of a lock-up there from the Bipolar squad.
Yeah, it was indeed, and they've just lost a bit of time there. John Lacey Esports are going to have to be negotiated here with the Ferrari, and they are indeed. The gap out front is nearly 7 seconds, by the way, to Bicolor's Burst Esport, and Nico Barkley just over 20 seconds behind these guys and starting to lose time. So maybe we can cut the race contenders down to 3, but considering they're covered by about 8 seconds, that's still a very appetising prospect for us, as Kalikuri is just giving that little bit of slipstream to Mikel just in behind, but nothing doing there really into the next couple of corners. So they're going to continue nose to tail and continue their battle. This is very, very fascinating, though, I've got to be honest. They've got to be careful this doesn't go on for too long, because they are going to lose time to Roshek, and they are going to allow that Burst Esport car to really run away with this if they're not careful.
Yeah, the number 4 car is just enjoying this battle, because when we joined them at about Ascario coming out of Lesmo 2, literally last lap, that gap was 5.5 seconds. Look at it now, it's 6.8, 6.9. So that number 4 car is very much enjoying this battle and wanting it to go on for the next hour and 48 minutes. But here we go, Christian Michel in the slipstream again, coming up the hill towards Ascari, but not close enough, I believe, to even get a chance of an overlap coming into the chicane, because really you need to get so much more speed out of Lesmo 2 to even have a chance at being side by side coming up towards the Ascari chicane, and therefore attempting to make a move. As we're coming down towards Parabolica now, might have a little bit of a better chance here, Mike Christian, but no, I think he might be waiting for coming into the first chicane.
Yeah, indeed, the braking zone at Parabolica is not really long enough for that, but the one at the first chicane certainly is. So if he's got the opportunity, then I would hazard to guess that he's going to go for this. Kalikuri goes a slightly strange side of the Blackhawk car to maybe try and confuse Mikel, but doesn't look like he's going to be phased by anything here. Nope. Down the inside for Knight and Felix, but not that late on the brakes, not that brave on the brakes. And Azura look like they're going to hold on to this one for the moment, Sector 3 side by side. And Kalikuri holds off that first attack just for the moment.
Yeah, you can almost force out the competitor
monster
coming into
to get out of the car.
Into that second part of the first chicane, if you like, just because of the natural racing line. But Michelle, can you have another go into chicane 2? The answer is no. So turns 4 and 5, no move there. 6 and 7, 2 Lesmos are very quick. There's not really a chance that Scary might be his next shot.
May well be, but it's quite difficult to get the run off of Lesmo 2, as you were describing a few moments ago. But with that little, I say that, he's got onto the gravel, so it was going well, but the gravel on the outside just putting a bit of a hole in that plan, I'm afraid. So going to have to wait again for Ascari, for the first chicane, quite possibly, unless there is any kind of interference going through here. Doesn't look like it. The traffic looks fairly clear right now. They're actually going to get onto the back of the recovering 98 again here. Still trying to get back to the pit lane without killing anyone.
So everyone coming into
staying out of the way, by the way, in a very frustrating situation. But it has just off put
apex
in a
there.
big
Don't
way
go
through
slow car
Parabolica,
on the
just
inside.
distracted, I think, ever so slightly, and that's the easiest position Christian Mikel will ever receive.
Yes, the easiest position you can get in the VEC.
Just goes straight off. There, Kalikuri, just I'm not entirely sure if he was, not unsighted but for his braking zone, but certainly put off and just goes straight off there. So anyway, Roland Zooks now we go back to, because this is LMP2 and this is Mugen Sim Racing trying to get back towards the front, back to where they were not so long ago. Maurice Bell is leading again, as we expected, but Mugen Sim Racing actually lost out to BHK in the pit stops, which we weren't expecting. And so these two are surely going to fight this one out now. It is going to be for second place once again. The gap to the leaders, we're seeing a very similar situation in LMP2 actually. The more these guys battle, the more the leaders are going to be liking it, in a very similar situation to what we've just seen in DPI.
Yes, indeed it is, but you can see now that Mugen is going to be stuck behind this GT car and has to go all the way around the outside of Curva Grande in order to pass it. Melio in that number 35 car. But as we were just speaking, we had a couple of cars come in. The Jesus Motorsport car in particular, LMP2, that number 50, Shabakis at the wheel, came in, and I believe, memory serves me correctly, I think maybe number 37 and the 31 both came in.
Quite possibly in that one. I'll have a look. It looks like the 37 certainly did in that one, and maybe the 36 as well, but there's a lot of 30s going on there, and it's quite difficult to pick out who's who.
Pick more unique numbers.
Well, they're not allowed to.
Just don't pick numbers beside each other. Just don't do that.
Well, yeah, I guess there's a limited choice. There is 14 of them, and I think there's only 25 numbers for them to pick, so it's bound to happen. But once we start getting some Division 2 guys promoted up, our lives will be made slightly easier, I guess. But anyway, that's only for us to worry about, really. For the moment, Roland Zooks is just nearly a second back. He's just not quite been able to apply the pressure in the way that I thought he might in the next couple of moments. It looks like they're on a very similar situation in terms of the strategy, given the way their lap times are going. A 40.4 last time and a 40.3 for Zooks, which he's just repeated, but Luca Di Meglio was able to go about half a second quicker. So that's just opened out that gap a little bit. And indeed, the one in the lead for GTE we've just seen, 23 seconds. Jordi Zvias is continuing to close that margin, and considering we've still got 43 minutes of this hour to go, and he's done nearly a third of that, we might well see Zvias right on the back of the Red Bull car as they go back into the pit lane again.
Yes, indeed, the number 69 Vargas Sim Racing car just came in as well. Juha Makiope is just changed to Vojta Polesny, so I presume that Polesny will take that car to the flag. Given there's an hour and 43 left, it'll be one more pit stop. That was a body slam there on Luca Di Meglio by one of the GT cars. Which one may that have
John Lacey Esports, I think.
I believe it might have been the 66 car.
Yeah, the Jordi Zvias driven.
Yeah.
So we were just talking about him. He appears on our screen, and I don't think he was very impressed with Luca Di Meglio diving down the inside at Lesmo 1, really. You can kind of feel it from both sides, because the LMP2s obviously want to get on with their day and not follow through the GTs at a corner where the prototypes are significantly faster, but also Zvias can't really adjust his line very easily on the way in there. It's, nobody's going to be happy in that situation, really.
If GTs tend to have the momentum and directional velocity of the Titanic, they can't really change that quickly. If we're having a look at a replay, and here comes Luca Di Meglio. I think that, to be honest, I think that might have been a slightly late dive there by the prototype, in my opinion. And I would say the 66 was almost on course for that apex anyway. I think Di Meglio might have just made that decision a little bit too late, in my opinion.
It was a fairly late one, although others would argue he was a good way alongside by the time contact was made, so maybe he was entitled to, and it basically depends if you're a prototype driver or a GT driver, depending on which way you see that accident. So there we have it. I would imagine not much is going to be done about that, because it's just one of those things that tends to happen. And I'm surprised we haven't seen more of it, considering we've got 43 cars. This is another angle you'll be able to see. At the point of turning, to be fair, he's not that far alongside, but obviously the prototypes are a lot lighter, so they can brake a lot later and throw it into these corners a little bit more.
Yeah, of course, they've got more downforce as well than the GT cars, and all that together just means they are that much faster. Just for an example, having a look at the last laps, the LMP2s a minute 40 or so, the GTs a minute 48, a minute 49, so 9 seconds around here, and that just goes to show the pace difference between the LMP2s and the GTEs. Anyway, having a look at Di Meglio, that gap 12.4 seconds to the Go Racing Team car of Maurice Mail, but of course Di Meglio only has 0.7 of a second from Roland Zooks in that 33 Mugen Sim Racing cars. They're both getting blue flags waved at them for approaching DPI traffic. Yeah,
indeed. A high pressure situation, really, for all of these guys. The GTEs are cleared for the next couple of moments, but Roland Zooks might use that as an opportunity to get down the inside. It may be, but not really. The Seawolf car there, by the way, it decided, rightfully so as well, not to really get involved, because it could have ended pretty badly. The two prototype categories this season are pretty similar in terms of pace, in all honesty, but they're not quite as similar as I was expecting them to be, and I'm glad about that.
About 5 seconds around here, yeah.
Yeah, it's not too bad at all. I was expecting a lot of accidents, actually, between DPI and LMP2. In a similar situation we saw between the McLaren Senna and the LMP2, the two, in terms of multi-class racing, just didn't really get on. But commentators curse, I know, but these two classes seem to be getting on. Yeah, these two classes seem to be getting on quite well for the moment.
For now, but of course you've got 5 more races after this. Make your final decision on that.
Yes.
But having a look again, look at the Melbourne coming up towards that Sky chicane. The blue flags flying because of that DPI that's now slotted themselves in between the VHK esports car and the Mugen. Going through Sky, and just have a look at how much care Melbourne takes there. You can see the LMP2 is almost going up on three wheels as they clatter those curbs on the inside of the second left-hander of a Sky, and really that's something you've got to be careful of, because you can just lose a little bit of traction perhaps if you've got a little bit of replay. I believe this is what happened to the GT car earlier, and seemed to have started a space program there. How wonderful.
Gymnastics at the Olympics was a few months ago, but that was a late entry, I'm afraid, and not good, because almost certainly lag was caused by that. And I obviously feel very sorry for the virtual drivers by TX3 guys, because they were having a great day, unexpectedly so, in my eyes. But I'm really gutted for them. But what I am glad about is that it didn't take out any innocent bystanders in that one. That the lag didn't actually ruin any other races, to my knowledge anyway. It doesn't look like the Wanako DPI is very damaged. Well, it set the fastest lap of anybody on the last lap, so he can't
it's fine.
Can't be doing that, but it's absolutely, the tacho is undamaged, don't worry about that. But so that's a good thing, and all the other cars that actually came on the scene of that accident as well. But yeah, very, very gutting when a lag incident like that takes you out of the race, like we've seen with virtual drivers by TX3. Very unfortunate for them.
Yes, the shell is still strong and still holding on that tackle. As we're having a look at 69 and the 58, side by side coming off the Parabolica, and side by side coming across the start-finish line. The Vargas Sim Racing car on your left, Volante on your right. And I believe the Varga car has made that move well before the braking zone for the chicane.
It has indeed. Now, this is a very interesting situation here. Varga, I believe, are making 6 stops in this race, because they've already made 5, I think, if I've counted correctly. However, so basically that means everybody at the front of the field will take the top 5, because I'm not entirely sure about the entirety of the massive GTE field, but everybody inside the top 5 right now has to make one more stop. However, I think Wojciech Polesny's is going to be significantly shorter than everybody else's. Now, whether that means he's going to be battling for the win in this one, or if it's only going to be a podium, remains to be seen. But I wouldn't count out that Vargas Sim Racing car just yet. They have been not fuel saving in this one. They've been going all out, and they've been very impressive in doing so. However, was that the right call? I'm not convinced, but the race is not over. They're still going very, very quickly right now. Wojciech Polesny's been doing a fantastic job, and he took 1.6 seconds out of the leader on the last lap. There's still over 90 minutes to go. Their pit stop's going to be shorter. I wouldn't count them out just yet, despite the situation they're in.
Yeah, that last lap is almost the same as their fastest lap of the race. For Wojciech Polesny, it was a 1:46.6. And their first lap, that car's fastest lap of the race, is a 1:46.4. So that number 69 car is absolutely flying as it stands. As you said, I make that, let's have a look, 6 seconds to Jeremy Talbot, the 84 Speedy Mike car just up the road. So as you said, they haven't decided to fuel save, and that really is an interesting strategy. What is best, fuel saving and saving a stop overall, or just going flat out and then sacrificing that saved stop and trying to just have a splash and dash maybe at the end of the race is very interesting. That's really an answer we won't get, a question we won't get the answer to for the last 15-20 minutes of this race. But yes, that battle for fourth, well, I say battle for fourth, is pulled away quite nicely actually from that 58 car as well. It's only been, what, a lap, well, just over a lap, and that gap is already 3.1 seconds.
Yeah, absolutely flying at the moment, Wojciech Polesny, one of the very best. And I have to say that despite the fact that Wojciech Polesny and also Yuko Makiyuki have been driving together quite a lot, I don't think they've driven together for Varga before, because I've not seen Makiyuki as a Varga driver in the past. I've seen both of them driving for Juices, actually, Juice's Motorsport Club, but they're clearly not doing so. That was not ideal.
That's not conducive to that time.
No, not really. On the gravel there for Polesny. But no, they've got a lot of experience with each other. They will know each other very well at this point, and presumably enjoy working with each other as well, considering the amount of time that they do spend in kind of piloting the same car. So They're going to be a force to be reckoned with, certainly. But obviously, adding more driver, they're going to need to add another driver in for the 24 at the end, presumably.
Oh, not with that attitude.
Well, yeah, I don't know, but we'll wait and see on that one. That's a long way in the future. Yeah, what I'm saying is, we know Varga Sim Racing, very well known, but Aki Yupi, a little bit less well known, I would say, but very promising driver indeed. Yeah, we'll be used to working with Polesny as well. So a strong car, certainly, throughout this season. Just remains to be seen where they're going to finish in this race.
Yeah, and of course, that is the main question. Having a look, well, of course, these points are all more crucial this year because, well, in the previous years we've had, what, 8 events, but this year we've only got 6. So every single point is incredibly helpful and far more important. Of course, here, excuse me, it's 30 points for a win. It's 25, 21, 18, 16, 15. Then you go down in 1 point increments all the way down to 1 point. But yes, every single race is much more crucial in season 14.
It is indeed. We even had 9 last season. It was a real
9?
anomaly.
No, I can't count.
Well,
It's fine.
look, you're right. It's normally 8. Oh my word, that's a dive and a half. And Roger Polesny's not going to be very pleased about that one, and neither is the prototype, presumably. This is the classic kind of argument. We've seen 2 of them in the last 10 minutes. The classic prototype versus GT argument as we look at the sister Waveframe esports kart. Yeah, and another one of the battles further down. But yeah, traditionally in a virtual endurance championship, it's 8. But there's so many other events going on in rFactor 2 at the moment that we can only fit 6 in this season, or this kind of. I hesitate to say this year because it kind of goes over 2, doesn't it? But this season we'll go with a little bit, and as you mentioned, no drop rounds, which I'm very pleased about. It means that it can be very crucial with getting a donut and not scoring any points in a particular race, as some of the main contenders like Waveframe and GTE, Sim Racing for Holland, Juices, all of those guys not going to be able to do on this occasion. So, yeah, that makes it all the more important, as you say. And this could start to get quite important as well, because we've seen a number of we're getting towards the end of the race, last 90 minutes, and the prototypes are suddenly getting a bit more aggressive, and the GT's getting more agitated with them all at the same time. So, tension's starting to rise on the track, it looks like.
Yeah, when we have the 8-race championship, you can almost always count on every single car having one bad race. The fact we've only got 6 now, I don't think you can count on that anymore. I don't think you can count on a rival having a bad race.
I think you're right, certainly. And you say that, even in LMP2 last season, it was a truly remarkable year, and I don't think we quite appreciated it at the time, how remarkable it was. Varga Sim Racing and Burst Edge Esports were at the absolute peak of their powers, and they were finishing first and second every single race. It was something that we're not likely to ever see again, if we're honest, because it was just so remarkable that I'll be surprised if we ever see it again. But here's our very own Cam Roger. He's gone from the commentary box, hopped straight down to pit lane, and he's in the car. So there we are.
He's done the virtual sprint from the commentary box down into the garage. Yes.
He's driving at the moment in 11th place with not too much of a margin up to the top 10. So there we are, Cam in 11th at the moment. But yeah, it was a truly remarkable season last season. But yeah, as you mentioned, we're not likely to see guys having too many problems in this season. It's not as long of a season, and there's less scope for mistakes. So there's going to be a lot more pressure on each of these races, as the battle for second in LMP2 is also going on right now. I think they were side by side. They might well be still side by side, looking at the margins between the two of them. I think they are coming over the home straight. You just see them in the background of this shot. They're rubbing wheels. Mugen Sim Racing and BHK hitting each other. Oh my life, this could end in absolute tears for everybody. Roland Zooks is down the inside, and I'm not sure who's going to quite prevail in that one, but they were absolutely at each other's throats there. Luca D'Amelio loses out in the end, but almost intentionally driving into the side of each other on the straight there. That was not nice.
Yeah, that was that looked fairly interesting. It looked fairly spicy, let's put it that way. But yes, that is something that we will hopefully see again in a couple of minutes.
Let's hope so. There's a DPI splitting them up at the moment, which is a good thing, I think. But yeah, not good. Zooks and also D'Amelio it was, and I believe those two are going to be in the car till the end unless there's a driver change towards the next round of pit stops, which is coming up very soon, by the way. We've got less than 90 minutes remaining, and so I think the LMP2s can make it. If they pit now, they can make it on one more stop after this one. So let's wait and see on that one when they make it, but certainly pit stops coming up very shortly. Here is Roland Zux, and it's all the more playing into the hands of Moritz Mel, who continues to lead. Nearly 17 seconds now, actually, I've got on my timing, as we've got a yellow flag in sector 1. Looks like there's maybe an altercation at the first chicane, but it's all been sorted out now. There was a bit of a bigger altercation last time around, and this is how it started, all the way back at Parabolica.
That's still fair racing.
Yeah.
I mean, the BHK car did squeeze Mugen there a little bit, but I think that was still fine. So coming side by side down the front straight now. The problem's going to be when they get to that GT car. Yeah, the BHK car moved across, and then, well, there's more touching, and that's definitely going to be looked at by the stewards. that is going to be looked at.
It is indeed. Ron and Zux, yeah, they're not good. Ron and Zux was trying to basically block D'Amelio behind that GT to make sure he could actually make the move cleanly, but D'Amelio wasn't having any of it and just barged his way into line. Zux wasn't a fan of that one at all, and so responded. Yeah, that was something that we don't wish to see again, really. And so Zux is through now anyway, and should be able to drive away. But yeah, that was it could have ended a lot worse than it did, in all honesty.
Yeah. Driver of 35 and 33, I expect you to explain yourself after the race in context staff. That's driver of 33 and 35.
Oh no, so Jimmy Allison, the head honcho has asked the two drivers to explain themselves after the race. Oh, that's not going to end well, is it?
No, I think that's
not going to end well, no.
They're both going to be getting hefty penalties for that one, quite possibly. Yeah, there we are. Not good to see, but hopefully that is behind them now, and they can get on with it. As I mentioned, I don't know if D'Amelio... Ron Zux has just got into that car, so he's going to the end, but about D'Amelio, I'm not convinced, really, whether he's going to the end or not, because he's already been in there for a little bit of time. So we'll wait and see on him, but if they do meet again, then you can only imagine what it's going to be like. It's just going to be like that, but worse. Yeah, we'll hold off on that one until it indeed happens. A big mess at the first chicane, by the way, and I think that's where that brief yellow flag came from, but with 43 cars still out there, then we can kind of expect that. It's still very, very busy, as we've seen, and you can use the lap traffic to your advantage on occasion. That's what Zux tried to do a few moments ago, but it doesn't always work, as we've also seen with that previous battle. So yeah, there's still a lot of stuff for us to be watching, really, and it's still all very interesting indeed. This is actually the closest battle going on the circuit, but the Vargas Sim Racing GTE is so going to be the one. Wojciech Polesny on a bit of a charge at the moment, I think it's safe to say. New tyres and a lot of ambition, because he's pushing 100%, as we've explained before.
Yeah, pushing as hard as possible. Again, you can see the moving car getting up there on three wheels as he's crossing those black and yellow rumble strips. Well, they aren't really rumble strips. What are they? They're deterrent strips. I can't remember what the official term for it. Can't remember what the real term for it is, but you know, those track limit strips. You could just see that front left tyre getting lifted off the ground a little bit. This was saying earlier, this can be pretty dangerous when you land, because you can then almost offset the car a little bit too much and then maybe get a little bit of oversteer and go into the barriers on the left hand side, or get an oversteer, overcorrect and go into the barriers on the right hand side. There's many options for a massive accident here at Monza. But having a look at Roland Zux, as he said, 15 seconds to the lead of the race time, and of course in the lead of the LMP2 class at the moment is that number 47 Go Team Racing car driven by Maurice Mayo.
I've just noted as well in DPI that Kalikuri's dropped off wildly. 17 seconds is now the margin up to the number 10 of Christian Mikel, who's trading lap times in a quite astonishing fashion with Darren Mocek. They're really trading punches at an 8-second distance. So that's very impressive driving from all accounts there. But Kalakuri's been a little bit less impressive over the last few laps, and he's been losing a lot of time. 1.5 seconds on the last lap. The Wanako car continues to gain, and the confidence through traffic there doesn't seem to be too high for Kalakuri. Is he going to go for it in Lesmo 2? Is he going to stay behind? He's going to go for it. I think he feels a bit bad about it, to be honest, because he doesn't want to disrupt everybody else's race too much, but you kind of have to at some point. But 3 seconds to Nico Barkley, who all of a sudden, I wrote him off for a podium in this one, but all of a sudden he's looking very, very a real contender for a podium. Very, very just out of the blue, really.
Yes, that number 3 car, you can just see in the background looming. You just see him just coming out of just coming out underneath that second bridge, just going out of shot. But yes, that number 3 car is looming and getting closer and closer and looming larger and larger in the rear view mirror of that number 7 as Kalakuri is accelerating off the Parabolica and going to start his next lap.
He is indeed. And as are all these guys. Into the pit lane, Nico Barkley now. This, to me, we've seen it so many times before. It's happened almost every pit stop cycle. This, to me, is concerning. We've got 1 hour and 23 minutes remaining. 40-minute stints, and you do the maths there, that's not quite going to make up the difference. So I think they're going for a splashing dash here, but I don't think they intended to when they set out today. I think they've actually missed their fuel target. And I'm a little bit concerned about the end of their race. I think it could well oh dear, as Kalakuri goes off the road, it could well not only not end in a podium, but might not even end up in a top 5. Looking at how close this field is right now, that to me is a real problem for Wanako that they're going to need to sort out very quickly.
As here's Rick Van Erl trying to attack Danilo Smerglio in that number 48 Waveframe eSports car. They're coming down towards Parabolica themselves. And judging by the liveries, I believe they might be teammates soon.
They are indeed. Waveframe Esports doubling up at the moment. Don't forget, I think it was season 12 quite possibly when they got very close to the LMP2 championship. I think they just missed out by a few points to Singularity. I could be remembering that wrong, but pretty sure they were up there one year. They didn't
I can't remember yesterday, so you're probably correct.
No, well, I don't know. It could have been that. It may not have been, as these things tend to go. But last season, wasn't really their year. The 26 finished in 7th place, which was really lower than you'd expect them to be. The fact that they didn't score any points at Le Mans, which was the extended points round.
1.5 times, yeah.
That they missed out on all of those points. And indeed the participation points, because they didn't even turn up. So they missed out on nearly 100 points in that one. Hypothetically, say if they'd won it, they would have actually finished 3rd in the championship. So they didn't have a terrible year. It just looks bad because of the Le Mans situation. But they look like they're setting off in a similar way, really, kind of midfield in LMP2. And for a team as big as Waveframe, I have to say they might be a little bit disappointed not to be in the top 5 at least.
Yeah, in that top 5, and really that's what you've got to be every race in order to have a chance at the championship. On the 4th and 5th of June next year is when this championship will be decided. And of course, join us for our next race as well. 4 weeks time, the 8 Hours of Spa, happening on the 6th of November.
Yeah, very much looking forward to that. Spa not long been well, I think it can't be its first VEC race last season, but first for a long time. But
yeah, if I remember correctly, I think the last time might have been, well, before last season, might have been somewhere around 3 or 4, season 3 or 4.
Yeah, I knew it was a long time, and it was wonderful to have it back because it provided some big drama at the end. If you remember, Varga Sim Racing having led the entire race, disconnected in the last half an hour, and so they lost a whole heap of points, and it set up a great finale at Le Mans, as you well know. But there's still 1 hour 20 remaining in this race, and there's 3 pit stops happening all at once here at a very risky time. I've got to be honest, they're right on the bubble here by Collins Burst Esport, Azure Racing and Nitrovelix all pitting in at the same time, so they've all clearly got the same idea, but if they've all got the wrong idea, then it could be a big problem.
They've all got the same strategy roughly, haven't they?
Almost identical. The tyres have been a little bit strange in this race in terms of who's taking what when. However, in terms of the fuel, they've been pitting in a very uniform fashion. Let's wait and see how long these pit stops are going to be. It looks like the number 4 car by Carlos Burst Esport are taking tyres because their pit stop time's going quite long. Nitrovelix likewise. What about Kalikuri? He seemed to be really struggling on tyres towards the end, so I'd assume the same for him. So, excuse me. So I think, as you pointed out, I think these guys are identical to the end of the race now. 2 stints of identical running. It's basically a race between David Brocek and Christian Mikel, who's going to be quicker over the last 80 minutes.
Yeah, and these last 80 minutes are important. Of course, well, they're going to have to stop at least once. But as you said, they're all on the bubble, so maybe they're banking on a code 80 at some point to help them save enough fuel to get to the end of this race.
Yeah, considering we've only had one so far, that was right at the start, then it's a risky gamble to take, but they may well be hoping for it. I think Monaco especially hoping for it. They've got out in front of Burst Esport, by the way, which would actually mean the lead of the race. But how long they stay there for is a big problem, and I don't think it's going to be one that they can solve, unfortunately. T-Wolf Net Race are leading this one, though. We've got to give a bit of airtime to them because they've put on a good showing today after not being too impressive last season, in all honesty, especially considering they are champions, after all, of season 11. Yes, no, 9. Goodness me, season 9. Time's flying past. Time's flying past me a lot quicker than I was expecting there. But season 9, Seawolf Net Race were crowned champions in the LMP2 category. They're now in the top category. Not for the first time, I don't think, because pretty sure they were driving the McLaren Senna at some point. But they don't often use the top category. Normally LMP2 team. However, putting on a good show in the DPI at the moment, and an alternate strategy as well, which is what we like to see. As the number 7, oh, this is big. Ajira Racing at Ascari have gone off, and there are no small accidents there. So let's hope that they're not too badly damaged, because that could be disastrous. It looks like there's suspension damage there.
Big suspension, yeah.
Suspension damage. We'll try and see how it happened, but Nick De Silva, his first lap in the car, and it's a terrible start to the stint for him.
Yeah, cool. Does he come in straight away? That could just be a little bit of twitching. Does he come in? Oh, no, he doesn't. So is that damage at all? Let's have a look at what happened on the replay. Nick De Silva came up the inside of the 33 moving car, and big impact there. Does he get hit by another car? No, he's just backwards. Then eventually it makes it stop. But that's another altercation the 33 car's been in. But of course the number 7 will be lapping the number 33 at that point, won't they?
Absolutely, yeah. They're not in the same class, yeah.
Yeah, Mugen's. Oh, the driver of the number 33, who is that more? Just having a quick look at live timing. Roland Sux, who was involved in that incident with the 35 coming into turn 1 just 10-15 minutes ago. It's going to be called to the stewards again, no doubt.
Jimmy is going to be preparing a long speech for him after this one, because of the Luca D'Amelio incident, first of all, but also maybe that one as well, if indeed he deems that to be Roland Sux' fault. But I guess, to be fair to Sux, when these incidents, this is not an excuse for him to, behave badly on the circuit, but when these incidents do happen, they can rattle you and you get out your rhythm very easily, and one incident can easily snowball into another.
Yeah, and again, it's almost, I wouldn't say the red mist coming down, but it just gets inside your head a little bit that you made a mistake and you're trying to make up time for that, if you like, and then sometimes you just tend to overdrive just a little bit, and then you sometimes get mistakes like we just saw.
Yeah, absolutely. What it has allowed is these two to get back together. I'm not sure whether to be excited about that or start to hide behind the sofa, because it could turn sour. Let's hope not. I think that's Juicy's Motorsport Club just in the background, or Blackhawk just in the background there. They look quite similar from this angle. I think it's Blackhawk who were leading for a good portion of this race, however, are no longer, and are trying to recover, really. They're 14th at the moment, and I believe that the bottom LMP2 after this race might well be demoted to Division 2. So they may well not be in this division for the next 2 races, but that's only how I understood the driver's briefing. I might have heard that wrong or interpreted that wrong, if you see what I mean. So I wouldn't. Don't take my word as gospel, is what I'm trying to say.
So that means I shall write it down. Fantastic.
Yeah, don't do that. The battle for the lead is happening as well. It will be soon anyway, but we've only got one set of eyes, so we'll focus in on Ron Zooks and Luca D'Aurelio for the moment. There's a bit of traffic going on as well. The Aston Martin just in the foreground at the moment, and of course Red Bull Racing Esports as well, which could spice up this battle because we know exactly what happened last time. A GT was involved with these two as well. So yeah, let's hope things are a little bit better on this occasion. But the tension between these two is really, really high.
Got a yellow in Sector 1. Who is that for? Someone's just
Edge.
DNF'd. Who was that? I think that was number 11. Edge Sports car, Matteo Kirchmakers at the wheel.
Yes, Kirchmakers hasn't been in that car for that long. I don't recall, but it just seemed to be stopped on the exit of the first chicane.
The number 33 moving cars came in, so Ron Zooks came in from that second position in class. The question is, where is he going to come out, and will there be a driver swap for moving?
I think Zooks got in at the last stop, so I would doubt a driver change. However, where he comes out in relation to BHK, is certainly a mystery that will be resolved in the next 10 minutes or so, maybe even less. These guys, by the way, in LMP2 can make this race on one more pit stop comfortably at this point. Everybody seems to have got their fuel strategy down quite well, actually. So that is good news for all. And they've all done a good job in that respect. But the battle for the lead between the Monaco car and the Bicolis Burst Esport car is certainly hotting up right now. Nico Barkley's Chris Shepherd as it is right now, being caught rather quickly, 1.3 seconds on the last lap, 1.5 to Christian Mikel, who's driving like a real man on a mission. Yeah, this for the lead of the race with just over an hour. It's getting interesting as we look at Kirchmakers just pulling off at the first chicane and retiring by the looks of things.
Those polystyrene blocks stood no chance.
No, they didn't. And yeah, well, that's a very weird one. But either way, we'll focus on this battle now because it's very, very important indeed. Chris Shepherd versus Darren Rocek, and looking at the way that the Monaco car's tyres are looking, I don't think this is going to be a very long battle.
Well, it depends how much defending is going to be happening. But as you said, Rocek in that number 4 car trying to make a move on the number 3 Monaco, coming through Ascari. But as you said, with those fresh tyres, it depends how much of a drive he gets of Ascari. And that seems to be a very good exit. He's going to be using as much slipstream of the number 3 car as possible. Will he pop out to the left or the right? He pops out to our left driver's right, which is the inside.
Oh, too late.
Move is done, but oh, look at that, outbraking himself into parabolic, and he loses that position immediately.
Far too late from Darren Rocek there. He's clearly on a different line there and just off put by that fact. And so went very wide through Parabolica. And so rescinds that position again to Chris Shepherd, who must be loving this. And also Christian Mikel in the background is loving it. As the GT there just getting in the way, not intentionally of course, but it's just running its race. But this is very close now through the Curva Grande, nose to tail once again. It only took 2 corners for Darren Rocek to recompose himself. And now Chris Shepherd is having to defend again. There's not much space here. And now the BMW as well is going to be crowded out of road. And here we go into the chicane. Chris Shepherd holds on, but Rocek is applying an absolutely incredible amount of pressure onto the back of Chris Shepherd now.
Yeah, so much pressure. We apply to number 3, making move at Les Modes. No, we have seen some moves happening at the Les Modes, but those are class on class. We haven't really seen many same class moves happening down at that end of the circuit. We look at this, Rocek again, that number 4 car is going to have to go all the way around the outside at Ascari. He's going to try and make it too wide, and there's a little bit of contact, but Shepherd yields, but Rocek goes in the gravel and loses. Oh, that's going to be a rejoin. Oh,
wow.
That was so close to disaster.
It really was, and somehow they've managed to get away with it. Chris Shepherd still defends from Darren Rocek, who's on the outside line this time into Parabolica. We'll see if the braking is done a little bit better on this occasion, and it is. Chris Shepherd goes wide. He's going to try the crisscross, but can't do it. And Chris Shepherd continues in the lead of this race for Monaco. Now, Christian Mikel is now involved with Nigel Velix, closing in on the both of them. Rocek to the inside line, but it's going to run out of road before long. The two of them run down the straight. This time, surely Rocek is going to have it, but Chris Shepherd is going to have the inside for turn 2 if he can make it there. No, indeed, he doesn't. He finally yields, I think trying to get an exit off of the first chicane to have a go back at him, but that's not going to be possible with the situation he's in. Christian Mikel absolutely loving it. Is he going to be able to get through a lot easier and provide a leading battle between Burst and Nigel Velix? Let's see. Down the inside, maybe not really far enough alongside on that occasion. So he is going to lose a bit of time in this fight now.
Yeah, and if Shepherd defends like he did with Rocek, that number 10 car is going to lose quite a bit of time. But anyway, trying to get around the GT traffic, and again, look, Michel did not have enough overlap on that GT car coming into the second lesson, which means he had to yield, he had to let out of the throttle and allow that gap just to open up a little bit again. As we're coming through Ascari, where we had, well, I think the number 4 car became a rallycross car last time when we came through.
We had an absolute war between the two of them. It was really physical going into Ascari. And Rocek made multiple attempts to go through, went off a couple of times, but he's finally through now by a second and a half. He has extended the margin as well. Mikel needs to get through as quickly as possible. He was actually going quicker than Rocek out of the gate in this stint. Before these two actually were interfered by the Monaco car, Mikel was actually quicker. So we'll see if he can now make use of that by going down the inside. It's going to be a free wide moment with the Jean Lacey Esports Ferrari, but this should be good enough for Mikel now. The Season 7 champion, making a charge for another championship here, going in front of Chris Shepherd. That was much easier than David Rocek found it, but now the bigger battle is to come. Nitro Valix versus Burst Esport, 1 hour and 7 minutes to go.
Yes, which is one more stop for everyone. But yes, that gap between Cetres and Nitro Velix at number 10 and the Bicolis Burst Esport number 4, I make that somewhere in the region of just about 1.7 seconds. So not that much of a gap. And we're just going to see that number 3 car fall back a little bit. But as you said, with the interesting strategies, I think they may do a single stint at the end of this race and try and gain those positions back. While the number 10 and number 4 are on the dying tyres, which the number 3 currently is. So it's going to be very interesting to see what the dynamics are and how they're going to change between the 4, 10 and 3.
Yeah, but how are they going to be able to make it there is the big question. I think if Nitro Velix and Burst Esport fight enough between themselves, then it's possible. But I'm not convinced for Monaco at the moment, but you never know. It could happen. Azura Racing, by the way, are in 6th place. After that spin for Nick De Silva at Ascari when he got caught up with Roland Zux. So he's composed himself quite well, to be fair, and he's putting some good lap times in. He's catching both of those 2 cars in front of him. So doing a good recovery. We mentioned earlier on how these mistakes can snowball, and it is a skill to actually keep a cool head after a mistake and compose yourself. Nick De Silva's done a good job of that, clearly, and he's just recovering what he can from this race now.
Yeah, De Silva is trying to salvage things now, as you said. But look at that last lap time, minus 0.47 of a second. Michel, half a second faster than Rocek. So coming through the second chicane, you can just see that number 4 car in the foreground as they're making their way around the Red Bull Racing esports car. Coming into Lesmo number 1. And really, this is the point where Christian Michel in particular wants the number 4 car to catch traffic in the wrong places, and Michel wants to catch traffic in the right places. In particular, he'll be wanting Rocek to catch traffic through Ascari and through the Lesmos, whereas Michel would really want to be able to pass that very same traffic on that straight between Ascari and Parabolica, or indeed the straight between the 2 Lesmos.
Yeah, indeed, it's very tricky to get it right, really, in terms of making your move. So let's wait and see. The gap is not really closing. Well, you said half a second on the last lap, but not really closing to my eye anyway on this.
Yeah, it's gone up a little
lap.
bit this time round. Maybe
Yeah,
like 0.3 or so.
Let's see, 34.4 from Rocek and a 34.5 from Michel.
Okay.
So 1/10 and a half-ish has been put into the Nitrovelix car. That was a big lock-up, and the traffic begins to rain down on them once again. And there's a lot of GTs coming up. Not discounting the ones on your screen right now, I can count a good 6 or 7 that they're going to encounter in the next 2 or 3 laps. And that is going to be a problem as Nick De Silva begins to apply the pressure to the extrudes here.
It's always the same thing in endurance racing. You suddenly get all of the cars on one half of the track for no reason whatsoever. But anyway, as you said, Nick De Silva in that number 7 Cheering Racing car applying pressure on the number 2 DX Droids coming down towards the first chicane. Nick De Silva pulls out to driver's right base. Got to be careful of that traffic coming out of the pits directly ahead. The Cheering Racing car appears to be made that move and is back up into the top 5.
There's another pass between the Wave Free
Van
Esports
Erle's got
cars.
past, yeah.
Van Erle's finally got through on Danilo Smeriglio. Smeriglio we'll go with there for 6th place for Wave Free. 30 seconds up to the next cars. We go back to the leaders because there is a lot of traffic. Not only the GTs, which I outlined a few moments ago, but also the LMP2s, which are going to be a problem. Coming into this race, I have to be honest, I thought the traffic wouldn't actually be a problem because Monza's got so many straights that people will just think, oh, I'll just wait the chicane and then I'll go. But people really don't think like that, and it's not really turned out like that at all.
Monza's one of the worst circuits for multi-class traffic.
It's certainly turned out that way for this one. I don't know why, because on paper it seems like it should be not too bad at all, but it has been bad on some occasions in this one, thankfully.
I think part of it because, as you said, on paper it looks very easy. And I think that gets into the driver's heads, that it is very easy, when in fact it really isn't. Because, you know, there's maybe, you've got chicane 1, chicane 2, the Lesmos, that really isn't a braking zone. Ascari, not really a braking zone, Parabolica, not really a braking zone. So you've got 2 heavy braking zones around the circuit. Really, those are your best opportunities to lap traffic, because the rest of the time, we're coming to Lesmos, for example. Lesmo 1 is maybe a lift off the throttle, it's like to have a brake down 2 gears, and that's it.
This is exactly the kind of thing we're talking about with traffic, because the gap's nearly 3 seconds now. Christian Michaelis had a bad run through here, whereas look at that, you see on your screen there, he's been able to get through on 2 cars in the straight there as Darren Rocek, and Christian Michaelis going to be caught up again through Ascari. So Burst Esport are getting the look on their side on this occasion, but it takes away and it gives to others throughout the race. So you know, we can only expect it to swing back in the favour of Nitrovelix again at some point in the next hour.
Get 1 more hour to go, just over an hour to go here at Monza, and David Norcek, as he said, making, you can see how much, he's using every bit of slipstream possible, just following that GT car all the way down the front straight.
Yeah, very something we don't often see, but it's having a good run right now is Rocek, and this battle, I can be sure. Well, I'm not 100% sure, obviously, but
don't say that.
Yeah, maybe not. But I am seeing this battle going on for a very long time, into the next hour, because they're so well matched, and they've got no strategic plays to really make here, unless somebody. Well, I think they're both going to double stint here. In all honesty, I think they may well both double stint. So let's wait and see. Anyway, does somebody take tyres here? Does the other not? Well, you know, there's always that strategic door open in this final pit stop, but I can't see it. I think it's just going to be a straight fight between these two, and given how well matched these two are, then you know there's not going to be much to separate them by the end. It's a fascinating race, it really is, and it promises to be the same for the rest of this one in my eyes.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see how this final 60 minutes goes down. That gap is about 3 seconds still, so that Nitrovelix car wasn't hounded too badly, wasn't wounded that badly by that GT driver. He's got a new best lap there, 1:38.7.
We don't see that very often, but the Black Hawk Racing car, Romney Kuvic, setting the fastest lap of the race so far. He's not exactly come through an empty part of the track either, so he's done an incredible job there to set a new fastest lap. And I'd say that's probably going to be the most heartbreaking best lap he's ever put in his life, because he's last right now because of the issues. Mark Veit had a screen freeze earlier on and they crashed out, lost a lot of laps. They've lost 4 laps to the leaders, as you can see, over a minute to the next car in 13th. So, they've shown themselves to have great pace. They were battling with NetRex for the lead in this one earlier on. And so, it's just a case of what could have been for them today. They had the pace, but not the luck on their side.
Yeah, I'm just having a quick look. When are what point are the points awarded? You must complete at least 50% of the race to be eligible for championship points, and then you must start to get the participation points. So at the moment, they would be able to still get the participation points as is stated by the rules, but yes, everything else, well, really you just need to try and one of your rivals ahead runs into some trouble, just you can get an extra point.
Yeah, absolutely. That's basically why they're still in the race, really. I think the top 15 get points in these races, however, so they are going to be getting 2 points as things stand, which is not nothing, I suppose, but it's not the 30 which they could have had. I think it's safe to say. So, yeah, they might actually be the top 20 get points. It's difficult to...
30. I'll have to count.
Yeah, the mental maths there was not happening. As this is another busy part of the racetrack with Christian Pallison, the race-leading LMP2 driver. 10 seconds of a lead for him, mostly down to the fact that Zux and D'Amelio were battling so much. He was able to escape, and so it might well be a race-winning margin, but he cannot rest on his laurels whatsoever, because that's not done by any stretch of the imagination. There's still a lot of traffic out there. He still has to keep on his toes, but looking good for Go Team Racing, who are starting this season in Division 1 as opposed to last season where they were in Division 2, got promoted to Division 1 about halfway through, and then were the best performing of the Division 2 teams in the championship. So they did a fantastic job, a really, really emerging team, I have to say. When they first got into the top split, then they weren't performing too great, but by the end at Le Mans, they really did nearly get a podium, I think. They were running up there for a good while, so a vastly improving team, and this is just another mark of their improvement, really.
Yes, it is, and as you said, going from strength to strength, currently leading in this LMP2 class. So it's going to be interesting to see if they can keep that up for the next 5 races. But no, you're right, it's top 20 get points, so...
There we are. I was right second time on that occasion.
I need to count off my toes as well to get that.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. True. That's basically because the GT class has got so many entries in all of the splits that all of those guys getting points, and indeed all of the drivers in any class will be getting points here today, because there's no class with more than 20 drivers on the grid here today. So just getting to 50% mark will get you points. The only car not to have managed that, VRS Satellite Racing with Ian Pfeiffer, retired at the end of lap 4, and I'm not entirely sure why, because
they involved in that first lap Stramash.
Well, no, they were involved with Juice's Motorsport Club GTE, who got through the opening chaos, but then they just accidentally hit them on the straight. It was so bizarre. Just around about here, really, and they went catapulting into the pit wall, did Juices, the GTE category. That's why they're so far down. VRS Satellite Racing, we were seeing them in a battle not long after that. They just pulled off to the side of the road, and I never saw them again, so it was very, very strange. They were retired at the end of lap 4, so no points for them, I'm afraid. But at least they did make it through the opening chaos.
Get the participation points.
They did start the race, so they will get the 50.
Get those 50 points. Yeah.
They'll get those 50, but other than that, not really. Robert Pound just got through on one of the wayfaring cars, by the way. He's into 7th place, and that's a decent recovery for them as well, because I don't think the 50 had the best start to this race, and they're not alone in that either.
They're not alone in that, as you said, but yes, having a look at the circuit, Robert Pound in that number 50 car, 2.5 seconds he has to make up on the number 48 Wayfield sports car of Daniel Smerglio, currently in 6th place, obviously, but in front of him it's a bit of a big gap. It's 30 seconds to the next car, so really 6th, 7th is what Juices are fighting for at the moment.
seems to be. There's too big a margins up front for them to really go into the top 5, as they were suspecting they would be for this race. However, obviously incidents you can't really account for in these races. A little bit of clear track for the leaders now. Christian Mikel is putting that to good use by taking 2 tenths out of Darian Rocek just up in front on the last lap, and he may well do the same on this next one as well, because there's some more clean track here. Also in GTE, I think Dennis Jordan has just gotten into the Red Bull Racing Esports car because they've just made a pit stop. There he is, 22 seconds behind Jordi Svires, who I'm not entirely sure if he's pitted or not. I think he has, actually, looking at his last pit stop. His last lap. I think he's pitted very recently. And so, yeah, that's all to be expected. Jeremy Talbot probably needs to come in. Wojtek Polesny definitely does. But only 25 seconds between the two. Jordan's on newer tyres on this occasion. It's a classic VEC hunted and hunter situation in the final hour.
Yeah, this final hour is going to be incredibly fun. And as you said, yeah, it's going to really determine what's happening with these strategies as well, because that still isn't decided either. So we're having a look here at Dennis Jordan, the Red Bull Esports number 77 car, 22 seconds in Jordi Sears in that Jean Elese number 66. So a bit of a gap there. And there you can see Protect Traffic trying to make its way around the GT car, and just managed to do that on the gap, on the straight, I should say, rather, between the Lesmo corners. But yes, 22 seconds, that gap is a big ask in 53 minutes.
It is, but you never know. Dennis Jordan will be a man on a mission here. He was one of the drivers who just missed out on the LMP2 championship last season, and so he'll be looking to avenge that with a GTE championship on this occasion. He has won the LMP2 championship in the past, by the way, back in season 11, back when it was ACR Zaxby, but it was a familiar trio of Jone Simoncic, Alex Siebel and Dennis himself. So yeah, he's a very well-known name in the VEC, there's no doubt about that. Speedy might come in for the final time in this race to make their final pit stop of this one, and very shortly these two are going to be back to 1 and 2 for John Lacey and Red Bull. 1 and 2 once again. Speedy might have had a great outing today, though. As I say, not a good season last season, but a really promising result today on the cards.
Yeah, it's a good result, as you said, on the cards. And up into 3rd place now because of that number 84 car coming into the pits. But yeah, still, well, that gap's came down a little bit now, 21 seconds, but that could just be the ebb and flow of traffic between the two rivals, between the 66 and the 77.
It could well be. Yeah, speaking of ebb and flow, there's going to be a lot of traffic for there's going to be a lot of ebb and flow for the two leaders because of the traffic. That's what I'm trying to say, because Christian Mikel and Darren Rocek are approaching on a quite staggering amount of lap traffic. I've got to be honest, all the way up to Ascari is pretty much slower cars the entire way at the moment. So they're going to have a lot of fun with that, including Dennis Jordan, you can see just in the foreground of that shot. We go on board with the Polish driver now as he tries to make his way through the first few. Those two weren't so bad because he managed to get rid of those guys on the straight. Christian Mikel won't have the same luxury, and so it's going Burst Esports' way for the first couple of cars once again.
Yeah, those cars coming ahead, and those cars ahead, as you said, having a look. Oh, this, I love this view from Rocek's number 4 Bicolis Burst Esport car, because you just get a sense of the speed that these DPIs are going at. But as you said, you can just see that little bit of traffic ahead. You might see the blue boxes begin to flash at the side of the circuit, which would be for this traffic. Moving to the right hand side of the circuit takes the inside line, but it's enough to move to the left again to get an ideal racing line through first chicane. And Rocek not hindered by that piece of traffic, that LMP2, but look at the line of GT cars ahead.
Yeah, it's absolutely endless for Darren Rocek, or it will feel like it anyway when you're in the driver's seat. This one's going to be negotiated quite well as well, though, even gaining a bit of slipstream down the straight there. This could be more difficult. We've got World of Sim Racing not too far in front, and we saw them in a fight. I think it was RGPL were involved. Yeah, they were. Aston Martin just going through the two Lesmos as well. 50 minutes to go, and a bit of traffic now for both, really. So this isn't going to affect the battle too much, I wouldn't imagine, because they've both been affected in a fairly similar fashion between the traffic. But now things get a bit more difficult, really, as into Ascari, there's going to be a big hold up here as well.
Yeah.
You would imagine. There's the virtual drivers by TX3 car actually out the pit lane again, by the way. So it's good to see them back on the road, but they've both been affected through Ascari there. I think Christian Mikel was caught up behind Wood of Sim Racing, and he was indeed. So it's just going to be it's going to be terrible for these next couple of laps. It really is.
Yeah, look at this traffic, and of course, as always, because of this traffic, ebb and flowing, traffic giveth and traffic taketh away, as always. And at the moment, we must be taking away ever so slightly from Rocek, because that gap came down a bit. It's now about 2.5 seconds, where it was in the region of 3.5 or 4 seconds before. So Rocek getting held up quite a bit there by the traffic. He's got a yellow in sector 3. I wonder whom that is for, just getting the live timing up. That's a GT car stuck on the inside of Parabolica, and I believe that's number 74 car.
It is the Juices Motorsport Club BMW, which has had a terrible day.
Kalinic,
Maximilian Kalinic
yep.
is driving. It's been both Barbosa and Kalinic, to be fair to them, have had spins of their own. It's just not been their day. To cut a very long story short,
yes.
After that incident with Satellite Racing on the front straight, it's really been downhill from there. That particular incident wasn't their fault, but we've talked about mistakes snowballing. This is a prime example, I'm afraid. And so we're going to see a real product of that right now. Just a simple spin through Parabolica, really. Not much to do with anyone else.
Yeah, that can happen sometimes, because you can really get, I would say, off-throttle oversteer is something that you need to be careful with through Parabolica, because you brake, but then really through the middle of the corner, you just let the car roll. You don't add any throttle or brake in the mid part of the corner. You just let it roll and just put in the steering and wait for the radius to go a little bit larger, so you can put the throttle on before you come down the start-finish straight. So really, that's something you have to be careful of through Parabolica.
Yeah, you do have to be aware, certainly, of that one. But yeah, for the moment, things are going well again for Juices. They're just getting themselves back into the rhythm, really, as this battle in LMP2 continues. This is the other Juices car trying to make its way through both Waveframe cars. They managed to do one of them. The 36 has been deposed already, but next up it's the 48 coming up in the next few moments' time. But they're embarking on a very similar stream of traffic to that of the overall leaders in this race that we were talking about not so long ago, and they actually are part of the traffic for the overall leaders in the next few moments, who are certainly closing in and closing together after the last lap. Christian Mikel took 1 second out of Rocek. You can be sure that was due to traffic, but it all counts, and it all makes this battle ever more closer. Just over 45 minutes to go. The final pit stops will be coming up very, very shortly in the next 6.5 minutes or so. These guys are going to hold out in terms of their fuel to try and make this to the end.
Yeah, and that fuel question is going to be important. Depending on what the fuel situation is, they might not actually have a choice, because they've got a large lead. The final 2 laps, you just roll off the throttle a little bit, and, well, for example, these DPIs do the DPIs do about a minute 35, LMP2s do about a minute 40, and you could really ramp that up to a minute 40 and a minute 45 respectively in the last couple of laps if you had enough of a lead. But if you're really being pushed, you don't have that opportunity, which means you might be forced by your rivals to do another lap, and that might be painful.
It may well be. As the battle for the lead is continuing to close in and almost squashed together in terms of the traffic. We're about to see them come through this fight, actually. They're just in the background of this battle between Waveframe Esports and Juices Motorsport Club for 6th place in LMP2. This is likely the best they're going to get out of this race because of the gap up towards the next car, up towards the top 5, just over 20 seconds, which is not insurmountable, but unlikely with the amount of time we have remaining. But just look who's in the background. That's Jamin Rocek, who's not going to be quite slowed up by these guys. But there's a lot of cars in the next few laps, and a lot of them are LMP2s, which are a little bit more awkward than the GTs. Now, here he is, Rocek, free wide moment coming up possibly. He's done that he's negotiated that very well indeed. He could have easily got stuck behind either one of those cars. He could have easily got stuck behind a couple going side by side down that straight and lost an awful lot of time, but he's cleared them very quickly, and he's put distance between himself and Mikel.
Yeah, that distance is increasing, but as you said, that was so important for that number 4 car, just to get past that traffic as quickly as possible. You can see that gap is about 1.8, 1.7 seconds now. So coming on to the start finish straight, accelerating is Christian Michel in his DPI, trying to follow the other LMP2 cars as closely as possible, trying to get as much slipstream as possible before braking for the first chicane, moving all the way to the left-hand side of the circuit, right, in order to get the racing line through there.
Yeah, so 3 laps, and I think they'll be fine in terms of fuel. So if they can do 3 more laps on this stint, then they should be okay. If they can only go 2 more, then I would be biting my nails in either the Burst Esport or Knight of Alex camps at the moment. Christian Mikel again is going to get slowed up by the Go Team Racing part. The 47, by the way, Go Team Racing car's not exactly got a comfortable lead anymore. It's been halved in the last stint, so that's not over. Roland Zooks could well come out of nowhere to win this one. There could be a fight for the win coming up in LMP2 as well as DPI and GTE. We've got all 3 classes are so finely poised. It really has been an excellent race, an excellent way to kick off VEC Season 14. Hasn't disappointed at all. And it's all going to come down to the final hour, as it always does.
Yes, as always, as you said, coming down to this final hour. And we're checking, Michelle, that gap going up a little bit, 2.3 seconds now, but again, that is just the ebb and flow of traffic. And you can just see the number 4 car in the foreground coming into focus, then out of focus as it's racing into Parabolica, and then out of Parabolica, just passing across your screen there, and you can just see that gap just getting a little bit bigger, a little bit smaller, thanks to the live time on the left, and at the bottom, the live timing across the screen.
Yeah, absolutely. It's another car on the way for Mikel here, so not going to be enjoying that whatsoever. Into the first chicane, the Aston Martin just getting in the way. 2 more laps and they should be okay, but coming in at the end of this one could be a problem. We'll wait and see if they do indeed go for that. GTE, all the pit stops are now sorted, but are any of the gaps really coming down is the big question here. Well,
of course, we're talking about the possible tyre strategies in GTs, weren't we? Yeah.
We were. How is that developing? Well, Dennis Jordan took 1.6 seconds out of Julius Vyers on the last lap, so that's promising. Could happen, but I'm afraid Wojciech Polesny is matching John Lacey Esports really, and also Speedy Bite, so I think he's going to finish 3rd. It's just a case of whether Red Bull Esports can close that 15-second margin in 40 minutes. That is, I don't know if that's likely to happen or not really. It's going to be close certainly, but I would say maybe unlikely.
If they're doing, say, a minute 45 laps or so, that put them, let's think about 4 laps in 7 minutes, make that into now, so that's about times 8, that's about 24 laps they can do, I think, roughly.
Yeah.
And maybe more than that, maybe actually more towards 30 laps. 15 seconds in 30 laps is just half a second a lap, and if you've got that tyre advantage, that could easily be foreseeable.
It may work. It just depends whether he can continue to bring that margin down every time or not, really. But obviously we've got to wait a little bit longer to find that one out. Rocek and Mikel go past the pit lane one more time. And I think anybody who does indeed do that this time around is safe on fuel. So the fuel worries, I think, have been put to bed unless they cross the line with 1 second to go or something, and then there's going to be a bit of a problem. But they're going to be hoping that they can slow down and make sure that doesn't happen. Wadaco do come into the pit lane though, and so that may still be a problem for Chris Shepherd. Whether they get a podium or not is still definitely up for grabs.
I think that should be the first one of the last round of stops for DPI, shouldn't it? I think it should be okay with about 40 minutes.
Let's wait and see. They're close, but it's just a case of whether that extra lap or not could mean a splash and dash for Wadaco. But you never know. We've got to wait a good 40 minutes to find out. this battle is just staying at a tantalising distance, really. But it's all about to slow down to 80 kilometres an hour because we're about to go into the pit lane, I believe, unless there's another lap in the tank here for either of these two.
So I thought there was a code 80 that I hadn't
No,
heard.
no.
Please, please.
Just the pit limiter in the pit lane on this occasion, not out on the racetrack. And here
Yeah,
they
here we
come,
go, look at
Darren
that, yeah.
Brocek and Christian Mikel. It's now down to the pit lane. Who is going to take tyres? Who is going to skip tyres? Are they both going to go for the same train of thought on that one? We've got about a minute to wait for that answer, but it is a race-defining answer. So, yeah, edge of your seat stuff at the moment as they both pull into their pit box right now. And in LMP2, the battles indeed continue. Juicy Motorsport Club trying to get up into 6th place, unsuccessful just for the moment.
Yeah, at the moment, as you said, but look at that gap coming up and down. So we've now got a split screen with the pit battle at the bottom and the battle on track at the top. And who's going to go first out? Michelle. There goes Michelle, and there goes Mroczek. Oh, I think Mroczek had to let off the throttle a little bit in there in pit lane. So sorry, Michelle had to let off the throttle a little bit there, so he didn't go into the back of the number 4 car.
Wow, absolutely nose to tail as they come out of the pit lane right now. They are in 2nd place, but this is going to be the battle, for the lead. An absolutely monumental fight for the race win in the 6 Hours of Monza. The opening round of the Virtual Endurance Championships 14th season is going to come to an absolutely classic conclusion here at the Temple of Speed. This is absolutely wonderful. Mroczek versus Mikel. Neither of them have got tyres. They both skip tyres. It's a straight fight between them. There's no strategy involved here whatsoever. It is driver versus driver.
Yeah, that strategy, as you said, it's driver versus driver. But what we were talking about before, the one Aqua car, Chris Shepherd, took tyres, I believe, and got to wait for the timings to sort themselves out a little bit after the pit stops. But I think he's about 30 seconds behind. Which means if these two begin battling, and Shepherd has new tyres on that car, oh, it could become a 3-way at some point.
It could do, but I think there's going to be a lot of battling involved for that to happen. But I'm not discounting that happening, though. These two are going to fight really, really hard for this race win, and neither of them are going to be giving up very easily at all. Mroczek versus Michelle, Burst Esport versus Nitromelix, two teams who had great success in the Virtual Endurance Championship, both having taken championships under different team names. Christian Mikel, of course, all the way back in season 7, took one himself, an overall championship, and of course he'll be aiming to do the same this season. We go back a little bit further to Netrex, who have also had bad luck throughout this race. They're currently 12th, but they were battling for the lead. It just shows how these races can change over the course of 6 hours. Some of the leaders, or the two leaders, I should say, after a few hours, Netrex and Blackhawk, are now 12th and 14th. It's a remarkable turnaround.
Yes, it's a big, big turnaround, as you said, and it really just goes through that anything can happen in endurance racing, and it normally does. But Henning Vullert here trying to close down Casa Riedfeld in that Netrex PTSM P1 Sim, that's not PTSM, P1 Sim Grand Prix car. Is that moving to the left-hand side, and has that move stuck? Indeed it has, I think. So Riedfeld in 12th place.
Yeah, Riedfeld just holding on the inside line there, and Henning Vullert is going to have to try again. Riedfeld actually sent the car in very deep under brakes on that occasion,
yeah,
into the first chicane.
Yeah.
It was very brave, but it paid off in the end, as Henning Vullert is not going down the inside on this occasion either.
Right, no.
So he is going to stay there. Maybe the exit, he's got a very good run, but the straight is not quite long enough.
Up, yeah.
Bit of gravel, and yeah, there was a chance, but not quite a good enough one, as Seawolf come into the pit lane. So the battle between Mroczek and Mikel is actually now for the lead.
Yes, that 206 car comes in the pits, and I imagine it will come out behind the 3 and maybe somewhere in the vicinity of the 7.
Quite possibly, but I think he's going to be just, oh, well, yeah. I wouldn't like to say until they come out of the pit lane. What I can say is that about Chris Shepherd, is he gaining any time? Well, not really, I have to say. 1 second lost to the two leaders on that last lap. So if he's got any hope, any outside chance of him getting involved for the lead of this race, then he's going to need to go a good deal quicker than that. Although I do think that third place is still a good result for Wanako, considering everything that's gone on this race and considering where they are in terms of pace as well.
Yeah, third position. Sorry, Wanako. Oh no, Wanako is the 3. I thought it was the 7 for a second. Excuse me. No, Wanako getting a podium at the very first race is always going to buoy their mood. It's also going to buoy their chances for the championship because, as we said beforehand, 6 races. You can't count on people having a bad race anymore.
Not really, no. Not anymore. As we see the battle for the lead going on the bottom half of the split screen, and the battle for 12th in LMP2 going on the top half, but neither of which are really close enough for any moves to be made at the moment. Still plenty of time though, nearly 34 minutes. Doesn't sound like long in terms of an endurance racing situation. However, Mikel has got time on his side, certainly in this fight for now.
Yeah, time is on his side at this moment. Just having a look at Henning Vullert. He made that move in Rietveld coming into chicane 1, but he cut the second part of the chicane, so he had to give that move back. So Vullert having a very, very hard time getting up there into 12th. So having a look, Rochek and Michel, half a second separate them as they're coming into the Lesmos.
Now then, Rochek is going to have to negotiate this Corvette, which is going to close them up initially, but because look, oh, he's going to go for it at Lesmo 2 as well, and he does indeed make that stick. So a little bit of a small risk taken there, but it was a good and calculated one in the end, and so it's turned out quite well. He stayed very close. It's important to stay close through Ascari, through the Parabolica, and then you can end up in a situation like this, where into the first chicane you can go for it, and perfectly demonstrating Henning Vullert maybe a little bit better on the brakes on this occasion. He went off last time. This time he stays on the road, perfectly executed, outside line for turn 1, inside line for turn 2. That is exactly how you do it.
Yeah, that is how you make a move at the turns 1 and 2 here at Monza. A very textbook.
It was indeed. The 37, by the way, Go Team Racing DNF from this race. Didn't see where or why, but they're all of a sudden not in this race anymore. Might have been a disconnection if we didn't hear anything about it, but I wouldn't like to say, just for the moment, even though I just did. Yeah, they were on the podium at least for some portion of this race. They'll be obviously disappointed to DNF from this one, but it does allow Juices to get inside the top 5 after all of their trials and tribulations throughout the day. So yeah, I guess one team loss is another team's gain, and that's exactly what's happened there. So yeah, always a shame. But Go Team Racing have at least got that one car still in the lead, holding on to a very slender 4.5 second margin right now.
Yeah, 4.5 seconds, just over 30 minutes to go. So going on to a replay. What happened to Sadness in that number 37 car, and it appears that it's been a disconnect of some description.
It has indeed, yep. So that's a real shame indeed for Go Team Racing. And yeah, confirmed the disconnection there for Go Team Racing. Hopefully they'll be able to get back and salvage something from this race in the way of a few points. But they'll be able to get one at least, because they've completed more than 50% of the race distance anyway. So there we have it. They'll be getting at least 1 point out of this one as the leader in LMP2 comes in. Now, the final pit stops in LMP2 are upon us. The interesting thing, second place has gone past the pit lane, so they'll be able to take on less fuel to get towards the end of this race. It could make the leading fight in this class even closer.
Yes, so getting a bit closer. Oh, as you said, this appears to be an absolutely fantastic finish being cooked up here at Monza. Having a look at the butler pile, 43 car, a minute though to the next car. That is a long way. As we just had a quick yellow in the first sector, I'm not sure if you saw who. I think that's for an LMP2. Who's that? I think that's the 49 car stuck
Yeah.
on the outside of Parabolica.
You are right, Bursties. Oh, it's our very own Cam Roger. I didn't want to point that out,
Oh,
but
oh,
oh dear.
Okay, sorry
Uh,
for pointing that out. Yeah,
Yeah,
sorry.
definite
I'll try not to
slow-mo
do that in the
replays are
future.
needed.
It's fine.
Slow-mo replays are definitely needed over that one. I think it was a single car spin actually, but we'll wait and see on that one. Yeah, I'm afraid Cam just going for a quick spin. I think they've just got in. Yeah, they're inside the top 10. They're inside the top 9 now because of that disconnection for Go Team Racing. So they've just made up that position for Burst Esports. Not quite going as well as it was when they were Burst Edge Esports last season, but still having a respectable race for the moment. He's actually off again at the second chicane. Goodness me, what's happening to Cam? He's off again, and he's actually got the 47 all over. Sorry, the 37 is the one he's fighting. He's got the race-leading LMP2 on the back of him at the moment as well. So there we have it. Cam not having the best of times, and this is exactly what happened. Oh, slow-mo and everything. This is just cruel from Jimmy Allison.
As coming around the Parabolica, yeah, got into the painted tarmac on the outside, got a little bit of oversteer, overcorrected slightly. And that appears to be going straight towards the wall at a high rate of knots.
I'd be surprised if he's not got fairly bad damage actually, because
That's
that's
fairly
not.
flush though, that hit.
That's going to do damage, I think. So, wow, that might well be the end of a top 10 for Burst Esport, if indeed that is major damage. Thankfully, it's right in their pit stop window, so if there's ever a time to crash, I guess it's now.
It's now, yeah.
You'd rather avoid it at all costs anyway. Let's see. Has he been able to get back to the pit lane? Is he going? Yes, he's going into the pit lane now. So, able to repair that damage and make the final pit stop of the day. Also, Go Team Racing, BHK and Mugen have all made their final pit stops. BHK have had an exceptionally short pit stop, and they're all over the back of Go Team. Very nearly 1.5 seconds separate the two cars.
Yeah, I'm wondering, that must have been much less fuel. That's the only thing I can think of.
Yeah, it must have been, yeah. But I don't know how they've done that with only 2 laps less. And indeed, they've made up so much time on Mugen, they've actually leaped them in the pit stops, which is unexpected completely.
Yeah, excuse me, yeah, but as you said, unexpected. This is what we love about endurance racing. The strategies all come together in the last half hour of the race, and we're seeing these strategies play out. Here's Timothy Anovsky, currently in the... Is he in the lead of the LMP2 class? I believe he is.
Well, not... how do I say that? Not in real terms. On the road right now, yes.
On the road.
But
still got to serve a pit stop.
Yes, I believe so. But we'll wait and see if he can go the next 27 minutes, I guess. He's got a 47-second lead, as things stand, as Andonovsky, and he is presumably going to drop down probably to 4th by the looks of the order right now, which is still a respectable race for the 31 team. The battle for GTE honours, by the way, you can just see the Red Bull car in the background there, just over 9 seconds, 26 minutes to go. Is that gap coming down quickly enough? I think if it is, he's not going to have many chances at getting through. That's the only way to put it. Dennis Jordan is going to get there right at the end of the race, if he does at all.
Yes, and as you said, coming to the end of the race, this going to be so exciting. But without 31 car, as you said, a very good race. I think that after this pit stop, they might come out in 4th position between the 33 and the 48. Might come around.
I think so, but...
It's 48 seconds, that gap. If they can extend this stint as long as possible, they might not actually need that much fuel at the end. They might come out much closer towards the 47.
Well, yeah, it kind of depends on how much further they can go, really. And I haven't been monitoring them too closely. Unfortunately, the 48 just come in here. Didn't quite realise they did... Oh, well, yeah, I did actually, but they do need to... that does extend the margin, so they might actually be... Yeah, and in comes Timotej Sandanovsky, as I'm just thinking out loud here. From the lead of the race, his pit stop is going to be a little bit shorter, I guess, but I still don't think he's going to be in anywhere other than 4th position after all this. We could prove us wrong, though. This is Moritz Mel, who's set to take the race lead again. And Davide Arduini was very close to the back of him when he came out of the pit lane. Doesn't look like he's quite got the pace out of the blocks here to really
just-
challenge Go Team Racing, though.
Yeah, just falling back 2.5 seconds or so. But here we go, Morrisville coming round the Parabolica and having a look at where that number 31 car is, accelerating onto the start-finish straight, one of the highest speed parts of Monza. And there we go,
hello.
that time coming down, and he's came out of the pits.
Oh, my
I think
word.
that 31 might have it.
I think he has.
Yeah,
yes, he
there we
has.
go.
Goodness me, that has come out of absolutely nowhere. But this alternate strategy from Timothée Andonovski, obviously they will have known that they were on course for a real good result in this one. And I didn't quite, well, I knew they were on for a good result, but I didn't quite think it was going to be this good because they're in the lead with only 25 minutes to go. And there's 2 seconds back to the next car. So this is all of a sudden providing a very exciting finish in LMP2 as well. Just look at the leading margins in all 3 classes at the moment. This is an absolute classic, and I don't think I've seen a race quite with 3 different classes. I don't see a race with quite such dynamic racing between all of the classes in a race. Normally you've got one which is settled from quite far out, but that has not been the case here in this race at all. It has been absolutely astonishing, and well, we are going to need some more eyes because there's so much to watch and there's so many leading battles to sort out in these final minutes.
Yeah, these final 24 minutes are going to be absolutely fantastic. As you said, Andonovski, he's got to cope with some, perhaps a little bit cooled down tyres. Those brakes will have cooled down as well. So he's got to be careful in the first few laps to make sure that he doesn't overdrive the car and make sure that everything comes back up to temperature again. But 1.5 seconds is his lead after that pit stop, and he's going to defend that as hard as possible.
He is indeed. And the gap's back to second, third and fourth, excuse me, are not that big either. So they could get involved in LMP2. So, yeah, well, goodness knows what's going to happen in these final 23 minutes. The battle in DPI is just keeping at a sensible distance for the moment. The battle in LMP2, I have to say, looks most imminent to change. But Andonovski is a very, very good driver and will be able to sustain this kind of pressure from the likes of Moritz Mel just behind.
Yes.
Go Team Racing, of course, have never won a virtual endurance championship race before, to my knowledge, anyway. And so, you know, there's a big opportunity on the table for them in the next few minutes. And yeah, well, there's going to be a big fight because it's going to mean a lot to both of these teams to actually take a win here. But only one team can have it, of course. Andonovski down the inside of the Deuces car into Lesmo 2. That is the kind of moment we can expect all throughout the next 20 minutes.
Yeah, that was an incredibly close move coming through the straights between the Lesmos there. Having got DPI class, 1.1 seconds separates the 4 and the 10s. They're very close there as well.
Yeah, it's getting close to GTE as well. Oh, Lord. This is incredible. It really is. Less than 7 seconds separating the leaders in all 3 categories. I really cannot remember a race quite like it in the Virtual Endurance Championship. I'm sure we've had fantastic finishes in the past, and I think it was season 7, Istanbul Park was the furthest back I can remember. There's a pass on the last lap for the overall win in LMP1, and we've seen all kinds of, especially in the LMP1 era, there seem to be last lap passes almost every other week or every other race, but because it was really incredible at a time. But we haven't had quite this kind of drama for a little while. I can't remember the last time we had a last lap pass. We've certainly had final hour drama pretty much every race. That happens all the time, but coming down quite this close, quite this late in the race, I can't quite remember a race like it.
Yeah, it's going to be absolutely incredible, as you said. But having a look, still Aronofsky, we're having a look at, and that gap appears to pull out a little bit. It's about 2.5 seconds now that number 31 car has over 47. So you get a little bit of a gap now that he's got everything essentially warmed up in the car.
Yeah, Andonovski, as I mentioned, he's a very strong driver. He's won big endurance races in the past, and he will be experienced in this kind of situation, sustaining this pressure. And the Go Team, my point being, the Go Team Racing team, not quite as used to this because they've not been in a situation to win in the Virtual Endurance Championship very often at all. So
Indeed, yeah.
it's a different situation for them, but Andonovski is more experienced in this kind of situation. So that's certainly a dynamic that will be at play in these final 20 minutes.
Yeah, these final 20 minutes, of course, these DPI cars that we're currently having a look at, a minute 35 to a minute 38, is the laps that they can do. So I make that somewhere in the region of about 14 laps to go or so, maybe 14, 15 laps to go for David Morcek and Christian Michel in the 4 and the 10 cars respectively. 1.2 seconds that gap as he's coming up on the sim racing for a Holland car out of Parabolica.
Yeah, here it is. The overall lead goes over the line one more time. 19.5 minutes. There's a little bit of lap traffic here. One of the wave-free LMP2s just getting in the way of David Morcek on this occasion. Not intentionally, I'll add again, but also not helpfully for Icones Burst Esport, who make their way through. And Nigel Alex with Christian Michel going to do the same here in the next few moments. Into the second chicane they go, and that's contact, but
Ooh.
just about getting
Yeah,
through.
no, we'll get a small replay of that in a few seconds, hopefully. But yes, as you said, not what is needed for that number 10 car, especially when trying to chase down that 4. And look at the 4. He's in the middle of GT traffic coming through the Lesmos.
He was it's side by side as he went through Lesmo 2. Oh my goodness!
Hey.
Juicy's motorsport car went out to the right hand side, and incredible avoiding action from Christian Michel to be able to get out of the way of that one. I don't think the BMW was too impressed with Morcek trying to get through at Lesmo 2, and they went side by side through there, and Christian Michel basically had to kind of suffer the aftermath of that one as they go down towards Parabolica now. This race is absolutely on between these two now. They're both absolutely fired up. The drivers that they're lapping seem pretty fired up as well, and so it's going to be a very fiery final few laps of this 6 hours of Monza. Onto the straight they go. It's a decent exit from Michel. He's going to get the slipstream. Maybe the first opportunity to really land a blow and try and get through on the Bicoles Burst Esport car, but he stays behind for now.
For now, I believe are the key words in that sentence. And have a look at the you just had at the bottom part of your screen, that rear wing view from that number 4 car. And this is just getting closer and closer, going around LMP2 cars, going around GT cars, around the Curva Grande, and braking hard for the second chicane and not able to make a move this time around, not close enough. But look, there's so much more traffic ahead.
Yeah, the Mugen sim racing car was getting through on a GT, which was kind of blocking everybody there. Down the inside goes Morcek, and he's not pulling any punches here whatsoever.
No.
He was doing a similar thing into Lesmo 2 last time, and he wasn't fazed by the fact that Juices were so unhappy with him for doing that. He wasn't fazed whatsoever, and they continue to take these risks through traffic. They're calculated risks at this point. Nobody doing anything overly dangerous. It's just it's just kind of dangerous all the time, really, when you're going through traffic, because of course anything can happen. And indeed, Michel has negotiated the traffic well as well. Morcek is going to be still under pressure here from the German behind.
Yes, Michel closing, just getting a little bit bigger again in that rear view mirror of Morcek in that number 4 car, going up the inside of traffic, round the Parabolica, and then Michel, that number 10 car, is using as much slipstream as possible, coming down the start-finish straight. 16.5 minutes to go as they cross the start-finish line.
He's closer this time, and he's going to go for it on the outside line. It turns to the inside, but no way through. Oh, skating it under brakes there.
He's going to go for the better exit.
He was trying the better exit, but I think hitting that curve really didn't do him any favours coming out of turn 2.
Yeah, as you said, I think he just clattered the curves a little bit too much on the inside. That unsettled the car. Because it unsettled the car, he wasn't able to put the throttle down as early as he wanted to, and as a result was not able to get the run that he wanted either. Having a look essentially from in front of the windscreen of the number 10 car, having a look at the number 4, you can see those brake lights coming into Lesmo 1, and then you'll see them flash on again for Lesmo 2. Just about a couple of seconds or so, not that much, using as much of the track as possible, using every extent that is allowed under the rules for track limits.
Yeah, absolutely, and a fantastic sound as well we get on board with Christian Michel with this Cadillac. We see more lap traffic up in front going into Ascari, although that was just Rocek kind of backing off into Ascari so that he could get the run out and try and get them into Parabolica, but not really able to for the moment. This is by far the closest leading battle we've got on our circuit at the moment. Down the inside he goes. A little bit wide though, and Mikel would have been able to get the exit maybe if there wasn't an LMP2 in the way, but there was, unfortunately for him.
Those pesky lower classes.
Yes, exactly, and they're going to be getting frustrated with each other. The slower classes frustrated with the faster ones, and vice versa at this stage in the race. We're nearly 6 hours in, and so they've spent a lot of time with each other at this point, and they've not been liking what they've been seeing, some of them certainly. So tensions are going to be running high towards the end as the high intensity situation now really starts to arise. A lot of LMP2s are around this particular portion at the moment, but nothing really doing here in the battle for the lead right now. Just a little bit of a calmer period.
Never say that, especially with this traffic that we've got there, essentially nose to tail. Coming through the second chicane, we've got traffic to go around. There's an LP2 car there. Rocek makes it. Michel doesn't. He's going to be stuck behind that LP2 car, possibly for Lesmo 2 as well. This is the point where you've got to make moves and start to be brave. Goes up the inside of that LMP2 car coming through Lesmo 2, but he's lost a little bit of time. Look at that, it's about half a second.
It was a dive, and that has actually cost Waveframe Esports a position. You see in the background there, Juicy's Motorsport Club have got through, and it's, to be fair, it's not done Christian Mikel that many favours either, because now there's 2 cars between himself and Rocek, although Rocek himself is not going anywhere quickly because there's a GT car in front of him. So it's all happening at the moment, nearly a 3-wide situation about to arise here as the Ligier, that's the leading LMP2, trying to accommodate for these leading DPIs. Well, in his own fight, this is a remarkable situation, one that we have likely never seen before in the Virtual Endurance Championship. 3 leading fights happening in the final hour of this race. Not only the final hour, the final quarter of an hour. Here we go. This is unbelievable stuff. John Lacey Esports has just been past that. You can see the gap. GT, LMP2 and DPI class leaders all in one shot there.
Yeah, under 4 seconds, the gap to the lead in each of the 3 classes. It's absolutely extraordinary. Unfortunately, we can't split the screen into 3. I don't think we've got that technology because we need it at this point. Having looked, Christian Michel, half a second. That gap to David Rocek going to the second chicane, and really he's got to chart. He's got to wait a little bit of time, perhaps let everything cool down a little bit, then go for another attack.
Yeah, absolutely. He's not got that long to go, though. I was saying this about half an hour, it was about 20 minutes ago, excuse me, that time is on his side and he can start to bide it, but he doesn't have that luxury really anymore. It's over 12 minutes to go. He can't afford to wait around forever. That was a mistake from Rocek there. He got into the gravel on the exit of Lesmo 2, and it has allowed Mikel to close up quite dramatically, nose to tail through Ascari, and you can see for the first time in a little while they've got a little bit of clean track, quite a lot of it actually. The next 2 cars are coming up in a fair amount of time. You can just see them in the foreground there. They've got a little bit of time here to fight it out between themselves. Is this the opportunity for Christian Mikel? It could well be. He's a serial race winner in the VEC, especially in the top category where he applies his trade most effectively. He's looking to add another race win to his collection ahead of David Rocek, who is defending for his life right now. On the front straight they go, through the middle of the road. Which way is he going to go? Is it going to be a dive down the inside for Mikel? It is. He's a little bit later on the brakes, but through the second part of that braking zone, Rocek was very strong, and strong enough at least to hold on to the race lead for now.
Yeah, just showing his nose a little bit, perhaps trying to put Rocek off in that number 4 car, just force him into a little bit of a mistake coming into the chicane, but no. This number 10 car is still stalking the 4 coming into the second chicane. Again, he's just showing his nose a little bit and almost caught out there by the GT traffic ahead.
It's the Your Name Here Aston Martin just up in front, and there's a big slide going on. Rocek will be very glad that was only the second chicane, because a different one, he could have been severely punished for that mistake. Into Lesmo 2 as well. They're going to be held up here, but they're both held up, so it's not too much of a problem. They both worked their way through this Aston Martin, and I guess we're all sat waiting for the first chicane again.
Yeah, waiting for that first chicane, perhaps coming up into Ascari. You can just see that gap extending.
Oh, mistake! Just a mistake. A lock of the rear brakes from Rocek, but Michel wasn't really able to capitalise on that one there. it wasn't quite close enough. And anyway, the corners after the first corner at Ascari are not really conducive to overtaking whatsoever, so he could not do anything. A little bit wide on the entry there for Mikel, but does it mean a straighter exit and a better run onto the front straight? It could well do. 10 minutes to go here at Monza, and the slipstream is overpowering right now for Citrus next. Nigel Velix down the middle of the road goes Rocek. To the outside goes Mikel. They rob going into the chicane. Who's going to come out on top in this one? Mikel doesn't really want to go side by side through there. He keeps trying to get this exit off of the first chicane, but he's not been successful in doing so far.
Yeah, Rocek there was almost drifting because of the rear brake bias. Those rear brakes were locking ever so slightly throughout the entire braking zone. So having a look over the battle for third now, Wanako, the 206 and the 7. Here comes the 206 towards the outside, the number 3 car coming to Parabolica. Not this time round. That Seawolf NetRace Motorsport car is trying to get onto the podium.
Absolutely, yes. Nick De Silva wants a piece of this as well. But he'll be trying to claim the podium that he will believe was rightfully his after his spin at Ascari a couple of hours ago. Now then, into the first chicane they go. Seawolf not always. Actually, a bit of patience exercised by Wanaka. We're not seeing any of this at the front of the field.
Patience?
Patience?
How dare they show patience? That's not for our entertainment.
No, absolutely. As we see the battle for the lead, these guys who are, as I mentioned, not being patient at all. That's the Extroids in the background, by the way. Hopefully they don't interfere. They are 1 lap down in the number 2 car, 45 seconds to the car in front, and 6 laps behind. Hopefully they don't cause any problems, and I'm sure they won't, because there's no need for them to get involved, really. They're just hoping to get to the end of this one, I would imagine, at this stage. As we go over the line once more, I think there's 6 laps remaining in the 6 hours of Monza.
Yeah.
Let's wait and see how many there are. It's not really at the forefront of these guys' minds at this stage in the race. All they know is they need to be in front at this stage in the race. There's no waiting around anymore. There's no lifting behind anybody else. There's no tactical play in terms of being first or second. It's all about being in front. And look at this for third place now. This is a fierce fight over the podium as well.
Yeah, for the final position on the podium, look at them going left and right like a snake all the way down all the way down the street, down towards the Parabolica. Is it Giro going to make a move in Seawolf? No, they're all line astern as it stands, going into Parabolica. They're coming towards the front again by Collis versus Cetres. That's it for the 4!
He's got off at Lesbo 1, and now First Esport have got a clear road in front of them to go through. Nigel Vela, excuse me, have got a clear road in front of them to go on and win this race. Can they hold on to it though? They've got some cars in front. I don't think this is over yet. Is there going to be a dive? Ascari, there's dives here though, back in the pack. Seawolf
that was Ejira and Seawolf, yeah.
Ejira were trying to get through on Seawolf there, but they weren't able to as they go through the Curva Grande as well. It is all kicking off at the moment.
Yeah, so we're having a look at Wanako. The gap to Seawolf is now 1 second, so it's given that number 3 car a little bit of breathing room before the next attack comes from the number 206. But look at the front, look at the very front. The gap has gone down to half a second already. This is what happened between the 10 and the 4 coming to the second chicane. Side by side, perhaps a little bit of side-to-side contact as on turning. And here we go, this is number 8. This is what happened to the number 4 Burst Esport car. Perhaps caught out a little bit by the GT traffic and took a little bit too much speed into the first Lesmo.
Yeah, just going a little bit wide there, and a costly mistake that could well cost them the race. Let's wait and see. There's still 6.5 minutes for them to rectify that mistake. In GTE, by the way, the gap's only just over 2 seconds and still coming down. It's just in the foreground of his shot right here, as we see Red Bull Racing Esports closing down on the Ferrari, just going through bottom of shot there. This is a phenomenal race. It really, really is. The battle for third overall is also happening right now with Ejira, quite frankly, looking the strongest, but fortunately for us, they're actually last in the train. They've got a lot of work to do with limited time, though.
Yeah, a lot of work to do. As you said, here's Nick De Silva and Benjamin Gilsnicki in that 206 and the 7 car making a move. De Silva, of course, in that number 7 Giro Racing car, not close enough to make a move this time round. And the Wanako car, the number 3 there, just hoping that these two get into the battle so he can run away and get third place without too much worry in the last 5.5 minutes.
Incredible stuff as they go through the Curva Grande again. Seawolf NetRace not really having to defend too much. They're kind of keeping each other at arm's length right now, it has to be said. The battle for the lead looks like it's dying out ever so slightly. Christian Mikel might well just steal this one away from Baikoles Burst Esport, although he's slowed up through the Parabolica slightly, and he's just gone past Juice's Motorsport Club, who weren't too impressed with him on the last account, and they weren't too impressed with Rocek either, to be honest. Last time round, he's got 2 cars between himself and Rocek. This time, though, it's going to have to be a big dive from the Polish driver. World of Sim Racing not having any of it. This battle is extending, and it doesn't look like it's coming back.
Oh, I'd never say that. Never say that. But Christian Michel, look at that full throttle coming through the curve of ground. But here we go, Nick De Silva on that Seawolf car. Can he make a move onto the grass? 2 wheels perhaps? No, it's very robust defending. 3 wide, 4 wide! Oh, how was that not an airplane accident? And De Silva's made the move with Seawolf with a 4 wide move down towards Parabolica.
Have you ever seen anything like that? It's unbelievable. There was only just about enough space for all of those cars, and I think somebody had to back out in the end. I think the GT just didn't want any piece of that anymore because it was very scary. Nick De Silva,
nice abort immediately.
Oh, dearie me. Nick De Silva was not scared at all by the looks of things, though. He's up into 4th now and chasing down Monaco for 3rd. A podium is a very real possibility for Nick De Silva after the start to the stint that he had. That's a remarkable turnaround for him.
Yeah, just 7/10 of a second between the 3 and the 7 as it stands. 8/10 between the 10 and the 4 as we're having a look at the replay here. This is what Nick De Silva did to get that 4th position. Was it 4 wide at any point? Very robust defending there from the 206, and it was there just for a moment. 4 wide coming down towards the Parabolica, and Nick De Silva up into 4th place.
And he is not slowing down for anybody here. Diving down the inside of that Aston Martin for the position into Lesmo 2, and now his sights set on the Monaco car. These guys have got 3 laps to go at the line because of where the leaders are. He's got time here, and he could well snatch a podium away. Chris Shepard is trying to time this one through Ascari to try and get through on the LMP2 at just the right moment, and he might well have done just that in the next few moments, but this fight is not over whatsoever. There is still plenty of scope for this to change. Not able to go through Parabolica on this occasion, but yeah, a few columns between them right now, but Nick De Silva has got the pace, there's no doubt about that.
Where are that 10 and that 4? Just having a look at the track map, they're just going through Lesmo 1 at the moment. So when they cross the line, that's only 2 minutes 47. I think the leaders will have 2 laps to go when they cross to 2.5 laps to go for them, which means for these DPI cars, we've essentially got 3 full laps of Monza.
In GTE, the battle is below a second for the first time in ages, and suddenly Dennis Jordan has pulled off an exceptional drive, but it's not over yet. He's chased down Jordi's Fires pretty much entirely alone, away from our cameras, 7/10 of a second on the last lap. He might well have 3 laps to go here, depending on where the leaders are as well. But where are they now? Surely coming down towards Parabolica.
They're just coming through to the start-finish straight.
Coming on to the start. So 2 laps to go for them. It could be 2 laps for these, but only if the leaders actually overtake them. If not, then there's 3 laps. This is getting very, very difficult to work out. So Dennis Jordan is going to be applying the pressure, as meanwhile on the bottom of your screen, Nick De Silva is going wild as well. On one of the lap cars he goes through on the Munich car. Can he get through into Ascari? He's going to wait for the moment.
Yes, De Silva wait for the moment at the top of your screen. You see Spears versus Jordan, 66 versus 77. John Alesi versus Red Bull. Who would think you'd hear that in a sim racing context? But there we go, coming through Lesmo 1, again using every centimetre of the track possible. LP2 traffic going around at the outside, and Jordy Spears trying to defend as hard as possible. Moves to the left-hand side, well, the middle of the circuit, essentially for his cars. This is a move for De Silva versus Shepard, side by side, going to the start-finish straight, a little bit of bagging perhaps, as they come down. Oh, more contact between the 2 of them. They've got GT traffic, they both move to drivers right of it, and Chris Shepard keeps that position for now. As he's now got Dennis Jordan versus Spears. Jordan using as much slipstream as possible on that number 66 car. Jordan will move to the inside for Parabolica. No, he's going to bide this time and wait for the slipstream coming down the start finish straight.
It's wide.
It's gone wide. The little bit of a sideways moment.
Dennis Jordan goes through. Unbelievable. The Corvette goes through, but it's not over because the Ferrari's going to get an exceptional slipstream, and Dries is coming back at him. It's Dries versus Jordan into turn 1 for the win in the 6 hours of Monza. Who's going to prevail? Is it going to be the Ferrari late on the brakes? It could be. It could be for the racing team. He's going to do it. He's got it into turn 2. And now Dennis Jordan's going to get the exit off of turn 2 as they go through Curva Grande. They're still side by side for the race win here with seconds remaining. It could be the last lap for them as they go through. He's on the inside line, he's got a shorter route, so he's doing quite well to get his nose in front, but Jordan's got the inside line. They rob into the corner. Jordan brakes so late, it's too late, and surely Twice is going to get through again. He's going to try it on the exit into Lesmo 1, maybe. They're still side by side. This is unbelievable. The leader's in the background, and they won't want to go through. Dennis Jordan round the outside of Lesmo for the win. It could well be. Oh, there's contact. Oh, there's contact. Jordy Fires goes off, and that's the end of his race winning chance. Dennis Jordan's going to take it ahead of the race winner overall. What an insane battle that was, and I'm afraid it's ended in tears for Jordy Fires.
Here's the 206 versus the 7 for 4th position overall and in the DPI class. And there you go, there's the number 3 car just ahead as well. 206 and 7, there's contact there as well. Oh, GP car's gone off. It's all gone off in the last 60 seconds. Once the timer has expired. Oh, more contact! That's the big incident coming through Curva Grande.
Oh, more contact everywhere as the leaders are coming up towards the line. In a few moments' time, Christian Mikel just taking the final corner of his race right now, and he looks like he's going to hold on for a famous race victory by the smallest of margins. What an incredible race we have seen. Nigel Belix are going to win the 6 hours of Monza after an absolutely monstrous battle with Bicoles Burst Esport. An insane race in DPI, GTE as well, as Dennis Jordan comes over the line to take a race victory. It's not quite over for third in DPI because Ajira, after falling out of all this, Monaco might have thought they've got it, but it doesn't look like they've quite got it just yet because the final corner's coming up, and there may well be a late charge from Seawolf. We'll see if there is into the Parabolica. Will they go late on the brakes for it? Doesn't look like they're going to go for it into the Parabolica. They're going to settle for 4th place. It's going to be close to the line, but not quite. Monaco get a podium here at Monza, a very well-deserved one as well. And finally, just to round things off, in LMP2, Racing Team hold on for the race win ahead of Go Team Racing. This was the crucial moment, though, in GTE. Well, I'm not sure how to call that one at all, but it's such a shame to see the battle end that way.
Yeah, it's going to be something for the stewards, no doubt, after this race as well. But, oh, that last lap. It appeared on the last lap when the timer went to 0. The race went off.
It really did. And it was just insane. It really was incredible. What a fantastic race we have seen here today at Monza, and we've got 5 more installments of that coming up over the next 9 months or so.
I don't know if I can cope with that.
No, it was truly unbelievable. These are the results at the end of it all. Christian Mikel for Nigel Belix taking it in front of Burst Esport. Monaco getting a podium just ahead of Seawolf, as we saw at the end. Ajira with that late problem, finishing 5th in the end. Then it was DX Droids who finished a lap down, and Axial Sports and Rookie Monsters rounding out the DPI cars, after having problems in their race. Timothée Andonovski held on for the victory in LMP2 ahead of Moritz Mel. These guys now outside of the top 10 overall. Davide Arduini wasn't quite able to challenge for the lead either. Roland Zooks missed out on a podium in the end as well, which is a real shame for him. Juices Motorsport Club recovered quite well to finish 5th ahead of the 2 Wavefree cars. Then we've got Arms, BHK, the second car, Netrex, Butler Powell, Burst Esport, and Cam Roger not having a good time of things towards the final half an hour, I'm afraid. Then Blackhawk Racing and Go Team Racing, who rounded out the LMP2 order. Then Dennis Jordan, who takes an absolutely historic win for Red Bull Racing Esports with a pass on the last lap in GTE ahead of Jordi Zvias, who did his best but wasn't quite able to hold out. Wojtek Polesny for Varga picks up a respectable podium, and of Speedy Mike, who will be impressed with their 4th position. Then it was Volante, Blackhawk, Your Name Here Racing, and DX Droids to round out your top 30. These guys starting to be a couple of laps down after the issues of the opening laps. RGPL were next ahead of Romano Motorsport, Go Team Racing, Angry Bull Racing Team, Blackhawk Racing, more on the satellite E-Stars, who will be disappointed after a good showing in qualifying. Likewise for World of Sim Racing, Wavefree Esports, Juicy's Motorsport Club, and Sim Racing for Holland. It's not going to be very often we see those guys so far down the order. They will be back towards their best on the next round at Spa, you can be sure of that. Then there's a few more after that, because we have 44 cars on the grid here today. Seawolf Net Race, their GTE car, then Virtual Drivers by TX3 after their humongous accident, then Edge Esports and Vera Satellite Racing, who didn't make it to the end, but Edge Esports will be getting points, at least a few, after that one. Well, if you have any sanity at all, then you should join us in a month's time, because it's going to be a brilliant race at the 8 hours of Spa, and indeed the race about 6 months ago in the Virtual Endurance Championship with the 8 hours of Spa was a cracker as well. So make sure you put that one in your diaries. It's going to be very, very entertaining indeed. We've got many more races throughout the season as well. We've got one to be announced early January, Sebring in early March, then Nürburgring and Le Mans, of course, to round things off in June. One final word from you, Neil. I don't know if you've got any words left, but I certainly haven't got many, because it was a race like I've never seen in my life before.
Yes, I've used up all of my words, but no, that race, that last lap was absolutely extraordinary. The last 10-15 minutes was absolutely extraordinary. But as you said, 4 weeks' time, we'll have the 8 hours of Spa. Same start time, 1 p.m. Central European. Well, it's not summertime anymore. The clocks go back the weekend before. So it'll be 1 p.m. Central European time for 8 hours of incredible racing. And if that is the standard that we're going to have for the rest of the season, I cannot wait.
Absolutely. It is going to be wonderful indeed. Thanks very much to everybody who has joined us here tonight. It's been wonderful having you along for the show. I hope you have enjoyed it as much as we have, because it's absolutely wonderful race here at Monza. Make sure you join us in 4 weeks' time for the 8 hours of Spa. But from us here at the Virtual Endurance Championship, it's goodbye for now.